and maybe it was an old story, but down 10% workhorse on that. Look, I'm just doing the sticky note right now. I wrote down Tesla, and this was, again, everything was before PPI, but I was looking at 190 as a possible break, but that already happened, and it went to 192. So now, I still have it on there, but I put like a little dash, thinking that maybe now we'd have to look at 188. It's like what Brendan said, like, I don't know how, I never even thought about it, like, how are they gonna pay this pay package? Is the money already sitting there somewhere? Is there something that we have to worry about as far as selling stock to get into, you know, to be able to raise that cash? Where is their cash? So here's Tesla's cash right now. Obviously, they're not going to deplete their whole cash reserve, but it's only 27 billion. So in my opinion, not my opinion, I'm guessing that Tesla's going to have to sell some of their own stock, so to be able to pay that off. So I don't know what exactly that means for the stock price, to be honest with you, but someone else smarter than me does. It's up 7%. So, and again, you're just making Elon happy, which is what you're supposed to do. This guy has, there might not be, I mean, Amazon maybe. I think Elon Musk might be the single greatest wealth generator in the last 30 or 40 years for investors. I think that's probably true because there's so many people that got on the back of Tesla when it was a young company because Silicon Valley and all this kind of stuff, and it was tech, and it was Elon and all the successes that came. There's so much money. I mean, I personally know many millionaires that were minted from Tesla, and all they did was buy the stock.
Only Satoshi's better.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
It's kind of
yeah. Fictional character, yeah. But as far as real money, I think Tesla has done that. And I think, look, Apple and Bezos and all that kind of stuff has been great as well. But it's just the rise of Tesla there over the last 10 or 15 years. It's just been so amazing that this stock will have a lot of people excited about this news to keep Elon happy, keep him on board. And I think it's a good move, whether or not you think he deserves it or not. I mean, this is what capitalist markets are all about, right? Pay the people that are putting in the work, especially those that have paid you a lot of money. So we'll wait to see what happens here with Tesla. But now I'm looking at 188 dip buys, but I'm still very, very interested at 190. It's just, this is going to be a fire starter off the open, man. Like, there's going to be so many people that have bought this name down here at 170. I mean, we were talking with Brian Shannon, lots of guys, lots of on the recap show, everyone that's been on this show. Tesla's always a name that we talk about. I thought it was, you know, not left for dead, but once we started getting under that 50-period moving average and then we took 170, I mean, does it not look like it's going to break lower right here? And then all of a sudden it gets that garbage out of here and goes right back up to the upside. So for me, Tesla, I think it has a 200 print in it. And then I think after that, you know, we probably, you know, let's wait. It's supposed to be August. We're supposed to get news about the robo-taxi and what that rollout looks like. So, I mean, once that happens, then more AI talk, and then Brendan's gonna buy Optimus so we can fold laundry and stuff like that. So, I mean, it's gonna be, the story is not over with Tesla. I just wonder if it's a little overheated so far today. Let's go see if Tesla was by any chance upgraded or downgraded with Adara at the desk.
3,200.
If it was, it's not on the board, but we do have a great name here to start the board on the upgrade side. That's going to be Broadcom AVGO after that stellar earnings report yesterday, during which they announced their 10-for-1 split. Oppenheimer upgrading this one with the $2,000 price target, but quite a few analysts bullish on this name after that report. We also have 3M getting an upgrade from Wolfe Research, and Goldman Sachs upgrading a slew of fast food related names here, Starbucks and Chipotle among them. They also upgraded Domino's and Shake Shack. So lots of these food names getting a positive look here from Goldman Sachs. On the downgrade side, we have a retail name here, Nike getting downgraded by Deutsche Bank. Another fellow footwear sales retailer here getting a downgrade from Deutsche Bank. That's going to be Birkenstock. Generac getting a downgrade here from Janney. And last but not least, NextEra Energy getting downgraded by Barclays. So bit of an interesting look here, guys.
Like, well, we're obviously going to talk about Broadcom because, you know, we'll get to that. It's going to be at the top of the watch list, and it's stock split that is long overdue, I think, for that name. But the Nike in here gets a little interesting. You know, it's pulling right back into the 50 period simple. $93.50 was already a bounce spot recently. That was just back like a week ago. So, yeah, it started getting to this 93 level. Wasn't on my radar, and then that pops up. I like talking about something that maybe we weren't looking at previously. Like a lot of things, this is going to have dumped yesterday going into the close, but that was already, like, forget about the price action after 3 o'clock. This is a stock that was already dumping going into the end of the day there. So I do think when you have a pullback like this, you want to look for a significant level. A higher low to continue the trend makes a little sense, and the 93 level looking pretty solid here on Nike. I mean, getting a downgrade, maybe not the greatest catalyst in the world there, but yeah, like that 50 period is already held once. Let's see if it could do it again. Nike, a pretty decent story. As I said, we'll talk about Broadcom, no questions asked, a little bit later on. I don't know if we'll trade it today because it's still 1,700, but once that does the split, it can't come soon enough. That's all I got to say. And Chipotle, that'll be soon.
Neil, I will one-up you and say we will not trade Broadcom today.
No, I said no, I will not.
No, you said you said you don't know if we will.
Oh, I did say we don't know?
Yeah.
Okay, we definitely will not.
We definitely will.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to knock this over if it's right there.
Yeah, here, just put it over here.
I do this all the time.
No. Randy put it there. It shouldn't be anywhere near there, actually. All right, so yeah, well, look, I'll call up Broadcom. What? Oh, it was upgrades and downgrades. Yeah, I mean, I looked at the Nike downgrade there. I mean, that's not been a great stock, obviously, for the last year or so, as we get obviously some worries about there in China and then a possible global slowdown. So we'll wait to see that. But there's absolutely no slowdown in Broadcom. Shout out to Danielle Shea. Good job with Neil yesterday on the market recap show, obviously, as we are getting lesser big names reporting, but this is a big one. $700 billion company. Now a little bit more today as Broadcom up 13%. And then, yeah, man, that canary in the coal mine no longer exists because they are now going to split. So that's the answer that we all wanted. I think it's 10 to 1, right? Or was it 10 to 1 or 20 to 1?
Yeah, 10 to 1.
10 to 1. So it'll be an Nvidia type move back down to 170 at some point. And yeah, sooner rather than later, like Nvidia, I think it's 2 weeks. We'll see what happens here with Broadcom until then. But yeah, like the name, I'm not down. Katina Capital is not downgrading Amazon, but if there's going to be a weak name, we should have shorted Amazon yesterday right into here. We did short it up into here as Powell was talking into VWAP, and we lost. And then as soon as Powell left, you know, the minute he left, we just punched short again because I was like, okay, I like the short in the name. And then now Powell's done pumping the tires of the market. And then the market didn't really fall, but Amazon did. And then we had, as Neil mentioned, some of those imbalances at the end of the day that started to, you know, mix things up a bit. I mean, that print at the end of the day is like 4 million shares or something like that on Amazon. So big market on close imbalance there yesterday for AMZN. But I still like the short on this name. So I know it's not on the upgrades and downgrades. We probably won't get to it, but it is on the sticky note for a short on Amazon, especially if we get a run into this 188-ish area. I don't know if we get up to there, but this is a name that if there's anything that I'm going to short, and I love the company, and I mean, look at the chart. I don't even really think it's a short. I'm just trying to play off of the last couple days where a lot of focus is on Apple and then obviously these big chip names. So maybe Amazon's just getting left for dead a little bit. One good catalyst, and this thing takes out its all-time highs here of 190 again. But sans that, we'll go short on Amazon.
Okay, a few other things moving around here. I was just noting Dave & Buster's down 10% here this morning. Yeah, there's a couple of negative notes, a couple of downgrades for Play. PLAY is the ticker for Dave & Buster's. I totally forgot to mention, I was going to say, happy Tax Freedom Day in Canada. Today is the first day I was reading this morning, the first day that you actually start making money for yourself instead of paying taxes.
Let's not get into that conversation, Brando, please. Let's talk about that.
I mean, it's obviously an estimate. It's not like set in stone, but I saw that this morning. I was like, oh, that's good. That's nice. A few other small caps to note this morning. BRTX, big move to the upside, 11 million shares traded already on BRTX. I mean, it's not tiny, but it's relatively small. GME we'll talk about coming up here. VANI is another one. TSLT and NVDL, the rounding out the top as far as the volume movers on the small side of things today.
Absolutely, Brendo. And I'm going to keep my eye today, speaking of small caps, on Longeveron. This one started moving yesterday. For whatever reason, right at 11 o'clock there, we caught eyes on it on the midday show at Dare and I, and this one really kept going into the aftermarket. This got up into 2 3/4. and right back into that 2 3/4 again this morning, trading above VWAP. I'm going to have my eyes on LGVN today.
Yeah, some of the Chinese EV stocks to the upside I was just noticing as well. Global Foundries down as well. So a lot of small cap movers once again, guys. I mean, decent volume behind both of these. 1+ million across the board here.
Yeah, look, the interesting, I don't know, like Sean already mentioned that Longeveron. I think that's the one that's piquing interest here. We were trading it a little bit yesterday, and first of all, I mean, that tax freedom day, meh. Today I'm celebrating Strawberry Social Day at my daughter's school after when I get home. It's going to be awesome. I'm hoping the weather's going to be good because it's like a year-end event kind of deal. You just go in, they serve ice cream with strawberries on top because it's Strawberry Social. You meet the teachers, they show the classroom, you talk to other parents, the kids play. It's a heck of a lot of fun. Much better when we can do it in the courtyard in good weather, and it might rain tonight. But yeah, tax freedom day, whatever. That's just what. It's kind of like a fun thing out there, but I don't know how many.
I ain't got no tax freedom.
People aren't happy to celebrate anything that has to do with taxes, so I'm not going to be either. Like I think Longeveron is a trade today, and it did a huge rally in the aftermarket. And if you watch, our charts kind of, they'll turn off when the system turns off, and then we'll put them on in the morning, wherever you set it. I set mine to 6 o'clock, but it did reach 280 in the aftermarket. Overnight. I'm pretty sure it was like 280 or something was the high. And then 280 is again the high right now. So as long as it's above and holding above the opening tops, that was that $2 level that we mentioned. I think the $2 level is absolutely key here. If it can bounce off that and hold above, there's plenty of room for this to continue to rally. I'm like 99% sure. Like if we had Luis on, I feel pretty confident in saying that this is the name that they're probably the most interested in, just in terms of the volume it did yesterday. The price action should be solid. So yeah, I got this one on my radar. It has to hold that $2 level. That's going to be key. Oh, there we go. Shout out to Right On Time. Appreciate you, Dominic. Right back in to thank you for the super chat. Sean, you'll remember when we crushed Longeveron a year or two ago, LGVN was the best. I was actually just telling this to Adara because she's like, oh, that was a great pun yesterday about Longeveron not being short Geveron. I was like, oh yeah, I'm pretty sure I used that a year ago. It's not anything new because it is a stock that we have traded before. Let me just hit the like on that one right there. So appreciate you, Dominic. Yeah, we've definitely been involved in the Longeveron party, but that was before that last split. Over a year ago.
It actually looks like the Randy one again. Yeah, we were lucky enough to get our game in yesterday. I'm hoping we have a meeting again tonight for baseball, and actually the guys are going golfing, and they looked at the weather. Apparently, after 2 o'clock, it's fine. Yeah. So that's the thing. Yeah. So yesterday, how do I unpause this? So here's my daughter. She's a catcher, but it's not about this. Yeah. She frames like crazy. There she goes. I don't know why this isn't loading. So this is our internet is fine. But here we go. Let's just watch this. This is her next favorite thing to do. There we go. She stole home there, and now she's all about stealing. So she told me like, Dad, that's my number one favorite thing. So here comes the frame coming up right there. That's not really a frame. That was just a strike, no problem. And then this is stealing home. And she told me something's wrong with the thing here. But anyway, there it is. There she comes in. Who cares? But yeah. So, I mean, kids are. You said meet the teachers. Obviously, you've met. Well,
we've met them all.
It's a social there.
It's just a social.
All right, quickly. Yeah, because I was like, you don't want to meet the teachers with 1 week left. It was June 13th already. All right, so we bought some Nvidia and just sold some. So, that. When we first logged in here, I was just like, oh, I want to get long Nvidia. So we punched a little bit there. But then Nvidia, this is the same thing that worked for us yesterday, buying dips. So that's exactly what we're going to try to do again, is try to buy some dips here. So we did get out some for an average price there for flat. So we are right now dead flat on Nvidia, despite it showing my average price, because my first take was 129. Then these last ones are down here at 58. So we'll get one out at 85. Break even on that, and now wait to see where we go here on Nvidia. So right now in the money, but I mean, for now, who knows? Market is pulling back. I'm actually a little surprised at this market pullback, to be honest with you. Still up 0.6. We got inline PPI, but lower month over month. I thought that would have spiked the market a little bit to hold it, but it's not holding it. So we'll wait to see. Maybe just a quick check on the breadth of Apple here. So still 214, still okay. But yeah, Apple, Nvidia, the two stocks that I'll be looking at along with, I wrote down long Chevron and GME as well. Sticky note is now out.
Is a movie ticket company. Just noting Roku just popped up in front of me. Didn't really do much. Negative day, huge move down yesterday, but new deal for Roku and Fandango, announcing a CTV partnership. So heads up on Roku. All right, let's get into what else we need to know here. Sharif's going to lead us off with a look at the market.
54.27, guys, closing at all-time highs, and then we made more all-time highs this morning when we spiked up there into 54.52. So let's just say right offhand that 50-point level is going to be that key area of resistance that we can't break through. We couldn't break through it yesterday on a closing basis. We couldn't break through it this morning. So 54.50 is the resistance level to the downside. Let's see if we can use that overnight low, 54.26, as support.
All right, if you haven't done so, make sure you go to the website, wait for that pop-up to appear, and then enter your email address. You get the absolutely free watch list delivered right to your inbox every single day. Has everything you need to know in the morning for free to us. It's split season. AVGO, the latest to join the party here. I was just counting up all the analyst notes on this thing this morning. It just keeps going and going and going and going. There's a lot of positivity around this coming off huge report, and then throw a split on top of that.
Oh yeah, it was a beat all around. There was nothing bad about this report. EPS 1096, the street wanted 1084. Revenue 12.49 billion. The street was looking for 12, so a beat there. Net income, this is the only thing that really was a gray area. It beat expectations, but it was down year over year. 2.12 billion is how much they took home last year. This time they took 3.48 billion. The reason for that is very simple. The VMware acquisition, that cost them a lot of money. So profit went down. But guess what? That VMware acquisition helped add about 12% to their revenue growth. So it kind of paid for itself. The 10-for-1 stock split, Brendo, that comes to us July 15th.
It's 9 is the total number that I can see anyways of either maintaining on the buy side or increase rating and price target. Guys from analysts today on Broadcom.
That's just the first day. Like imagine all of wait till everyone else makes their adjustments. So you're going to see double that number in terms of analyst actions on Broadcom. It was like you just got all the numbers. They were just beats across the board. I mean, if it was $170, I'd probably be waxing poetic about a dip buy at if it tries to fill in the gap, we'll be trying to bid 165. Everywhere in here, we try to grab. But I'm not gonna trade this name. I think Sean said we're not gonna likely trade this name. After the split, it's gonna be game on for them. I think there's plenty of names out there in chip space that are getting moves and bumps up. Nvidia is gonna be a good one. Don't even sleep on ARM, which has a chance to reach an all-time high today. So, I would be looking for a turn at 165. I'm getting ahead of myself at 16.5, but I will not be trying to catch that. It's difficult trading those $1,000 names because of the spread, and at the open, it's just even double that with the spread. It's insane what the spread is going to look like on a stock like that. ARM's on the radar for me. As I said, this is within a stone's throw for ARM of its all-time high. We've seen a lot of impressive charts recently, and I feel like the one that hasn't been up here enough is ARM almost doubling up since its last dip after earnings. If SoftBank was selling before, I could imagine they've stopped selling now unless they're selling into all the strength. So the actual all-time high is $164. That 150 level was so key, that previous lower high. I'm not even sure you get a dip buy into there on ARM. So the post-Fed line was 153. And I call these levels post-Fed. It's just where you were when things started at 2 o'clock, the highs then, and then the lows in the afternoon. They tend to be good liquidity levels. So the one that's available for ARM is going to be the 153. Then there's 150 where it broke out from if it does dip. It's just exactly in the middle from the high, the all-time high, and that 153 support. So I don't think there's a very good compelling entry in here on ARM at these levels, but the 53 looks pretty solid if you can even have a chance to get it. And as I said before, every single chip name that I've called up today is up with the exception of Intel. So I think if Intel tries to go green, I think Intel's a short, and I'm going to short it into 31.
Yeah, I was really surprised. I just got a note that one of the guys on my team, he says, oh, he was playing last night and he hurt his Achilles or something. How the hell does he know that? All right. So, all right, right here. So I was just, look, Broadcom is huge. I mean, we just went over it. I think that was awesome. Brendan or Sharif said July 15th or so. So we're going to wait a month and then we're going to get that split. So at that point, we'll look at it. Let's look at a name that just split. Well, we have Nvidia coming up eventually anyways, but similar, let me just put it this way. Our charts won't show anything on here just because of the split just is not adjusted properly yet for our charts, and it's all the way down here. So the monthly doesn't really do justice to it, but it's split over. We saw 118, 119, the days of the split. Unfortunately, you don't see it. There it is right there. There's the first reaction down to 117, 118. What a crazy opportunity that was to buy. Like, just think about that. Just 3 days ago, Nvidia was at 117, you know, and now you're looking at it at 130. Like, it's just, that's 10% in 3 days, and Nvidia didn't do anything. They just said, all right, we'll just keep going up with the NASDAQ. So, like, I don't know. There are no sellers in this name. I don't know what else to tell everybody. Like, you know, sure, it'll float around with the market. I feel like maybe yesterday it was a bit nervous at the end of the day because of Broadcom, but now it's like we already know. It's just, it's so wild because I think about how easy sometimes just even investing is, and it's just like, you know, we've known the story about Nvidia since like the spring of 23 or whatever that quarter was, maybe the fall of 23. And then spring, I think. And then all of a sudden, it's just like, we just put 13% on this name in 3 days. You know, no earnings, no big Blackwell announcements. You know, you have Oracle loving everything. You now have Broadcom loving it. It's just, they are such a monster in this current environment that you have to be and stay long this name. Like, I mean, I remember selling this name at 700 live on the show, and then maybe, I mean, not live, but talking about it, and then $900, and then now it's at 1,300. And like, I thought it was overdone at 900. You know, now we put 40% more on its head. So I don't know. This is just an absolute unbelievable ride, as I realize we're talking about Nvidia in a couple minutes. So let's go over there and talk about Tesla. And then someone in the chat, please tell me where they're getting 56 billion from. And I'm not saying that like facetiously, but I just don't know. So that's, I like to know that so I can talk more educated about it. I could probably ask Perplexity. But I'm sure somebody in the chat will know where they're getting that from. I'm long Nvidia.
All right, it's investor day for Tesla coming up after the close tonight. There was some comments that came out last night after the close suggesting, or from Elon suggesting that this is going to go through. We had a number of not only institutional side investors, but also I think it was the Florida State Pension Plan came out yesterday in support of this pay package. There was a couple other analysts saying absolutely he should get paid. Today's the day. Long story short, today's the day. We'll find out. And
he's confident he's got the vote, so we're about to find out if he does or doesn't. On the table here, two main issues: the $56 billion pay package, which comes in the form of mostly options, and the move from Delaware to Texas. Both issues on the table today. You know, there's been a lot made about big institutional investors, mostly the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund and the California Pension Fund, all opposing this, amongst others. The people who may be okay with it really haven't spoken out as loud, Brendo, as those who were opposed to it.
Yeah, it's not until 4:30, so it's a decent amount of time after the close. So the market itself won't be really affected when it's actually happening. 190 seems to be a bit of an issue here. Meanwhile, this morning in the pre-market.
Certainly true there, and you know, if it's mostly in options, it should be like you've known about this obligation for some time, so it should be on the books and that kind of stuff. At the end of the day, we're here to trade price action until it happens. Before we get to Tesla, just this BRTX, because I know a few people, we talked about the small caps, we mentioned Longeveron and showed Longeveron twice, but BRTX has a now triple top at this $2 level. I know I put it in the chat just because I know some people are looking at it. Gapper to the upside, volume pretty solid at the 14 million. Not much in the way of, I guess, bag hole type levels, so you get to $3.5. So 2 could break before we even get to the open. I always like dip buys at the open as opposed to taking breakouts at 9:30, and I'm not taking a break at 9:11 in the morning. But yeah, just keep eyes on that one. That $2 break looks pretty spicy there for BRTX. So back into Tesla. I mentioned I'd like some dip levels. You got 83, you got 87. You know, when you, like yesterday, obviously 180 was a pretty key level yesterday, as you can see, but that's going to be wholly irrelevant today. Like if we're dealing with a 180 level, then we've missed a gigantic opportunity to short it, which I'm not really looking to do. It's up 7%, and most of why I'm going to favor along, even though it's up so far, is just the breakout from what was, like, it was just a long consolidation on the stock. Forever. The stock doesn't really do this, especially Tesla. Other stocks will do this, not Tesla. Like that last month looks like an Intel chart in terms of the amount of volatility that it's had. So the fact that you're breaking back out of some of these previous highs, that 83, the 87, and well, the 90s now come back underneath. But the 87 is still going to be in play. So I'm looking for longs off of previous resistance on Tesla. 87 first and then 83. Finally making a breakout off this 50 period. That's what matters.
All right, so, and thank you again to Henry and some of the other people in here that have confirmed what exactly this is. So Tesla, the pay package is not $56 billion, that's just an estimated number. The stock was booked in 2018, and it was already taken from the float. So, okay, so that's fine. So then there's absolutely, I believe Henry's on here all the time. And shout out to you, Henry, by the way. Thanks for the follow and all the tweets and all that kind of stuff. And I think I commented on one of your posts yesterday. So right there, okay, so thank you for clarifying that. So nothing to do with the stock price. So we're not going to see dilution here, nor are we going to have to touch that $27 billion in cash that they currently have, according to Trade Ideas. So yeah, look, that makes me like the stock even more now. So I think I said it on the sticky note here, you pay the man his money, and honestly, I just think that it's something that we're going to need to deal with. There it is, 190, 188. I really like these levels here on Tesla. And again, I try to keep things as simple as possible. It's why we're long Nvidia right now. I'm trying to keep momentum plays. I'm trying to play off support and resistance. So I just blasted through, why is someone phoning me? I just blasted through Nvidia, and I think the same thing's probably going to happen here with Tesla. I would wait for a 188 or so bottom on this just to see if we could test that early. Tesla does have sort of the pedigree to have wild moves off the open because, again, just look at this. Look at the last 5. This is just yesterday. I'm just scrolling back now just because. But like yesterday, we opened the day here, let's just say at 170. We have a high wick there of 173 and then right back down to 169. So you had like a $3.5, $4 range in the first 3 minutes yesterday. Right? And then, anyways, we can go back and forth. This is the first 5 minutes of the day before. So let's be patient here. One chart does not look like the others. There's going to be a move here. I don't know if it's down or up, but either way, I like the 190 break. I'm not going to get into this one like I am in Nvidia, but I do think that Tesla needs to be bought on dips. Let's just make sure that we find where exactly that dip spot is. So I'm waiting for Tesla. 188 wouldn't surprise me. It's up on my board to the left of me here to make sure that we get involved if it does start moving around.
Nvidia, speaking of shareholder meetings, just coming out with this, June 26, mark that down, will be Nvidia's annual shareholder meeting. So we'll have a look at that coming up. I want to mention this real quick as well. Jumping on the stock split bandwagon is Williams-Sonoma, just announcing a 2-for-1. It's only 2-for-1, but didn't really do anything off of that. Still positive on the day for WSM.
Yeah,
Nvidia.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this NVIDIA meeting, so as you mentioned, June 26th, it's going to be at 9 a.m. Pacific time. Shareholders and guests can both attend. Not really much to talk about there. The other headline that we really didn't touch on yesterday, Brendo, was the possibly new embargoes coming out from the U.S. government for these chip manufacturers in China. They weren't happy with the embargo that they already set. So looking to add to those. It obviously didn't affect the stock yesterday because we made more. We had gains on both AMD and Nvidia. But keep an eye on that because we could get more information coming out from the White House with respect to that.
Yeah, another day, more all-time highs here, guys.
Get a call in the morning.
I'm not supposed to be on that call list. It's just a school. There's an assembly today at our school as well. All the kids, they had to make a book or some sort of a writing, and they have to read it in front of the school. So my wife is already going there.
I never want to call
from the school. I'm supposed to be on the no-call list, but...
well, no-call lists are... no-call lists don't ever operate the way that you expect them to, in my estimation, because there's a bunch of no-call lists I think I'm supposed to be on that I get anyways. Look, Nvidia's up 3% today. I agree with Sean that you're just looking for areas to dip by. And I think all are valid, like 127, as long as you're above yesterday's close was 25, but the actual high was 127. As long as you're above that, I think the dips are valid. So if it stays, not about green, it's about it being above that 127. Pre-market low dip. It's done this before, like morning resistance. It did a $2 candle at the open, dipping into not the pre-market low, but pre-market support the day before. So I'm looking for a similar thing. You can go back. It read at the open 2 days ago, did the same thing, dipped into pre-market low, made a fresh high. Didn't end up holding it, but there's another dip and rip situation. So that's what I want to see happen in Nvidia. I kind of already mentioned what I'm feeling about Intel, that I want to short that one at 31 today.
Yeah, so we're just going back to the well. Brendan sent me a note and asked me, what are some key things that you look for in the pre-market? And I responded to him basically with, this is still Tesla, sorry, I was still looking at that stock. I just responded to him with a couple of easy things, and that was one, the first thing is momentum from the past day, right? I mean, we've been looking at Nvidia now for a while, and it's just been a monster. And yesterday, it was a huge trade to the north side. We actually had this trade. And it was a big one. And, we had the 120, it's in here, 122.50, I think it was. Yeah, this little dip buy opportunity, as Neil mentioned there. So we got long yesterday, and then it was my best trade of maybe of the year, P&L wise, just playing that momentum. And so then Brendan said, okay, well, what about something else? And then I said to him, all right, well, the other thing then would simply be, oh no, did I have to log out and back in, I think, would simply be what you traded yesterday and keeping with, getting your best trade yesterday, see if the trade sets up again the next day. So I just punched long here on Nvidia. I mean, 130 seems to be a magnet again. I mean, we love even dollar levels. Yesterday, you saw what happened at 200, or 2 days ago, 200 on Apple, then 210, then 215. All the levels just kept blasting until eventually 220 was the top. So, 130 I think has a magnet. I'm going long Nvidia right now, which I am long, and I'm 50 cents in the money and not even 40 cents in the money and not even taking profit. So let's see how far up Nvidia can go from here. I still think it has a lot of room to run. We'll be checking out AMD and, as Neil mentioned, Intel as well. So we're going to be excited to trade these names today.
Hi, Ramin. GME just popped up here. I was trying to see if there's anything. There's nothing new here, but just popped up on a volume scanner in front of me there, still chopping around in the pre-market. I was missing some data on that chart, FYI. But yeah, if you missed it, we talked about it a little bit early on this morning between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. Elevated, to say the least. Options activity yesterday had a lot of people suggesting that Roaring Kitty might be doing some selling here. Big red day on the daily chart.
Oh, was there ever yesterday? That strike price of $20 that expires on the 21st. The calls that he's holding there. They did 9 times the average daily volume yesterday. A lot of interest in that, obviously, as we get closer to the date. They've dropped about 40% in price. He's at 120,000 of those. To take possession of the shares offered by those options contracts, he's going to need $240 million. Publicly, it's being stated he doesn't have the money, but behind the scenes, who really knows who's financing this? Got to keep an eye on the stock.
Yeah, this was the chunk of data I was missing on that chart. Big selling into the close yesterday, as we discussed earlier, guys.
It was a lot, and obviously spurned by that selling. So, if he's sold to generate cash to be able to exercise, that's one path. As Sean mentioned, he could roll over. Lots of things can happen next week, and they expire on the 21st. Next week's a big week, not just for that. But it's the the semi-annual rebalancing, third Friday. So it's a big one next week for GME shareholders and for the overall market as well. When you put in a bottom like we saw on that drop, it was a clean $4 move to the downside without a halt, by the way. That 25 level, it wasn't the bottom the day before, but it certainly was the afternoon ramp spot at like 25 even. It broke it by about 20 cents or so. So there's that and there's 23 to hold on to. You get either one of those two prices today, and that'd be the spot I'd look for a curl in GameStop. If it goes squeezing, I think it would be too easy to say like $30 is going to be resistance because that was where the move started from. I think you just have a better chance of seeing some of those bids today on GameStop before you see the 30.
Yeah, I would think that that wouldn't be surprised if he was selling to again raise a little bit of cash, and I think he'll roll them over. I mean, this guy's having way too much fun to not do another podcast or a live stream, and try to get to that billionaire status. Honestly, I mean, I feel like, well, what's left for the guy? Honestly, everybody, I think like it's now becoming a media stunt here that. We had Andrew Left on MSNBC or CNBC, I believe, or whatever, the day that Roaring Kitty went live as well. I just feel like it's just a big circus, and I feel like he's going to want to continue it, which is great for the Bulls. I would think he rolls them forward into July, so that's probably why that selling happens. I could see him almost executing all of them on the 21st, regardless of the price, and then just showing his account on the next Monday or whatever and saying, look, now I'm into these July 28th or whatever it won't be the 28th, but whatever the expiration is on the July number. So anyways, that's what I'm thinking is going to happen. So I don't think this story is anywhere from being over with. And the only way to tell that it's going to be over, I think, is kind of like when you break this $23, $24 level or so. I feel like then maybe we get into 18 and then we'll test maybe that $20 level, but so far so good. If I'm looking at this stock and you say you want to look at catalysts and levels, I mean, this has been holding 25 as Neil was just mentioning. So I like these levels down here. Are we able to get a $4 move right off the open? Yes. Would that put us into that $23, $22 area that I think is the ultimate key? Yes. So I feel like you could get long today right off the open, maybe $24 if you're lucky, and then I think it moons to 30. So let's wait. You're one cryptic tweet away or something like that from everyone saying, "Oh my God!" What if he shows a cat rolling over? Oh shit! Did I just give him some ideas? But something like that, and then everyone's going to be like, "Okay, let's go," and then the stock just goes again. So we'll wait to see what happens here. Will there be some roaring action today in GME? Yes, there will. Let's go find out what's going on with Apple.
Yeah, Apple. I mean, it's very active. I was just checking a ton of volume here pre-market. Once again, we did get a bit of a sell-off into the closes we were talking about with that imbalance yesterday. Following Mr. Powell being on the microphone, but you can see highest volume day yesterday in a long, long time as we got to all-time highs once again, gapping up.
Yeah, I'm not surprised there. The article that I read today was about the new association, the business partnership between Apple and OpenAI. Seems as if OpenAI is not paying Apple, and Apple is not paying OpenAI for this new service agreement where you're going to be able to access ChatGPT through Siri and through other methods. You'll recall that Google was paying Apple to the tune of, I believe, over $20 billion a year, and that was really inflating their services revenue on that side of things. So interesting look here. It looks as if Apple believes that exposure to millions of iPhone users is good enough as payment, and OpenAI is not really arguing with them.
Yeah, I mean, you and I were talking as well on the simple fact that after the keynote speech the other day, was kind of a lot to do about nothing as far as price action was concerned. Then we come in 12 hours, 18 hours later, and the market just buys up the stock. Ooh. So do we get a day 3 here, guys, for Apple?
I've never seen this in the morning outside of a rebalance day. 1.7 million buy imbalance just came out on Nvidia. Now it's 1.9 to the buy side on Nvidia. So that kind of came out of nowhere. Also, the GME shareholder event is at 11 o'clock today, our time. So we'll see what happens with that. It could move the stock, as noted by some people in the chat there. But that imbalance on Nvidia just spiked the stock huge.
I mean, we just talked about you know, like we don't know this imbalance is coming. We just got out at 30s there. Like I don't know this imbalance is coming. It's just, you know, it goes to talking about what we talked about before. And like I was mentioning to you when Brendan messaged me and says, what are we looking for in the pre-market? And it's like, we're just looking for momentum and the plays. I don't know what's holding right now, 129. I don't know. We just got out of a piece up there at 129.25. We were just sitting there at the quarters. We're sitting there again right now to get out of another piece because look, there's a big seller at 129 right now. It's not, look at this. Look at the shares going through. This is 100 shares. So I just saw thousands go through at 129. Right? And so there's definitely, please pay attention to this. If you are trading with me immediately right now, it's 927 and there is a sell. When it breaks this thing's going to 130, maybe immediately. But the thing is right now, it's not, like, look at it. Look at the hundreds. I mean, now it's slowed down, but there it is. Look at that. Hundreds and hundreds of shares going through when all that's posted is 1,000 shares. And there was ones there as well. So not only they're reserving on ARCA, they were also reserving on NASDAQ. See, there it goes again. Look at this. Look at the shares going through and then look at the size here, right? And it's not just all, look, there's a 2,000 share print and it's not just dark pools. This is lit market action right now, live prints, not able to break 129. So we'll wait for this. The position board's not working again. There it is. Okay, here we go. Let's go. Let's see if we can get going now for Nvidia. We're offering 129.30. Let's see if we can get that out right now, but there appears to be a little bit of sell action. There it goes. Yes, sir. We just called this play again. Let's see what winds up happening now through 129 and change. There it goes. Oh, now it shows me short. Okay. Well, the position board is way off. If I am short Nvidia, please call some kind of emergency services because something is wrong with me. All right, let's go back over to the desk. Oh yeah, Apple, by the way, is on here. We're going long Apple, but with only 2 minutes to go. You're gonna have to hear me talk about it while the market's open.
We're continuing with these lesser known patterns today. We're going to talk about the 3 inside up and 3 inside down pattern on how to trade. If you're into that kind of thing, catch it with Adair and I on how to trade at 11.
Yeah, so very quickly here with Apple, you saw that big sell event, 220 was the high, like 3 or 4 times it attempted to break 220. If it gets up there, based on what I saw when I was trying breakout trades on Apple, I would short the 220 level. At least that's the spot that I would attempt it because that was the only place that it showed weakness for real in yesterday's trade. We're trading away from the bottom, which is this 212, 213. That's what I like for dip buys. I just like the support that got put in the pre-market and got put in the aftermarket for Apple. If it does break that down, you know, you got to go all the way back into 05s and 08s and that kind of stuff. So I always want to play the range that we saw in the afternoon on Apple there. So it's tracking toward 215. I'm not really looking breakout. I think this is more of a dip buy based on the heavy action that we saw going into that close yesterday. It was nasty to the downside. There was a break on that small cap stock, that BRDX. It did actually go through that $2. I said I wouldn't take the break pre-market. So if you have it, good luck. I think it's not that big of a halt candidate. GameStop, on the other hand, could be off of that open. I'm on the bid, but I'm about to cancel my Nvidia bid. I have a rule about how far away I have bids and breakouts. It's now closer to a 130 break than it is to a 127 dip buy. So I think the first look would be a break 130. If it doesn't do that, then I'll still be on the bid for 127, but it's too far away from that. With only 10 seconds to go, let's get the countdown going on this Thursday. Adara, let's ring it in actually 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go.
All right, here we go, man. We're going to take a 130 break on Nvidia. We're already cruising on this name, but again, we would not be surprised if there is a dip buy opportunity like we had yesterday on Nvidia, and if that does wind up happening, let's go dip buying at those levels we talked about, 128, 128.50 or something for Nvidia. I still like so we got some out there at 50s or so. I still like the 130 breakout on this back down into 128.50. I feel like that's going to be the next area to buy, which is where we are long. I don't know what the position board's just not working, which is fine. We'll get it working soon. Tesla is doing the tank that we said it would do, but doesn't mean that we're not getting long. We just got to wait. We just got to wait for it here on Tesla with a little bit of a pullback. So I'm going to hold off on trying to buy Tesla here. I'm not sure about what that pay package, why it's up that much on that news, because, I mean, I don't know. But all right, so we'll wait for that one. We do know that we like Apple, though, of course, and we do know that we like Nvidia. Those are the two names.
Yeah, actually,
right
yes.
now, I'm only in Nvidia, and I'm in Nvidia long at 128.70 right now. So let me take out another piece right here. We'll take another piece out right now at 70s, and there it goes, man. Hopefully we can. There's the price. So now we're long. You see what we're doing right now on Nvidia. It's already right there. It's a banger. It's $1 in the money already here on Nvidia. We took this trade with confidence. Let's take the 130 break as well. That's going to be a dangerous. That's going to be dangerous, I feel like. But with the market just doing this, imagine if the market blows up, then to the upside, then I think that we should be able to get something there. Tesla's
blow up
trying to
to
bounce.
the upside.
Yeah.
That is the key. You don't want it to actually blow up. So while that happened, I did get Tesla a couple of times on dip buys in here through 187, but I was about to tell you, I scalped some out there the first time, the $0.50, then it got to 188, then the curl back in. So it doesn't hold the 187 after all. It's a huge gap. I said 83 after this level, and so that's what we'll have to wait for. But we got a couple of quick executions on those bounce plays. GameStop, nothing really happening. Longeveron, by the way, is holding that 250 level and looking pretty good. I have my order set for a break on Nvidia if it does go, but it's dancing between 129 and 130. Said I would short Intel if there was strength in Intel to be shorted. As you can see, it just broke down lower. So I'll give it a chance that maybe you can still make a move with the market here. For now, I wanted to short a pop. We're not going to get it. Apple, no dip buy to be had. It's through 215 and continuing to go higher. So Apple looking incredibly strong.
Yeah, we are face slapping it on Apple. We're in Apple right now, but just at 215. So as Neil said, no real dip buys. Let's just sit in it and see what it wants to do. Oh, sorry, here it is right here. There's Apple. So we did take some out at 20s, but I don't know. I'm trying to support basically this 213.50 area. Let's see if we can get back into that area for more dip buys. But here we go, man. Let's hot dog cannon it again. I mean, we're going to go 2 for 2 here. So far, it's really early. It's only 9:33, but we're long Apple and we're long Nvidia, the two top names here on the sticky note, and they're both just rocking right now. There's 50 cents in the money right now for Apple. 50 cents. Here's 70 cents in the money for Apple. 70 cents. Here's almost 80 cents. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye on Billy here. This one was really strong in the pre-market. Now up over 10% on volume. Not seeing any news on this, but Chinese ADR, BILI. Nice look here, guys.
I was just
I
saying,
know you're
do the
obsessed
easy
with
trades.
Billy. Oh my goodness.
Who is?
This morning. Just say Adara was enamored with Billy and couldn't find news on it, and we're like, who cares what's going on with Billy? Come on, we got everything else going. No, 87 just came right back in for Tesla. It's another 40, 50 cent scalp trade, but I'm going to have to keep these stops tight because it's not really giving the bounce that I want into VWAP. So if we do get a little something bigger, we're going to hold for some 88s, but I have a higher low stop out. There it is. Pretty much the same level, like this 186.75. So we'll stay up on it because we're taking some profits. Longeveron also it didn't tank. I said tank in the chat. Apologies for saying tank, but it just made a huge reversal. $2 is the level I liked. It's tracking down toward this $2 level as we speak. So if it's going to bounce somewhere, $2 is about the only place that I'm interested in picking this one up. So we've taken a couple shots at Tesla, been profitable, but no real big move to the breakout. Still no 130 breakout on Nvidia, unfortunately, but it is getting pretty close. And apparently Mara is going to the upside as well. I'll track that in a second, but I'm looking for a Longeveron dip buy first.
I mean, yeah. Okay, so let's watch out. Here comes Nvidia pretty quickly back into the downside right there. So again, the party's not going to stay forever. So you're going to have to be very, very careful with what you're doing here, as I will have to be. I mean, it's not you guys. I'm in this position right now, and if you guys are as well, just be careful because we're trying to watch and see if we can hold out on Nvidia. Look, a breakthrough 128, and I think that we can get out of this name. We don't need to be in it forever, and let's just be careful with it. So we're going to get out on a little bit of a break back down below 128. We don't want the money that we made yesterday to disappear because of a play today, but I still like the long. The only thing is right now, and I know the market.
We're at 50.
Yeah, I mean, we just got more long. We're long at 128.50. So, but let's just see what winds up happening here. We already saw that big seller at 129. So at some point, that seller is going to probably want to ring some kind of a register right there. So let's see if they have to buy those shares back. But here it's coming in, man, a lot quicker than I had liked it to. But it's coming in, and it is Nvidia. back into the downside right now. It's a good thing we already took some profit, but right now it looks like it wants to break lower. We're going to get out at a 128, so watch out here for that break. We did average more into Apple. Our Apple trade is down here at 213, so we do have more shares waiting at 214 here for AAPL. Come on, Nvidia, let's go. Let's do something special again.
Yeah, let's see if it can. Oh, GameStop, by the way, is trying to break out higher, but I'm into Nvidia off the 128. We were looking for a dip buy. There was a refresher at 50s. I went in front of it. Right after we got it, it broke and then reestablished.
Just go.
Still on GameStop. Keep having to enter twice. This gets back up to those highs. I'm taking a 130 break, so I'm out in front of 130 and then long again over 130. On any long trade in GameStop. In Nvidia, I'm out in front of 130 and then long again on a 130 breakout. Tesla's still battling 87. Longeveron doesn't seem to want it just yet. Just very quickly, I wanted to get to one name that we did not mention. Dave & Buster's was down over 10% in the pre-market. It didn't quite tag 10%. Oh, it did. Yeah, it was already down 10% in the pre-market and then tagged under 10% at the open. So it is SSR. Looking for an even dollar bounce. It might have done so at the $45 level. But if you're looking for an SSR bounce, that's the only one to be had. As said, I am covering into 130 on Nvidia and then breaking out on the 130 is a separate trade.
Dude, if this thing gets to 130, and again, I hope that. I just want everybody has to understand that like everyone's trading their own style and many different share sizes. I'm getting out even right now. Like this is already a monster trade for me, but bidding and buying those 128.50s. So again, do your own stuff, and that is one of the disadvantages of what we're doing. We don't exactly show our share size, so we're just gonna have to know that I'm gonna start to scalp some of this out as we go, and if this goes to 130, goddamn. All right, what's up, Adara?
Keep an eye on some of these smaller cap crypto names and miners right now. Here we have Iris Energy here, IREN. This went up about 6.5%. Hut 8 here, HUT up about 7.5%. We're seeing a bit of a move in Bitcoin back above that 68,000 level. So small cap miner names getting a nice move up here on that, guys.
Yeah, Mara is absolutely flying. That is a pretty large candle through yesterday's highs on Mara, that 21 level. I didn't really think that would come into play. I had it the other way, 19 for a dip buy in Mara, so we can throw that out the window. If it holds 21, this could absolutely fly, but that 70,000 still looms
for
Mara. So as far as I'm concerned, I'd like to see it hold that bid, and then it would be more interesting to get involved. Nvidia's about to track that $0.50, 129.5. Once it gets to today's high, cover, breakout, long, all of that good stuff. And Tesla's tracking back toward that 190 as well.
Oh, man. I mean, here we go. So far, so good there at Nvidia. We just took some out at 30s again on this name. And look what's happening to Apple right now. Apple right here is $1.50 now in the money and trying to go even higher. So, again, the top two names here on the sticky note, taken with confidence today. And, yeah, we just, we bought dips and who knows? It's still so early, man. It's only 9:40. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening here. Man, this has been such a good little run here over the last couple days. There it goes again. All right, well, if you're in these trades, I'll see you guys later. Enjoy the beach, and have a couple margaritas or do whatever you're doing, or maybe just drink some water. Probably the best thing to do right there would be to have some water. All right, I'm gonna get out of some more Nvidia there. It looks like it does want to push a little bit lower through 129 and change. And again, I'll take out a little bit more here at 10 if we can. It looks like it wants to, oops, we're still on Apple. Nvidia looks like it wants to go lower. Apple's still a monster, but Nvidia, yeah, I should start our days with espresso. Whatever I started my day with the last couple days, Ramin, I should be starting with every day. This just continues to be quite the couple minutes off the open here in this market. So let's just go, like I said to Neil, man, or like I said out loud, if this gets to 130, then just let's get Obi on the desk because I'm going to go party somewhere. Maybe we'll do that CN Tower walk and then take some pictures because we're feeling pretty lucky. All right, here we go. There we go. See ya, Chef Joe. Chef Joe is done as well. Chef Joe, go enjoy some of those porterhouses. But there it goes, man. Double barrel dollar winners, 2 for 2 here today.
Yeah, no red ones on yet, but we only have 2 trades so far. I'm going to get BRTX as well. That just broke out the high. Looks like it's going and long Chevron is not. So it's, sorry, BRTX. I might have said BRDX. BRTX, now a higher low. Just broke out the quarters. Low to low. There we go. Looking for a 2. We're going to have to take the dip back into the previous high, which is 215. I thought it might be a long Chevron kind of day for the small cap names, but it is going to be BRTX. I'm on the offer Nvidia about 10 cents higher. We just got it. So Nvidia is now going to be the breakout trade. So resisted 129.50. 130 break is going to be next for NVDA.
128.50.
And 190. We dip bought a couple of times in Tesla. Now going to take the break if it does hold a 190 breakout. Looks like it's going to come any second now. If we get an opportunity to short Intel, I'll let you know. The market's starting to come up, so I think we might get a chance at the only thing I wanted to short would have been that, and we're on the offer, but no fills just yet. So breakout order is going back in on Nvidia. Dips are still back in at the 128. Let's go to Adara.
Keep an eye on Arista Networks here. This one pushing up and gaining volume. Right now up about 5% for ANET. I'm not seeing any news on this, but nice push to the upside yesterday. They got a price target increase from Morgan Stanley, and they're pushing towards this previous resistance level in the daily chart as well. So Arista Networks, guys.
All right. Look, man, it's been a good morning so far, so let's just keep the good vibes going. And, you know, just keep looking for those trades to come through. Look, on the sticky note today, we also wrote down the 1 week name that we would want, and it was Amazon. And Amazon's just headed to the low side here. So I feel like, and it just reminded me because Neil was like, oh, if we're going to short something. So I was going to short Amazon at some point. Now I think like we might have a good level here at 186.20 if it does come back up into that level. So I'm going to put an offer there just in case we go higher. But like I'm just really impressed with some of the movements here today on second and third day plays for Apple. We'll take another piece out here on Apple. Again, we're $1 in the money on this trade. We bought it off 215, and the best out is 216.40 and change one more time. All right, so we are, here comes another possible reload situation for Nvidia. I mean, we'll take another piece, okay, or not. We'll take another piece out right there at 129. We just got 129.30s, 129.40s, 129.50s. And again, you know, this is why I'm saying to you guys, it's the difference of trading like 1 or 2 contracts versus 10 contracts or something, right? If you have 1 contract and you're looking for 130 break, that might come through. But if you have 10 contracts down there at 128.50, you might want to take something off the table just because that 130 is such a huge level. And I don't know. Okay, well, I'm taking some off the table. So I'm trying to like talk as we trade here. And sometimes that could be a little bit difficult, but that's the idea that I'm having right now. So have a lot on and just be able to take them off and then go longer again through 130. So it's just ringing the register, right? Celebrating some of these trades. I'm not here tomorrow, which, but that's okay. We'll make it back and we'll make some today, right now, immediately. So let's wait to see what winds up happening here. Right now, it's looking pretty good here for a nice upside move. We're $1.60 in the money on Apple and $1 in the money on Nvidia. 2 for 2, the double barrels are firing today.
Let's go. Home runs to the upside. I love it. You got to explain the trade, the plan of action, the breakout. I have my order set to cross by about like 20 or 30 cents on Nvidia to make sure we grab it, but we'll probably get a great fill like yesterday. BRTX, sorry, we got 217 long. I just got a push into 230. There's a big seller at 230 a couple of times in here. If it breaks, I'm holding for 50s or out in front of 50s. I've moved my stop up to 215, so we can't do worse than a couple of cents underneath break even. It was a breakout that we missed at 2, and then we just took the dip into the previous breakout price. Let's go to Adara.
Keep an eye on Spotify here, SPOT. Not seeing much of a reaction in the stock yet, but this report just came out from the Rolling Stone saying that apparently some music publishers are filing an FTC complaint against Spotify citing fraudulent business practices. So keep an eye on this SPOT. This news just coming out here, guys.
Fraudulent business. Okay, that's not a good word that you want to hear, but...
No, you don't like the fraud word.
Oh, the spread on that. Yeah, you know that's not doing a lot of volume, and it's got a pretty big spread. Let's stay away from Spot. Let that one settle down. There's not even any prints on the stock right now. So Nvidia is still not breaking yet. Looks like it is going to soon. Yeah, you can actually see the stop orders in, like it's up there crossing to 25. So when 130 breaks, I'll send an order out to 130.25 cents and then get whatever price we're able to get. Tesla's still trying to track higher. GameStop, which we thought would be a dip play, is starting to show some signs of weakness. It was breaking out earlier. Remember, if it dips down into 25, looking for a 25 bid, it just failed 27 and tracking a little bit lower. So some weakness over there in GameStop. Intel, I'm going to adjust plan on Intel because it's almost at $30 already.
Ooh.
This happened the other day where I was like, yeah, let's short Intel, and then never actually got into the short. And then all of a sudden it was at that $30 support level next. So we went long off the $30 level because that was the next trade. So down 2%, 30's been a big wall for Intel. If there's size or anything on the bid, I'll probably just join it at like 2s or 3s. So Intel is the dog of the day.
Yeah, for sure. Good call.
Down 2% on that.
Oh, good call on that, man. I mean, that was
And they suck.
You were looking at that. So, all right. Now let's try Amazon. Amazon came up to that level that we thought. So 186, 186.50. I mean, we can weight this up to 187. Sometimes we like to look at pre-market levels. We know that we know that I know that I like the short, but at the same time, you could be wrong, especially at 9:45. So let's hold out. Yesterday we were wrong on Amazon until we were right. So again, that's not necessarily the best strategy just to average into these trades, and I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to give 187 a look upside. Okay, we just took out more shares on Nvidia. Ooh. Like this is starting to get like we're now starting to. I really feel like base out here at this VWAP area, and you could really be in for a nice move here if it takes out that 130. So let's stay there. We're still $1.50 or whatever in the money here on Apple, but that's not moving. So Apple is not really something that I'm super excited about right now as far as huge upside potential. But because we haven't really tested too much support, we came down once and we should have bought it again, but we didn't. And now you're starting to go back up. So maybe Apple goes. I'm a little more weary of it just because of the move that it's had. It's been so dramatic. And not to say that Nvidia hasn't had just as equally sick, if not sicker move. But again, look at the volume. This is 50 million shares. We already know sort of this story. They have the Broadcom. By the way, let's check out what Broadcom is doing. I was going to say, maybe if Broadcom is going the other way, Broadcom's not doing anything right now. So let's just see if Nvidia wants to hold this. I may lower the amount of shares and just do a couple hundred or whatever if Nvidia breaks 130. But so far, so good here on the Nvidia break. What's up, Abe?
Keep an eye on Barnes & Noble Education here, BNED. This one has been on the move a little bit over the last few weeks. No new catalyst for this one today, but yesterday they did announce that they have a new CEO, Jonathan Shar. So keep an eye on BNED, 24% short float, getting a bit of an increase in volume here, guys.
Yeah, just remember, like with that split, it's going to be less liquidity on Barnes & Noble. It's no longer a 9-cent stock, right? So keep that in mind when you're trading it. Even though it's like, I think it's $7 or $8, that's still going to be wild in terms of spread. ARM is still underneath its all-time high, $164. So there's still some room to go. It's up 3.5%. It's been a rocket ship. It just went 160 on a breakout. So I'll look to take the stairs if that's what's going to happen here on ARM. We did want to dip by, but the range was so ridiculous that I didn't think it would be likely we get any kind of a dip. So if it does pull back into 160, which it's doing right now, I'll look to take the stairs up. If it can't hold that, VWAPs at 159 will be the next level for ARM. Still about the same thing on Nvidia, not much change there. No break yet on Tesla 190, but it is getting, every time it gets within 50 cents, I'll say something, and it just got to 189.5 on Tesla. So that's still trying to go into the upside. Come on, get to 30s or get to 60s. ARM. And 30s, I mean Nvidia, and 160, I mean ARM. I want to see it bounce down at this level. ARM with even a 20 or 30 cent spread might see a consolidation or wait for a consolidation the way it's trading off the open. It's pretty thin.
All right. What else you guys want to talk about? GME? Yeah, okay, Ash, we'll look at GME. Look, I'm still waiting for 130 to break. I don't really have too many buys. I'm going to get out if it breaks 128. So we've talked about Nvidia just in case we do get that move back down in for Nvidia. We'll buy a little bit more at 128.50 and then we'll drop it at 128 break. Don't need to be in this name. We've already cashed out a heck of a lot of money on this name, so we'll wait for it for now and then just see if our Amazon trade wants to go, as Apple just making new highs right now. So, and we're long Apple. And again, the number 1 trade idea on here is Apple. The number 2 is Nvidia. The number 3 is Tesla 190. So you can have a look at that. The Amazon short is on here as well. And then just notes to make sure that I'm able to look at and focus if I need to on another play, which would be GameStop or Longeveron, both of which not moving. Well, GameStop's not moving. LVGN.
Oh, there was just a size that broke on Nvidia.
There was size that broke on Nvidia. Okay. What am I doing? LGVN, isn't it? Yeah, okay, there it is. Sorry, my bad. All right, so this is going downside as well. So some of these meme stocks right now will have to be put on hold for me anyways. And as Neil just mentioned, we only have 10%, a little bit more than 10% left. We have about 20%, a little bit less. We have about 15% left or so of this Nvidia trade. I mean, all of our outs, we haven't even got out of anything lower than where we are right now. So a little bit of a pullback would make a little bit of sense to me there if it does happen. And meanwhile, and I said I had more confidence in Nvidia, but meanwhile it's Apple. That's all the way up. So we'll have to wait and get one more piece out here on Apple. Let's just do that right now. Fire off the hot dog cannon, because I saw Chef Joe even say in the chat there that he agrees. And it's like, if you are in a position where you have a significant amount of shares and then you're seeing P&L, and this is where I say that I chase P&L, and it's, you know, I mean when I say that. And when you're seeing this in the money, you have to reward yourself and take some out. So that's exactly what we did. So as it falls back in right here, we're kind of just ho-humming this trade. Let's see if we can get a little bit more action now to the upside, as we'll wait to average in right now at 128.50 here on NVDA. Meanwhile, Amazon is trying to do something. I'm gonna take some more here at 50. I'm waiting for 80s and then gonna use 187 as my out. So if that winds up triggering, it winds up triggering. So that's the thing.
Price?
Apple just went to the downside. I guess they might have heard me say I was selling it, but just kidding. I have no idea what just happened with Apple. Apple just got clocked right there.
That was, yeah, that was a pretty big, that's a pretty big candle on Apple. Right into VWAP. Like, nothing came in the air, whatever. There's no news on Apple, and it's into VWAP. I'm buying the dip into 15s. So Apple, it's not on my chart, but Apple just dipped into 215 from 216 and dumped right into VWAP in there. I did not get filled at 20s there. Okay, so VWAP's at 30. At the end of the day, I mean, there was no news, I said. It was just a big red candle on Apple. And if it can hold 15s, great. Oh, I just added to BRTX as well. That came back into 218. So that's also headed back in. The high still that 230 level on BRTX. But obviously Apple, big red candle, but it's probably bouncing right now. The NASDAQ, for what it's worth, wicked the high of the day and then pulled back. It could be related to that, but there's no news. It was just a run-of-the-mill random move down.
I mean, Apple just came in, so we'll buy it. All right, nice move there. Back up for Apple. We just bought 20s there, 25s out, some 50 right now. We'll just put another quarter back in our pocket. I mean, we have to do that kind of stuff, right? Now let's see if it goes back up to the upside. We are very aware that, as Neil was just mentioning, like any story here on Apple could hit at any.
It wasn't a story, though.
I don't know if it was or not, but I mean, I'm buying those. It doesn't appear to be. It probably was. But right now, we'll put chicken dinner winners on the board here for Apple. But like Neil said, if this keeps on going to the downside, then obviously there is going to be a story, and there is one. Apple doesn't just drop $1.50 like that. So I just don't know it yet. Maybe you guys do. We'll find out what happened here with Apple on that move down. We also did buy Nvidia dips. I mean, this is what we're talking about. And it's not that we're not going to go to the grave with this. We're already out at 128 if it does break lower. So that's my idea here. And so far, so good. The only one that's not working out, and I'm like probably the biggest NASDAQ bull around, and I'm here shorting Amazon. So I thought this name was going to be a good opportunity to short it. I'm sitting here at 80, which just fill me at, okay, good. I don't mind losing, but like I wouldn't want it to hit 80 and then absolutely tank when that was like kind of my line in the sand. All right, so now we're there. Let's see what happens at 187 now upside on Amazon. What's up, A?
This new small cap runner coming through, ZAPP, ZAP EV. This one is up just under 100% right now, signing a memorandum of understanding with Bounce Electric for this manufacturing and sales deal in India. Also worth noting here, we do have a pretty small float in this one, 1.6 million shares, so keep an eye on ZAPP, currently halted, guys.
I mean, look at this dip buy again on Nvidia. We're going to lose on Amazon. Amazon is gone. Amazon's through 187 right now and gonzos. So we'll give some back here on Amazon. But look what's just happening with Amazon. With Nvidia. We talked about the price that we wanted to reload it at. We reloaded it there. And then, so we'll spin the loser on Amazon. We'll spin the loser. We should do the fail right there. Amazon takes out 187. So huge move. Red to green on Amazon up to 187. I still like the short here, but we're going to have to let it settle down. Huge trade alert.
The second Apple
Nvidia
went to the downside, Amazon went up, Meta went flying. I feel like there could have been some weird rotation thing that just happened because it's a monster green candle at this same moment while Apple is dipping in Meta up here $3. So it wasn't just Amazon. I actually think Meta's was the bigger move. So just alert to that. Meta wasn't on my radar. Apple, we did do the dip buy, but I said take some profit right away when it continued to fall. I'm on the bid trying to catch in front of 215. We're about to get it. I took some out in front of 60s, and it's still looking a little bit heavy over there on Apple. Meta, as I said, looking really strong. I just paid for locates and ARM because that rejected the you-know-what out of that 160 level and suddenly does not look as strong as it did before. This is a pretty weak-looking stock after that breakout. If it can hold 157, I think there's a chance at a dip buy. But I just paid for locates in case this falls apart on ARM. I'm not shorting it right now, but that was a pretty big rejection off the 160, so I'm at least getting ready for the opportunity.
All right, I'm going to try one more time here on Amazon because, like, honestly, whatever happens, happens, and we already shut our trade off, the first one. We'll be back in here at 187. I mean, I have no idea what that move was about or what Apple was about, but at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter. This is a shout out to Chef Joe and everybody else because we stayed long and true to Nvidia, and there's the reload. I mean, you almost can't. We have the same prices reloaded twice for 75 cents and $1 pretty much each time. So she would? What's up, Adara?
There's some more news here on Boeing. Currently down about 1%. This is still all coming through here, but basically, apparently, Boeing is saying that it's working closely with the FAA on this fastener issue with its 787, saying that the 787 deliveries have not been paused, and the latest delivery was on Tuesday. It's just kind of an upgrade here from Boeing. However, they are investigating, apparently, a new quality problem on some undelivered 787s involving that fastener. So the new 787 news on Boeing, trying to recover here, but just keep an eye on BA, guys.
Oh, right. We'll keep an eye on Boeing.
It actually just bounced $2 off the lows point, by the way. Okay. So I know it's bad news, but it broke 180, went to 179. It's back at 181. Boeing is, it's had a lot of a bad run and all that kind of bad stuff, but it's not exactly tanking here on Boeing. So just, you want to give the move and see what's happening to the stock. I hope it doesn't do too poorly, obviously, but that is what it is. AMD, a lot of people are yelling in the chat, how come you're not talking about AMD? AMD's tanking. AMD's at 158, however, and it's not 30 on Intel, but 157 has been a rock bottom for AMD. It got there a couple of days ago. That'd be the only spot that I would go for any kind of a long on AMD. Speaking of Intel, I said if it would bounce off 30, I would take it. It bounced off 30.15, so not quite at that bottom. There might be a chance to short pops off of VWAP here on Intel, which is coming in at about 35 or so. 34 technically, but once it's at 30.30, it's in the pocket.
All right, Apple is down. It is, I don't know if these are Apple bottom jeans or just Apple bottom, but like right now, you're starting to go down, and I wish I would have. I was actually looking at Meta there for a second. I thought I was waiting at 214 to buy, but I guess I was not. I do have a stop order down there, which is strange that I don't have a buy order down there as well. We should have just got a heck of a lot longer on Apple, and we did not. So we'll take some out now as it comes all the way back, and now we're starting to print again here on Apple. So that was my bad. We should have been sitting there. I mean, that's exactly the level that we like. 200 period pullback. So we're now sitting there with a little bit more shares as we go to the downside here again. And with the busiest person at Trader TV Live, it's Miss Adara with yet again another segment. And this one is called Happening Now.
Both the SPY and the NASDAQ currently positive to start things off on a Thursday. The NASDAQ is quite a bit stronger. A lot of these moves up are motivated by these gains in tech, Nvidia, Apple, Tesla, all very strong here. Lots of things to talk about as well. GameStop, again, back on the rise. We also had some inflation data. Second day in a row, we've had inflation prints. lower than expected CPI, now PPI this morning. So nice look here on the inflation side coming off that FOMC meeting yesterday. Later today at 12 p.m., stay tuned for not one, but two potential Fed speak related things here. We do have U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen speaking at 12 alongside Fed's Williams. Not at the same time, but just both speaking at 12 p.m. So definitely keep an eye on that. Also worth noting here, I did mention Tesla to the upside, currently up just over 7%. They have their shareholder meeting today at 4:30. Lots of things on the horizon here, specifically votes with regards to ratifying Elon Musk's $56 billion pay package and potential reincorporation move to Texas. So keep an eye on TSLA with that in mind. We also have Broadcom up here, not necessarily a day trading stock. This one, though, still up about 14%. Lots of positive analyst notes as well here after its earnings. They beat across the board and announced a 10-for-1 split with the stock to start trading on a post-split basis as of July 15th. Last but not least, of course, GameStop here, currently just ranging here for GME, but it is worth noting there is a shareholder meeting there at 11 a.m. Also, some speculation that Roaring Kitty may have exercised some of his options. So keep an eye on all these names here at a pretty action-packed Thursday, guys.
Yeah, may have exercised.
Yeah, we don't know. I think if he did, like, he's probably just rolling it over. There's Nvidia, another dollar. This time we can hit the dollar club because this is a reloaded position right there for Nvidia. And like we said, if you're joining us for the first time, hit the like, hit the subscribe. We will, tell you our positions, tell you our stops. There's Nvidia, it's $1, it's a winner, and it's going to be by far the biggest stock here. And I was just saying to Neil, man, it's been a little bit of a tough morning as I look around, but we'll wait to see. I mean, it's just been pretty choppy, and I think that's been part of the problem. I mean, as long as like I was saying, as long as you're trading the best names and you understand that you have your stop orders in and you're trying to play momentum. I mean, there's Nvidia. And, it's always a good sign when the stock that you've been talking about the most is your best stock. Our worst stock, though, is one that we did have on the sticky note as well, and that was, it is Amazon. And Amazon right here, I mean, we're trying to wait for some 80s again. It went to 70s. Let's see if it will now pull back a little bit. It was weak yesterday. It was weak today early. It hasn't been the greatest. But remember I said that I think this is going to blast up and we were just waiting for a catalyst. So I don't know if there's one inbound or not. But for right now, let's hold on to this short. I do have some bids at 187 just to get some out if it does fall back in there. And then hoping that we can get a retracement back to the 200, which is 186.50. But definitely been a little wrong on this name, to say the least, here on Amazon for today. And then we got hit yesterday short, and then we got out, and then we put the short back on once Powell left. But this is a no Powell trade today. I'm just trying to trade now basically off of these levels where we stopped yesterday. That's that short that we hit yesterday. So we were short into this. It's actually, now that I look at this, it's ridiculous because it's the same trade. I was short here yesterday, right here. We got out on the 200 or out on VWAP, and then we passed it back through. I did the exact same trade yesterday and lost. And I did it again today. So there you go. And Chris mentioned in the chat that I said yesterday on the show that I wanted to short Apple today. So that's my bad because we're up on it. Apple's going to be P&L number 2. But at the same time, that short did pay. The short's been better than the long. But I can't complain. We're still up. Really nice on the long. So let's still see if we can hold out for that one. Now, $1 in the money, Nvidia, huge in the money on Apple, net P&L wise. And then Amazon is the huge loser, waiting for this one to fall back in.
So Tesla's about to, for the umpteenth time, Tesla's about to break 190. I'm making an adjustment on, I'll get to Nvidia in a second, but I'm making an adjustment on Nvidia. See, I still have those stickies, but here we go. What did it, yeah, I have stuck. I just punched some out for 5 cents because that went out at the wrong price, but it is what it is. I've got the stop in. It was 190 break. I'm giving it to the 75. It looks like it broke up, but I've been having like some stickies. So when it breaks a key level, I got a position. It had to break higher, but then I didn't really see any bids that were tracking above it. It's now back above, so I'm going to have to get it a second time through. So whether or not it broke, I got in and out, and I think I might have been in early before it actually broke to the upside, which does happen every now and then. It's a bit unfortunate, but yeah, because I got out and it was like, why is it not actually above 190? So I'm gonna try to get back into this one, and I'm adjusting Nvidia. I've been marked to that 130 level, but the high is 129.75 that it's held like 3 times in here. So I'm thinking it's a flat top break at that level. I'm going to go back. I don't want to get off Tesla because I'm back on the bid here. But if it's going to break this top, it's coiling into this high, not 130. 130 is just a round number. So I'm going to take the actual local high break of 129.75, and then at 130 it can just be an add. So just a little bit of an adjustment. It's still a breakout trade. I did get the VWAP pushback into Intel and took some out. So that's still looking awfully weak, and I would be out of that trade if it so much as sniffs that $30 level. I think that's a long.
Okay, guys, like I said, it's been a minute here today. Look at we just got, by the way, we just got a 215 fill there on Apple. What is this price? 214.90, 214.88, something like that, as that continues to go as well. Look, today will be another, I mean, we'll lift the trophy today, but it's not like a super crazy day by any stretch of the imagination. We're up about a third of what we were, no, a little bit less than that, about 20% or so of what we were up yesterday at this time. But like I said, still a good day. All these trades still trying to pan out for us. And look what's happening right now to Amazon. Oh, no. A nice little downside move for Amazon right now. So here we go. We'll put it right back in. We have the same amount of shares here. We'll still be net down. I mean, we have to let this trade settle itself out. But right now, we'll figure this out to the downside. I said that we were thinking about a retracement back into 50s. So if that happens, let's just put a bid out there, take some fills as we head back into that level of 186.50. And then if it continues to go lower after that, then hopefully we have enough shares left that we're able to do some damage on that print. But there it comes right now. We've done it a little bit right now. We'll slap it up for the reload and for all the other trades that we have on today, including dollars in Apple, dollars in Nvidia, and now pennies or 50 cents in Amazon, but we're red on that stock. So yeah, not too many red names or not too many green names around here. I know that you're in Intel now. I hope that can print out.
Well, you just got to keep it in the pocket. Like for me, I'll like small hits all day long just to be consistent with it. 191 just went, so my book's looking a little bit better. It was a break on 191. We had the 180 break. Looks like Tesla does not want to hold a 190 break. I've adjusted order on that Nvidia 129.75. Looks like it could be coming in there. So just going to get my stop in for that one on Tesla. We did grab Intel to the short side, and I do want to grab. Dumb. So there's the low on Intel. It just got to 30.20. 30 even is an out. I think 30 is a long off that level. It's been holding for a long time. GameStop's, it ticked to 25 even. Sorry, 25.50, not 25 even, and caught a gigantic bid. So it looks like the buyers came in a little bit early on GME. We like the 25, we like yesterday's lows, but it's already a pretty big pushback through. So if this is the bottom, I might look at a VWAP level for GameStop. If this is the low, I'll look for a VWAP hold. I only want to be long unless it's $30 on GME or a fail of yesterday's lows.
Look, I'm glad Neil has Tesla there, but we have 190 long, and I don't know why. I heard Neil talking about it. I was too busy looking at Amazon there to understand what was happening. So, yeah, we missed that trade, but if you didn't, then it is.
Another one.
You know, so that's now 80 cents in the money on that 190 long. And the long break, I heard Neil talking about it there. It was up and down, but the only time it broke, I guess there might have been a wick back down into there. I wasn't watching, but if you took the 190 break, it was... You just had to hold it. You got $1 without having to hold it $1. So far, so good there for anybody looking at Tesla. I'm now long on this name. I'm long here at 65s. So we missed the print. Let's see where it goes now. Hopefully higher. We've got this trade, and we're pretty happy with it so far there. Amazon dancing, Tesla trying to go. Nvidia, that's already a huge trade. Apple's trying to do something as well. So far, so good here. Amazon is the one that just bounced off 187. So let's put some more shares in at 187 low. Maybe 13s, I just put it in. See if we can capture a little bit of profit on that name. So that will be my next little area of concern for myself. But hey, it's a green day for me here today. So, and although it hasn't been an eventful one, let's just see if we can still, be here and watch out for some of these trades. As there it goes, man. I didn't realize you were long at 191. I thought you were long at 190, but I still like the trade.
I had the 90 break, but I can tell you, I hit the offer. It went to the upside. I hit offer enter when I saw the push through, and the price I got was underneath 190. So there was a bit of a stuck book for me, and it happens. Like if I actually take a split second to look at the order that's getting fired out, it doesn't happen. But I did. I just hit offer enter because I thought it broke out and was going higher, and I'd get like the first push. Instead, I was literally punching out underneath 190, which is insane. But it does happen.
And there it goes.
And I can look at the price when I send that order. I was just being really quick about it. Longeveron is halted to the upside. Yeah, maybe we missed an opportunity on this. Remember that $2 level on Longeveron? It bounced off 205 while we're dilly-dallying everywhere else. It's halted 295 to the upside.
Where's your out for
tap
Tesla,
at
by the way?
296. I'm already out.
Oh, you're already out. Okay, as I say, it's at 189.50 right now.
If I take a breakout, usually my stops will be 80s, 75s, or 50s, depending on the stock.
Right.
So like I pretty much don't have stops that are anything other than that. Longeveron, there is no tap on the stock, but you can track on your imbalance locator if you just look at what the imbalance might be. But it's a NASDAQ, so we're not going to get an update on it yet.
The market is coming in.
Yeah, the market's starting to come in pretty heavily, but Longeveron, sorry, the tap is exactly flat. But if it opens up breaking out 3, I'm not chasing this move. I'm going to go for a dip buy. Maybe we get something reasonable in front of VWAP at 250. We pivoted to BRTX, and that might have been a mistake on Longeveron. But as mentioned about Tesla, yeah, like if I take a breakout trade, like that's my stop almost every single time on a breakout. So yeah, obviously this is going the other direction, but we got out of the way of it. I have one short, and it's just Intel like we planned off of VWAP, but the market's starting to come in more heavily. I've paid for ARM. Never mind. Hopefully somebody shorted ARM because I paid for the locate, so we'll probably sit unused now as I scratch the back.
Oh no. All right,
ARM is tanking.
Yeah, the whole market is absolutely tanking right now. We'll buy. So we did get stopped out there on a 188 break. We had written down 188 and 190. So we did take some 190s there on Tesla. But look at this. It is just dropping in right here, 188 and change. Yeah, I mean, the market's down a little bit here. I don't necessarily want to panic on these trades and just punch out at the very bottoms every time, but we did punch that Tesla level. Now we're back long and not making it all back, but we're making some back here on Tesla. Hopefully that will start to bounce back and then just like absorb that move down. But here we go for TSLA. We want to trade strong names. We talk about that over and over again. So let's trade Tesla. It just did come in. So again, we weren't too stuck up here because the minute our big trade was coming into 190. So this level here at 189, as we broke through 190, that's why I said to Neil, like, wow, where's this thing going? So I wasn't able to even average in until 188, 189.50 or so, but there's the drop out. So we definitely drop out and then we get back into the long now for Tesla. So like I said, we'll go from leading this whole place to being near the bottom now because Tesla winds up dropping back in again here. So we'll stick with it. Apple does go to the downside to 213. Again, we tried the 214 area. It breaks lower as well as this whole market starting to come off just a little bit now. I don't want to panic. I don't think it's as like crazy panicking time or anything like that. But for right now, the market definitely giving us pause for concern. But you know what's not pausing for concern at all? It's Amazon, baby. So we'll go from, hopefully from green, or from red, the other way around, from red to green on Amazon right now as it's finally pulling back. And here we go again, man. We're 50 cents in the money on Tesla, but we got to break through VWAP again, and I don't even know if VWAP matters. Let's put an order at 188.50. We have a lot of shares on this one. So hopefully this will make our day a little bit better here as, yeah, let's go Tesla. We're not going to do too much flossing because we got hit on it, and it will be my reddest stock, but at least the buy. We're trying to floss this name back up. We just got a decent out there, I think at 50 or whatever it was, 57. So we got a 40, a 50, and a 57 there back upside for Tesla. But here goes the break lower again. The market is going to go, it's under VWAP. We've had such a good run. Maybe this is the day that we finally pull some back here. So let's reanalyze and potentially go short. We're already short Amazon $1.
Yeah, overnight lows are about to come in on the market. Longeveron has opened back up. It failed the high of the day. I still want to go for the dip buy. It's not at VWAP in here, and Blue Ocean's only good after market. So it's not really failed into VWAP just yet, but it is on the midst of a pullback. So we're looking for a dip out the open. I said I would not chase this. You don't want to FOMO yourself. You know, at the end of the day, like we did like this one initially better than BRTX, and then we went over to BRTX anyways, but it's starting to calm down on this pullback. 250 is VWAP, 250 is an opening range bottom. Nvidia just came back into 128.50. Okay, well, I thought this would get to VWAP before Nvidia got to that price, but I'm looking for a 250 bounce here on LVGN, and I just remembered I can get a stop order locked and loaded, ready to go, so that if I do get the bid down here in front of 60s, I don't have to worry about being covered underneath VWAP. So Nvidia just pulled right back into support, and let's see if it can get back into VWAP itself. It's one of the only things, I haven't checked everything, but one of the only things I was looking at that hasn't made a fresh low in that last move. As I mentioned, ARM completely fell apart here and got down to $150. I paid for locates, and I think I want to short a pop in ARM back into like 55, 56. If this is unwinding or doing a pullback day, it was a $13 move top to bottom or bottom to top yesterday. Even half that on a retracement off of VWAP would be insane. So if this gets back to the upside, if it's a turnaround day, it didn't get to the all-time high that we were thinking it could. I'd play this one to the short side under VWAP, but it's nowhere near it yet. It still has to go at least another $3.
All right, we are not buying any more Nvidia. So if you guys were wondering, like, okay, it's back into this level that this guy's been trading, I'm not buying any more of it. Tesla just continues to go lower. We're able to get some out there, but it's now at 187. So we're going to get out of Tesla. And then here comes Nvidia screaming lower. So we're going to stop out of this once it breaks. I'm just double checking my order here on Nvidia. I guess we're not getting that 130 break. 128. So if this breaks 128 clean, then we're going to get out of that. So that's going to be a trade for me that we'll try to get maybe a little bit more down near 128. But honestly, you know, we got to be careful with what we're doing. The market it's not even down. It's still nicely up, but this move is pretty aggressive there to the downside. And it's even continuing. Breaking, as Neil mentioned, the pre-market lows right now. So, okay, yeah, things getting spicier and spicier as we go. Apple, we're out. Possible reload, but I'm looking for shorts now. Tesla, we got out a long time ago, 187.50 on that break. Now it's 186 and change and still going lower. I mean, the pre-market lows are right here, or I guess at the open, 186.50. Now that I see this, it's potentially a reloading spot here on Tesla, but again, I never really understood this whole why it was up 9, 8, 10%. Today on this news, but
motivated Elon, I think, is the logic people were saying.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. And I said that too off the open. I said, now you're going to get a happy Elon Musk. So that should be something to look out for. But at the end of the day, happy or not, the stock does not appear to be too happy. What is this wick? That is 185.75.
They also got slapped with, they're going to get their own special tariff in Europe as well, was the news for them, which isn't necessarily good news, but they already said they're going to raise prices, and in Europe they're going to have to. So that would be, I don't know. You can look at that both directions, I think. So I got long Chevron, and it didn't bounce off 250. So I want to quickly just mention, if I had gotten 250, I'd have a stop underneath like 45s. But instead, it turned at 270. So it turned here, and I grabbed the 75 long, so my stop's going to be under 65. It's just an adjustment. It's just where it happened to go. So we'll try to respect it there. Intel is definitely making a turn. We're shorting into ARM, back into VWAP in here. So we grab 54.34, load that one up. I'm waiting underneath the pre-market lows here on ARM. I'm going to stop at 57. As I said, if this one is unwinding today, I just feel as if like where this came from yesterday was like 147 and like $145. So I think underneath VWAP is like a $10. It's like a potential $10 move if it fails VWAP today, which is rare for ARM. So I'm going to treat it as such. We're in the long Chevron. Nvidia is still attempting to bounce off 128. Yeah. I'm not even looking at AMD. I don't think I've called it up more than once today. It's going to be Intel or Nvidia for me on the chip names. Let's go to Adara.
Keep an eye on Garmin here. GRMN, Citron Research releasing a tweet saying that they think that Garmin could go to $100 within the next 12 months, currently trading around 160, so that's going to drop. Basically, the thesis for their short case is that Garmin is having a bit of diminished returns compared to Apple with their Apple Watch update, saying that Garmin might not be able to compete with all of these updates for the Apple Watch, specifically with regards to fitness. So GRMN to the downside on Citron Research tweet, guys.
Watch. We were just talking about this. Yeah, it's like the Apple Watch is getting just as good. And then Neil's talking about the price of it.
Garmin is stupid expensive.
Yeah.
My wife has one. My sister-in-law has it. It's like people like triathletes and like distance athletes. They're like Garmin was the thing, but it's like they're they're married to it, despite the fact that you can get a million other options. Whoop is one of them that are much more reasonable and just as good, if not better, sometimes. But, anyways, that's my 2 cents. I try not to argue with my wife about that one too much, but you can tell what I feel about it.
All right. Okay, so Tesla keeps falling. Amazon's not really falling as much as the market, so I think we're going to be wrong on that one. But that's why we called 186.50, and when you're short calling and it hits, I mean, that's good. We also called Tesla, which just continues to go down. I've just tried this bottom there, and then it broke 186. So I don't know. We could start to go up from here. The market's going to have to lead the way. I feel like if the market goes down, they're going to sell names that are hugely up. You know, and that's that name. I don't necessarily agree with that, but if that's what they're going to do, that's what they're going to do, and not much can be done about it. All right, there's Nvidia. We're almost at our stopping spot here of 128.50. So buying the dips today has not been, well, buying the dips early was working great, and it might still work now, but here comes Nvidia all the way down again. We don't have a big position at all. Look at their size there at 128. Again, if it breaks it probably just continues lower. We're going to get out probably 20 cents or so off of this hit. So right now, lower than 128. So we just saw some decent size there at 128. Let's see if it does wind up holding now those bottoms. And then Apple again could be something, just taking the 200 period. We probably should have tried something at 213, but we are nervous a little bit about as this move goes downside there and what exactly is happening right now. So, all right, Nvidia is going to break. Oh, no, it's not. We got some shares there at O's, so let's see if we can get 20 cents on it. As I thought it was just going to break, and I think it will. But before that maybe does happen or maybe does not, let's go over to Adara at the desk, and when we come back, I believe it will be broken.
After a really great day yesterday, IWM to the downside, now down just under 1% on the day. Trying to hold on to support here around 202, but a bit of a rejection we've seen a couple times at this 202.40 level. Some interesting technicals for the Russell 2000 this morning. Lots of small cap movers today, including Zap EV. This was a little bit of a late comer. This one currently up around 200%. Multi-halter ZAPP, it's an EV company signing a memorandum of understanding with this Bounce Electric for manufacturing and sales in India. Also worth noting with Zap, you've got a short float of, not a short float, a total float of 1.6 million shares, so small float for Zap EV. We also have Longeveron here, of course, LGVN. This one initially started trading higher yesterday with traders circulating this report from Zacks Small Cap Research, giving the stock a $15.10 price target. So nice look for LGVN. Day two move. Last but not least, Go EV. Canoe is the name of the company. This one has traded higher before for this GOEV. No particular news on this one today, up about 20%. Short float, though, of over 10%. So nice look here for this one as well, guys.
All right.
By the way, the market's going down.
Not break,
Broadcom it broke its low. It's starting to fill the gap. It's still up 11%, obviously, but starting to fill the gap in here is Broadcom. That is worth mentioning. LGVN did pop a little bit for me, and then let me just get back into LGVN. Remember I said, because I took the long instead of 250, in front of 250, we grabbed it at the 275. It tagged 85, it tagged 90, and then pulled right back underneath 65. So even though it didn't break VWAP, I had mentioned that my stop was going to be higher because it bounced higher. So if we get a push off VWAP, I'll probably try it another time here on LGVN. Is that one headed downside? I said I hadn't really looked at AMD outside of the one time. AMD 158 and down 1%. It's not looking good for them. If AMD loses 157, like there is, like 150 is the next level on the daily chart. It's back under the 50 period. So I all of a sudden find myself only short Intel and ARM, which the market is an interesting one because I can tell you right now, I had zero expectation that that's what the positions I would be in at 10:30. You know, I thought we'd be cruising on longs, and the exact opposite has happened. But I guess you got to stay nimble at times. I'm asking myself why I wasn't considering an AMD fail, but you know, sometimes you miss an obvious trade, and I'm here to admit that I was looking at Nvidia and Intel, thinking those would be the ones today. You basically wicked the high yesterday on AMD by about 20 or 30 cents, and it's been flush city with almost no green, just all red until it got down about $4. That's a wild one for AMD today, but it is what it is. You got to work with what you got.
30. Yeah, I'm So look, it broke 128. We said that we would try to, obviously we're still up on Nvidia, we don't have to worry about that, but we were looking at reversing into some of the positions, right? So we have 128.50, which we probably, that was that level that we said we were not gonna reload. I feel like that, once we started to have that feeling there, we should have shorted that level. So now that we're short at 127.80 here, we're gonna have to wait. Like if that comes back up to 128.50 and then we just get thrown around at this level, fine. But we've seen sort of the bottom come out of Nvidia a couple times in its history of trading. And that included, I think there was one, was it last week or something? We fell like $50 or something like that. Not that it's gonna fall $5 now or anything like that, but it does have that ability. And I was just sort of saying the other day, oh yeah, our daily chart is no good on this. Here, let me just call up another platform. This has been just such a good move since that split right here. So it's like we came in, split out at, I think it was 1800 or sorry, 1180 gave us a 118 price level. But as you can see, we're up to 128, 127 in just 3 days. It's only Thursday now, right? So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then today being that final day. So we'll wait to see now if Nvidia does pull back in. Wouldn't surprise me if it does sort of have that move in it. So we'll hold on to this. We're banking on this trade. We're not yet. We're gonna, hopefully we will. We'll put a bid out here at 50s just to get out of 10%. And then we'll put another bid at 25s or so to get out of another 10%. And then hopefully, am I at 50 exactly? No, we get that fill, so there it is. So again, we'll make back right now what we lost on that long, but we still lost on it, and it's not good. My whole day is this stupid trade on Tesla. Hopefully we can rectify that at some point, but wow. Like Tesla breaking, you know, everyone here is long. This is why it's gonna be a pretty bad day. Everybody's long here on Tesla. You had to have that opinion that what the heck is going on with this stock today, because you're giving back a lot. It was up 10%. You know, now you're only up 3.5. So this stock definitely giving it up. And then Nvidia just bounced off 50 again. Let's put another 5% down there. There we go. We'll take a 60 fill. And now hopefully that move will happen. And by the way, Amazon, man.
Yay, 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 yay. Brendo.
That one is so stupid. But I like it anyways. Right there, 186.08. Right there for Amazon. I just put a bid at 08s. I thought we got filled, but we did not. So let me just punch some out there. We'll punch some 15s, 16s, get it out, cancel our 8 now, because we got to have this tick. And it's not just for looks. It's because we're broken down. And you see all this stuff underneath here? I mean, we could hold this 186. So it'd be silly for me to just be so focused on Nvidia to miss this Amazon breakdown as well. So we're not missing Nvidia now, baby. Now we're in the money. And this takes, honestly, for me, this has been a big change. And we've talked about that, the ability to reverse it. Now, we did not reverse it on Tesla, which would have been
that was a pretty serious
moonshot, but
reversal.
this is a serious one to the downside as well. So I mean, it's $1 on the Nvidia reversal here, and it would have been like $3 or $4 on Tesla. But that name appears to be broken temporarily.
What's not broken yet is Apple, at least. Apple holding the line at 213. It closed at 213. Pre-market low at 213. It's bounced 3 times at 213. If there's a bounce to be had, I think going to this name makes some sense. There's been some counter. We've seen it before where it goes counter to what Nvidia is doing and you get rotation from one to the other. The other thing that happened is Meta. We were talking about the strength over in Meta, like for a hot minute. Now Meta absolutely tanking. The 500 level looks pretty good there. I might have got shaken out of Longeveron, unfortunately. But Longeveron just wicked me. I made the bottom wick in there with that stop. It's still above VWAP, still looking pretty good. Volume settling in there at 65. So one more chance for it to bounce off VWAP. Otherwise, I'm taking the higher low again. And I'm going to get on the bid. It looks like it's about to hold this 70 level. Some size there at the 70s. My stop is VWAP on ARM. I'm in here on the bid for both those lows. But if it takes out VWAP, it's got $5 from VWAP to the high of the day. So it's obviously got a wide range on it. I think if it tanks, I think it gets down to $150. It's sitting at 155 right now. But if it breaks out VWAP 57, that would also mean it breaking back to yesterday's highs. Oh, wait, here comes the dip in Longeveron. If it doesn't get to VWAP, then I'm going to play it off to 70 one more time. Let's go to Adara for the crypto update.
Saw an interesting article here with regards to some intense bullishness, some Bitcoin whales coming in on Tuesday. They don't have the data for Wednesday yet, but apparently Tuesday, crypto whales were picking up about $1.4 billion worth of Bitcoin. And this came as Bitcoin hit its lowest supply in almost 3 years since December 2021. So this is a nice look. It's apparently the largest inflow day for Bitcoin whales since those ETFs began trading or a renewer, so in late February. So nice look here for this Bitcoin addition there at the time. We do have Bitcoin as well here on the daily chart, continuing again to find a bit of a hard time here at that 71, 72,000 level. After a move up to 68,000, we're giving up a little bit of that today. Thus far, currently 67.3 for BTC. Ethereum also falling back a little bit here to below the 3,500 level. BNB, Solana, Ripple, Dogecoin, Cardano, all pretty significantly to the downside. Not a lot of strength in the crypto markets today, guys.
All right. Wow. I mean, Nvidia is very, very, very impressive. I mean, we tried to get that short, and then it broke back above 128.50. You know, the market is really starting to bounce again. Like these PPI and CPI days and things like that, and especially a day after Fed. And I know I said I would want to short Apple yesterday, and thanks to Chris for bringing that up to me before. The thing is like, I'm guessing that we're just sort of carrying the day again here on the NASDAQ, right? I mean, the NASDAQ did fall temporarily. I mean, this is one of the more dramatic ones that we've seen just because we only have one green candle before eventually now trying to get back to the upside. So yeah, pretty dramatic day here in the markets, needless to say, as I feel like I've been thrown around a lot. I don't know about other people. I mean, this Amazon short's been okay.
This has been, though, it's a, what's the word? It's like a seesaw kind of day.
Seesaw's a good one.
I think
yeah,
it's a
no
big
one knows
time
what's going
seesaw
on,
day.
yeah.
No questions asked about it. Apparently, we're going right back over to Adara.
she's busy.
More on the desk. Busy up at the desk.
Busy indeed. We do have Ming-Chi Kuo. This is that noted Apple supply chain analyst. He's now tweeting here about Qualcomm's QCOM. Not much of a reaction here for Qualcomm right now, but basically Ming-Chi Kuo tweeting out this article he's written about some new growth drivers for QCOM. So keep an eye on Qualcomm here, trying to push a little bit higher, guys.
So Qualcomm pushing higher, Apple pushing higher along with that. We did mention that. Back to VWAP on Intel. So suddenly, now Intel catches a bid? Really? Is that what we're telling me? Like, it's down one. This was down when everything else was up. And I guess logic would be that now it's caught a bit of a bottom. It didn't get to 30, but I reloaded it VWAP anyways because the trend is still going to be in there. Longeveron did come in. We got the bounce there. Apple, I'll probably just cancel this bid at 213 on Apple. It's almost at VWAP as we speak, so I think we missed that bottom there on Apple. You had to be locked and loaded and ready to go right when it got there. I said if Longeveron did not break that 70, I'd get back in there instead of VWAP, so it bounced off 70 and I grabbed 72s on the long side. I'm still gonna scalp out into 3 and wanna hold a break. I'm not taking any breakouts on this stock today. I want to go dip buying and then try to hold a piece through the break and then add if it holds a bid above 3, which you can see it did not hold a bid above $3. Immediately rejected it. And that was after a halt. If it goes into another halt, I'm holding. An up halt, I'm holding through. A down halt, I should be out because I adjust my stop as it goes higher. Not holding any longs through any down halts on a stock like this. It literally, as we said, look at that. It'll come back. 85, 90. Stop underneath. No matter what, I'm always going to have stops on stocks like this. If you make bottom wick, you make bottom wick. Who cares? I'd rather be green and miss out than get caught in a down halt and this thing does like 40 or 50% on you in one shot.
All right. It's just getting more and more violent around here for me. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, things aren't going the way that I had thought they would so far here today, including like just getting tossed around. And I hate feeling like this because, okay, well, now we're flat on Nvidia, but it's just on this position. It's just because, like, I want the long in Nvidia, but, like, the market is trying to tell me short. But then, you know, I just don't think that right now there's any real reason to be putting on, like, a maximum position pretty much anywhere right now. I know all you guys are saying for me to look at GME, but honestly, like, I have Nvidia shares on right now, and I will have a look at GME, but this Nvidia, if it breaks 129, maybe 129, this is all where VWAP and all of that is. So I don't, like I'm going against what I normally do. I'm shorting strong stocks, which is not a great recipe for any kind of success for me. But now that I'm talking about this, let me get out of 10% here if I can at 128.50 for flat, and then just regroup it because, yeah, we're feeling some kind of way about this one. I think it can still crash. I mean, if this gets back into here, then the whole day will be a complete turnaround for me, and we'll be like, okay, that was good. But like, we already took this hit one time on Amazon trying to average it in, and then eventually got to short. So that's kind of the logic that I'm trying to use here with Nvidia, but Nvidia and Amazon aren't the same. I wrote down Amazon for a short here, and that's why it's $1.50 in the money. That's not why, but it's $1.50 short in the money now. We wrote down Nvidia long. It's kind of like when Neil was talking about Apple there. We shouldn't be looking for Apple short. You should be looking for potential bottoms to grab a stock that you're looking to go long on. I mean, it's just the same thing.
Yeah, that was exactly my point. I flipped to shorts and totally forgot about the buy in Apple at 213.
Yep, exactly.
And that might have been, I mean, one of the most simplistic trades you can ever do is I like the general direction of a stock, right? So bias, let's just say bias long, and then get a ridiculously significant price level. So post-Fed day bottom 213, closing price 213, pre-market low, there you go, 3 things. Closing price 213, and then the pre-market low was 213. And then it bounced. I didn't even see it the first, look at this. 1, 2, 3 times it bounced off at that same level before I was even looking at the stupid thing. And there's $1.50 for you where I think you're risking 25 or 30 cents on that trade, reasonably speaking. Now, I didn't get any fills, so I can't tell you exactly what you would have got down there. But again, if you're only looking at that stock, by then I was resigned to looking for shorts. And so if ARM works out, great, but I don't necessarily think it was the lower hanging fruit. And you should always hope to get the lower hanging fruit. As I mentioned, long Jeveron, I took more shares out on the bounce this time than I did the last time, so I did better the second time than the first, but it still doesn't hold on. It could be breaking VWAP in here as it heads into the downside. I did just get a first profit take on ARM. Sorry, we're at VWAP right now on long Jeveron, so if it bounces, I want to be there. But I did just get first outs. 154 was first outs on ARM. Then here, 153 change, then low of the day. And if it breaks 150, I want something on board. I just feel like the day when this stock unwinds, it tends to be pretty ridiculous, just like when it goes to the upside. So there's the hold of VWAP finally on long Jeveron, despite the fact that we traded a couple of other levels twice. So if it can hold this 260, we're going to jump back into it. I think this time it's just a pure scalp into 285, 290, and I would take out 90% of it instead of like 60 to 70% like I had before. Adara, again.
Keep an eye on Ethereum here. Reuters reporting and this circulating on Twitter here that apparently Gary Gensler is seeing a potential ETH, Ethereum ETF approval here sometime in the summer. So this being reported by Reuters, we'll have to wait and see. Keep an eye on ETHE and any of these Ethereum-related products, guys.
Oh, well, I have Nvidia huge. All right, so I was long before that. Before you went to Adair there, I figured that's what she was saying. All right, so I just punched long 66s here. The move already happened, and this is not the same as last time. Like when we had that move up in Ethereum the last time, I think a lot of that was because there was so much negativity behind the fact that it may not happen, right? And so for right now, looks like, okay, well, I'm going to take some piece out here at 75 if we're able to. Oh, we just did. Okay, good. So I was like, don't I have a 75 offer? All right, so nice move up. We're only long. It doesn't show our shares on there for pink sheets or for OTC markets. Like I am, right? Doesn't show it. I'm long. So I'm long. No, it does. It's okay. I can see. Yeah, I'm long right now on Ethereum. So right there, ETHE. Let's see where it goes. I have an offer at 80 to get out of another 30 or so % of this trade. It looks like this news is causing a little bit of a move higher here, and there it is. We'll get some hot dog. I'm still not happy about Nvidia though. We have a decent size on this right here on Ethereum. So if it does moon, we're fine with it and we're happy. But I'm not. I'm just peed off there. We did get. Oh, by the way, we should talk about it quickly. But I got more out there at the 200 period at 50. So like that was a flat trade. It's fine. To lose 50 cents is fine. I'm more frustrated in the fact that like I'm short and I probably shouldn't be here into Nvidia while Amazon, the short that really prints, is still printing. So like I said, remember I said, oh, this is going to break 128. All this size doesn't mean anything. This has done 100 million shares, and the options and all that kind of stuff that gets traded on Nvidia just blows through these levels. It's not. These levels don't really mean anything. So we're going to get stopped out above 128. But Ethereum's still going, Amazon's still going, and Nvidia, unfortunately, making moves all the way back. We got some good bids down there when we went short, and we said we were proud of flipping over. But again, it didn't flip too long to the downside. We took about like 50 cents on that trade, and now we hold this one 50 cents against us. So, all right, let's go over to Adair again.
The sector board is pretty emblematic of how the NASDAQ is kind of outperforming the S&P 500 here today. Nvidia and Broadcom, the main positive names here on the board alongside Tesla and consumer durables. But this electronic technology sector does have some standouts. A little bit of strength as well in technology services. Oracle trading strong day 2 of earnings, but Google and Meta both a bit weaker here. Generally, though, other than Nvidia and Broadcom, there isn't even a lot of strength within this tech sector as well. So a little bit of weakness across the board, save for some outstanding moves to the upside in certain names. Health technology, finance, producer manufacturing, all very weak here. Health services, process industry, transportation, Uber up about 5% yesterday, giving up at least half of that gain today, down almost 4% right now for UBER. Industrials, energy, minerals, utilities, consumer non-durables all weak. I do want to mention consumer services. This one pretty weak as well, but some strength we have here in Starbucks and Chipotle. Both of these getting an upgrade from Goldman Sachs alongside some other food names like Domino's. So keep an eye on some of the names in this sector with those upgrades in mind, guys.
Well, we're right here.
A second ago, Nvidia was tanking and Apple was ripping. Now Nvidia's ripping and Apple is not tanking, but right back into this 213
Oh yeah, what
level.
the heck?
So it just pulled back a full $1. I already have a stop underneath, so we said we missed it the first time, but I'm still going to take it. This and when I say the first time, I mean it actually bounced like for 15 minutes off the level, so you really could have had it for a long time at this 213. But we're there now, so we'll see what happens. It's the only stock that I was really paying attention to that did not break through those lows. I mentioned Meta was strong. Meta is no longer strong, putting in higher lows, but it broke the low of the day is the key thing. For me, so broke through the bottom, whereas Apple held the bottom. I think that's a distinction that I'm going to care about. Long Chevron, we just got back into it, but it's exactly flat. I'm long at 60, it's at 59. So check that, it's at 61, so nothing really going on there. Apple should be the next one. I just saw in the chat there, it's like Racer Maxine saying it's a flat bottom break.
On what?
On Apple.
Oh, maybe.
I think it could be the only reason I'm not reversing that level is if you track right into the close, 212.50 is actually this bottom. So I'm looking for the long off 213. If it's underneath 212.5, I think that's a different story. But as long as 13's on the bid, I'm still looking for the long. I think it would have to take out this 212.50 before I would get into a short on Apple. That's the actual Fed day bottom as far as I'm concerned. But no long just yet. There it is. It just bounced 40 cents away from my order. So maybe I need to be a little bit more aggressive with it. Pop it up maybe 20 or 30 cents and see if we can actually get something on Apple.
So I just punched out. We'll make money on, we won't make money on, wait a second, what just happened to Nvidia there? All right, we got to get into, we got stopped out of a little bit of Nvidia. We'll try to get a little bit more. All right, so just real quick here on Ethereum. So we got some out at 80, then we punched out for flat the rest of it. So we got like half out up here, and then we punched some 75s. As we started to see it coming down, we got some 68s, and then we punched out for flat at 65. So we were actually long at 66 at one point on that trade. And then we, like I said, out for a little bit of flat action right there. So all right, Nvidia did touch that 129. I told you we got, again, I see what Neil's talking about. Sometimes the level will break, and then you'll be like, did that break or not? And I don't know if it broke on Nvidia or not. We did get stopped out. We didn't get stopped out of it all because it was going back and forth. So we'll figure out what exactly happened there on Nvidia. But for right now, it is starting to pull back a little bit, and we are short. So we're short Nvidia here, just waiting to see if there is going to be a play or not on this name moving forward. So there's the short on it. Like Neil just mentioned, maybe if Apple does break, then we'll get some feels for the market, and this will come back in. I still think that we could retest this 127.50, but there's the pullback into the 200 period on Nvidia. So, you know, in what could be a really good stock right now, it's kind of caught in la la land, I guess, right? I mean, it hasn't really moved as much as I would hope for it today for us to be sort of obsessing about it. So let's hold off hope and see what happens here. Hopefully it comes back into the downside. 129.10 looks like where we went up to on that little false break. So maybe 129.20, something like that, if you're going to get out of this. But right now we're short at 95s.
Speaking of short, I reloaded Intel at VWAP. The other thing, we were just on the offer about to get filled along Chevron. I might have jinxed it. It's right back into that, like VWAP, we got it long. It was about to pop in and give us something in front of 70s, and now it's pulling right back. Apple, still trying to be patient and actually look for the 213. So I'm sitting out here. I don't need to have this hanging around. I'll be on the levels. I'll be on the level 2. I might just try to punch it on a bounce off of 213, meaning let it get down to the price, and if I see it start to bid up, just hit the offer aggressively instead of just standing in front of a moving freight train if it does come back in down to that level. So long Chevron, still not much happening up there. Remember GameStop?
No.
That thing that we've been talking about like literally every single day, with the exception of, ever heard of them?
No, Game Start?
Yeah, so guess what? At the high of the day, holds VWAP. Remember we like this thing when it puts higher lows and then dips into VWAP and holds? Well, that's working if you tried that, and it's at the high of the day now. So that $28 level was pretty big in the afternoon, but I'm just going to go on VWAP here. Dip into VWAP has worked almost every single day. When it does a false break of the low, you take a VWAP dip into a fresh high. It's already done it once. If it can do it twice, GameStop up 7% today. Lo and behold, and all this madness in the market, it dipped in, didn't break 25, and is now trend up since bouncing off the 25 level. Lower hanging fruit sometimes.
Yeah, and you guys were mentioning that in the chat, so it's our bad because we were
occupied elsewhere.
Okay, Nvidia, do your damn thing. Do it. I cannot believe that. It's so funny, life of a day trader, you know, you sit here and I was just like, come on, Nvidia, go long, break 130, break 130. Now I'm like, you better tank, you son of a. But right now, we'll wait to see. We are now 70 cents in the money, 80 cents in the money on this last little piece here. No, it's not a little piece, but on a piece of Nvidia that we have. We still have more than half of this trade as I'm targeting these lows right here. So I don't know. We know this emperor has many clothes, and it just seems like, you know, sometimes they take some off and then put it back on. And it seems like when they put their next piece of clothing back on, it's like, you know, the Louis Vuitton, and it just keeps on adding and adding and adding. And the next thing you know, this emperor is wearing very expensive clothing, up to 128 and change. So, all right, let's go. We just got a 14 fill right there. Or did we? No, we did not get a 14 fill. We got a 20 fill. There it is. Now we get the 14 fill. Come on, bring it on down right now. And we'll see if we can get going. There's a 128 fill for us now on Nvidia. Yes, sir.
Holy
we back in that building right now. Is GameStop moving? I'm hearing it in here.
Yeah, forget about the dip into VWAP. Let's just throw that out the window for a second as GameStop just continues to break higher. I'm only chuckling because the thing that
shareholder
meeting
excited,
the shareholder meeting's at 11. I'm like, duh. So maybe it's going to make a move into 11 o'clock. So at this point, if it dips into VWAP, it might be right at the start of the meeting, which could be a bit of a problem. I don't necessarily want to be taking an entry against the grain, like I'd buy the dip when they're going to start the meeting. I don't think that makes any sense. And I'm not going to take any breakouts off highs. Whoa, why am I? Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Long what?
No,
long Chevron?
No.
Oh.
I just had to punch out of ARM because I think I keystroked it. I bid the wrong stock. Yeah. So I was taking a bid at ARM, and the intention was to take a bid here and then hold the rest down for 151 where I was bidding. Yeah, I actually got long on ARM just now, accidentally.
Oh, yeah.
And just punched right out of it.
Oh,
I had no intentions of being long ARM. In fact, I still want to be short this name. So I'm going to see if I can jump back in at the 50, in the 55 range here on ARM. But you make a mistake. Well, I'll be up on it because it did make a good move, but I should still be in that short. I'm not going to chase this. It's got a bit of a spread. But just get out right away if that ever happens to you. Long Chevron is bouncing, and I am no longer bidding VWAP on GameStop. That's what the first thing I was saying.
You might have just heard me say, oh, yeah, and then, oh, no. Because Nvidia broke 128, Oh, that's Tesla. My bad. I was looking at Tesla because I was like, oh man, I can't believe my whole day is lost on Tesla there. There it is. So there's the break. We have a bunch of outs here at 128, by the way. So it went down to one. See, like I said, it's kind of like the same thing that happened on this break right there as well. So it breaks and then goes like 5 or 6 cents and then instantly back up to, wow. All right, we're short. I'll get some more short up here on this name. I feel like this bounce might just be because of that, refusal to break lower on that. So let's wait. I am bidding. As soon as I saw that, I tried to punch some, but it just kept going. So once it was at 128.20 and 128.30, I felt like I did not want to get out of the rest of those shares. So I'm bidding now 128.03 and 127.96. So other than that, not much.
It's still not short Jeveron. It's long Jeveron. The stock does like weird things, and it was just bouncing off VWAP. Remember I said this time I'm going to scalp more out in front of 290 than the previous 2 times so that I wouldn't get that trail out of like 25 or 30%. Well, that's what it did. And it broke 25s. I put a trailing stop in back through 325, which filled pretty much instantly. So it broke 25s. I threw a trail. It got out. Now it's bouncing off the $3 level. We're going to get to money talks because it's already 10:50. 10 minutes to go in the morning show. 10 minutes to go till the GME shareholder event. Yeah, whatever you call it. Presentation, whatever they call it. Let's get to the desk for money talks.
This time yesterday, we were looking at some pretty significant weakness in the DXY here on the daily chart, falling to almost that 104 level. It recovered pretty nicely, though, during the FOMC meeting yesterday. Now currently pushing back above 105. So nice bit of a comeback story here for the DXY. We did, though, get for the second day in a row some weaker than expected inflation data. So we got the PPI coming lower or flat across the board here. So month over month for May, coming in lower than expected, negative 0.2% versus positive 0.1% expected. Core PPI month over month, flat versus 0.3% upside expected. And the year over year PPI for May coming in exactly 3.2, so exactly in line with expectations here. We also got jobless claims higher than expected here, 242,000 versus the estimate of 225,000. We do have a couple more Fed and data-related things on watch as we head into the rest of the day. We're going to be getting Fed's Williams and U.S. Secretary Yellen both speaking at 12 p.m., so keep an eye on those. Either or both of those speeches could potentially have some moves here. Also worth noting, tomorrow we do get the preliminary University of Michigan consumer sentiment data that's going to be coming at 10 a.m. So let's keep an eye on here as we head into the rest of the week, guys.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Adara. As we do head into the rest of the weekend coming up tomorrow, Obi will be on the desk, so that should be really exciting for everybody. Amazon now $2 in the money, so we'll go 1-2. But I'm still like, oh man, like Nvidia's been really fun to trade. There's no doubt about that, but it's just like a little bit of a stock today. Like Neil said, I hadn't looked at AMD yet. Wow, 157. This is pretty low for them. No, down 1.5%. Okay, yeah. So like we said, like not all stocks are built the same. This probably, I don't know if this is a better short or not than Nvidia, but definitely not up here where Nvidia is. So as far as a stock to buy, hold, probably the one you would want would be Nvidia, but this name right here looks like we're going to lose it again because that 50 period is 160 and change. The one thing that hopefully Nvidia does is come to the downside, but if it comes to the downside, then we'll be able to buy something a little more exquisite for lunch. All right, there's Nvidia. Well, did we get a fill down there on Nvidia? No, we did not. It did come in, Nvidia, sorry, that's still AMD. What am I doing? Nvidia just came to 128 flat again. We're at 128.03. We'll wait for that. Okay, let's talk about what's for lunch. What's for lunch today is an Italian favorite, but not necessarily a favorite of mine. And it does include chicken. And if I said chicken and I said Italian, you should know one of two things. It should either be chicken parmesan or what it is today is chicken cacciatore with baby potatoes. So it should be okay. I think the baby potatoes would save that. That's like a chicken stew kind of thing. Yeah, it should be good. The reason why I don't always love it is if the sauce isn't right, then it's not right. And for me, sometimes sauces are not right. So
you're picky. Look, when you're Italian, you're a little pickier than I am because
can you get Gates of Hell for AMD.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, good. Yeah, people not liking AMD.
Yeah, let's do this for AMD. And look, you talk about the chip names you're going to trade, right? So without any trades in AMD today, I feel like that's possibly it's a mistake in terms of it was a great opportunity to just fade the actual high and then look to join the trend. Like look at this when it pulls back in. Not just once to 159 and a failure, but twice. Look at the wick top. Like if you love, I like joining trends generally speaking, but yeah, 159 fails again. I'm only now into Intel off of VWAP. I do want to get back into long Jevron. I was asked that question, would I get back into long Jevron off VWAP? Yeah, like until it stops working, like why? Like I kind of feel like why wouldn't you? So as long as it keeps catching a bid out in front of VWAP, it's trend up. It's up 61%. It's got a small float and all the good stuff that you want. That BRTX that we were in earlier, I mean, that was for a hot minute looking good. It doesn't hold the higher low in the trend to the upside. Now look at this, it's weak. So throw this one out the window and move on over to the one that's actually going, which is long Jevron. And then GameStop in 5 minutes. People in the chat are saying that the shareholder vote doesn't usually do anything.
No.
That's fair. That said, as it's starting, I don't know that I want to be sitting on a bid in front of VWAP. If it bounces off of VWAP and I join a move like this one here where it bounces off VWAP, then you get long on the way back up, that's one thing. But I'm not going to be sitting on the bid at the start just in case you get run over. I mean, if you just sat on the bid at the start of when you thought the live stream was going to start for Roaring Kitty, that was probably the worst thing you could have done. Because it didn't start on time, you got run over and went into a down hold. I don't think that happens here, but I'd rather play a bounce than just sit out in front of what is sometimes a moving freight train in either direction. In this case, it's pulling back GameStop.
All right. Yeah, I was just responding here. Okay, so just real quick, Amazon is still that $2 in the money, and I just feel that again, it's $2 in the money because the market is down. But I just want to bring to everybody's attention that we all put out little things, and I mean the sticky note today, we only had one short idea, and the exact same thing happened to me back-to-back days, and that was that we shorted that exact same level twice, and then put on the exact same trade twice. So we were short yesterday into this move, but the Fed was going, and then all of a sudden Powell left, and then this happened. I liked Amazon into the pre-market highs, into VWAP, into the 200 period, but at the end of the day, we talk about being, yes, Nvidia, we just got that 127.90 that I put out there that I missed the first time. But anyways, sometimes support and resistance is what holds. And honestly, it's like, why did it stop there yesterday? Why did it stop there today? I have no clue why. But at the end of the day, the move doesn't matter, and it's a downside one. So if you're short, you print. And there's Nvidia. So sure, we're $1 in the money now, and it's good to go on that one. We're pretty proud of Nvidia today, but I really thought that 130 break was going to happen, and it didn't. So we did really good here. This is the part that I'm sad about, where we were buying these 128s. We were able to get some out, and then when it broke, we got out at 128.75. So that one hurt as far as the reload is concerned, but this short reload is fine, and this one's working out now $1 in the money with about 30 or 40 cents worth of risk. So yeah, I mean, will the market here, Neil, let me ask you this. I say yes. Will the market be red by 2 o'clock when we come back?
Oh, it's hard for me not to say yes. I want to believe in the long. I just don't. That's why I flipped over to shorts, and I wanted to be on the bit of Apple there, but I got to feel that we're going red today. That said, I'm flat in terms of positions, and I'm exactly flat today. So for ARM and Tesla cancel each other out. Long Jevron cancels out a loss in Apple and a loss in Intel combined, and we're flat on every other trade essentially. So I don't have any positions on. Look, my line in the sand for Intel, the previous low was right here at 30.40, so we're shorting back into VWAP with our stop at the previous low. It broke it, but it's still underneath the open range. So I might jump back into this at a 30.50 level, but I want to see what the next move is. Is it going to hold a VWAP on the long side? Is it going to reject the 230.50 where I can get a better price? GameStop's still within the pocket of, I mean, they're going to open up in like 90 seconds. They're going to start that meeting. Still in the pocket underneath VWAP. But I'd like to see it actually bounce. Like show me a bounce play and a bit of a higher low, and then I'll jump into it. And then we'll get into long Jevron. I mean, VWAP, yes, because that's what we've been buying before, but it could always hold some kind of different higher low that I don't mind working myself into. I might have missed my opportunity to get back in ARM. It's not really looking like it wants to grab VWAP, so I want to look for something else in the chip space. And so,
What's up?
yeah, you know what? No, I was about to pull up Micron to look for something else in the chip space, and I just realized Micron's up 1.4% and well above VWAP in here. So I will not be shorting Micron. I want to short something weaker, so it might just have to be back to Intel off of the $30.50, if it even gets there. It's at 40s now. I got out. I'm not getting back in unless it's a test of that 50 level on INTC.
Look, we're now $1.30 in the money on Nvidia, but I just want to say what's up to Charlie Taff here, who says he appreciates my humility. This is funny because I don't know, someone in my life, it's not my wife, but someone says cheer up Buttercup, and it's like when you wrote that on there, it just made me laugh a little bit. Oh yeah, trust me, the mood I'm in is fine. I'm in a good mood. I have tomorrow off, and tomorrow I'm with.
Where are you going tomorrow?
To Ancaster. Yeah,
oh, right. No, you said I.
Yeah, we have. We have the tournament tomorrow, and it's going to be a heck of a lot of fun. It's High Park. This is me and my daughter right here, right now. It's my lovely wife, of course. There's some handsome guy named Brendo, and there it is right here. That's my daughter, Starbies. She's done now 4,000 shots this month, or something like that in the backyard. And here's my golfing buddy, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mr. Barron, who came on the show. And I actually have there's a clip here when he was on the show, and because he was our newest analyst, and we had hired him for a minute, and then he's made a great call. I don't know where it is on here, but anyways, it's on here. Oh yeah, this was a fun time. We went to the Raptors game. Oh, a clean-shaven Sharif is right here. There he is. But anyways, go find this all on your favorite or least favorite social media, Instagram.
We got to get Brendan a jersey, or at least wear the Raptors red next time we do that.
I don't know if Brendan owns any jerseys. Brendan, you own any jerseys?
Bet.
No, head is being shaken.
Not even like blue.
All right, good. I'm going to talk about this on the Freedom and Wealth podcast. Next time.
I got a lot of Jays gear we get. I'm going to give you something. Next time. Well, the Raptors.
You can give him whatever. Yeah, I mean, it does. I honestly have probably 100 jerseys.
I have way too many because I got a lot of like I was just buying them off Cheese, but back when he was doing.
I'm not. Yeah, like I have like 2 or 3 different Crosby jerseys.
We have a friend whose nickname is Cheese. Obviously, as I said that, but it's past 11 o'clock. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't even realize
someone else got their jury summons. What's up, 1320 Wolf?
Yeah, well, good luck with your jury duty. I hope you don't have to go.
I hope I do.
Why do you want to go to jury?
I want to experience it.
I want to experience it when I'm like retired. Like when I'm old.
I don't want to experience it when I'm retired. When I'm retired, I'm going to be chilling out, not even in Canada.
That's when I'd want to do it. Like when I'm,
Wait a minute, if you're not in Canada,
well,
you're still a citizen, right? You'd have to.
No, you can't get summons when you're out of the country.
You cannot?
That doesn't even make any sense. How could they summons you when you're out of the country? You'd just be like,
I bet you they can.
I am traveling.
But then they would I think you just kick the can. I think they would just tell you, well, as soon as you're back, I don't wonder how that works. Because that's kind of like draft dodging and all that stuff.
It's not. Well, that's not really the same thing.
It's not?
Draft.
I mean, dodging your civil duty.
Yeah. By the way, Apple's about to break that 212.50. Okay, we're supposed to go to the midday. It is Learn to Trade. It is Sharif. It is Adara. It is Apple breaking 250. I didn't get 212.50 just now. So fresh lows on Apple as the market is going downside.
What the heck?
Let's go to the midday. Good luck, everybody.
Yes. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as that Midday Show. That is your girl Adara, and I am Sharif. And we have a lot of people already waiting in the chat. I guess maybe because we're a little overtime. What's up, Big Kyle Burdett? We got Darwin as well. We got Mahat. Sorry, I always butcher your name, man. I'm really sorry about that. We got Benson. We got Dan. We got Cairo, Scott H as well in the house. What's up, my man? Micro player joining us. So is Matthew Booth and Paul Goodson. Adara is obviously in the chat. Eric Mesla. We got Solo Christo, Killer Cam, and Hey Davis. Ash and other Zinc joining us. The Pawns, the Vaughns, the Wolf. Ooh, 1320 Wolf. Hey Davis, Christopher Wagner, Dino Abedini, as well as Scott Edwards and Honest Abe, Stefan Gilbert as well joining us, and Fiddleback and Simple Pro Trader. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning. How are you this fine day?
Yeah, I've been trying to trade Apple unsuccessfully so far this morning. Not doing too well. We're going to try to hit the reset button and get our feet under us and get some proper trades in-house. But yeah, Apple making fresh lows, breaking through that IB low, and that prompted me to get stopped out. So we're going to have to look for a new setup. But let's get what is moving here real quick. We're going to look at the small cap gappers just for a quick sec because there's a lot moving here. Zap, chief among them. The halting stock extraordinaire is up 283.25%, just down halted though. It looks like here for the second time at that 2 3/4, 307 HOD. The deets on Zap are a cool, a high, a very expensive $8.5 million market cap with 14 million shares traded on the day, and the float is a minuscule 1.6 million share float. Wowzer, is that small? Let's find out if our friend Zap has a decent short float here that we can talk about. 1.53%, not much to talk about there. We'll keep eyes on Zap. The other one, the one that was a holdover from yesterday and is a former runner, you need only look at this, the daily chart on this bad boy, LGVN Longeveron, 330 HOD. It is well above that volume weighted average price of 2 1/3. It's right below that $3 area. We're going to look for different possible setups. Shout out to Scott H for pointing this one out to me yesterday. I actually like this area right here at 280. It's the aftermarket high from 640 last night, and we also peaked out there in the pre at this 280, 285-ish general area. So this trough that it just formed after this bigger red candle here at 1050 looks to be a good area of support. We'll keep an eye on that. BRTX, another small cap gapper. This one has broken down sadly below VWAP, and you know that spells for my rules. It's doing a bit of a dance here with the 50 on the 5 at that $1.80. It's going to have to get above $2 or VWAP for me to get interested on this one again. But it's $12 3/4 million market cap with 78 million shares already traded so far in a 5.5 million share float. Let's find out if there is a short float of note on this name, 1.5%. So not really anything to write home about. So we've talked about BRTX, Zap, and LGVN. Wheeler, WHLR was doing things, and then it stopped. 4 1/5 to the high side, now breaking down below 3, below VWAP, not tradable onto my system, so leave that. But obviously, you guys see them. There's GME, there's AMC on the side charts, and rightfully so. We got GM up 6 2/3 right now, Adara. It's not a bad look, up into that $28 topped out there. We'll keep eyes on this one. AMC as well, holding for a second day above 5. It did trade below 5 in the aftermarket yesterday, but the closing print was also below 5, sadly. So this one, you know, definitely still having trouble with that $5 area on a closing basis. Closed that out $4.91, well above 5 right now. Let's see if we can actually stay above 5 on a closing basis. AMC, we'll look at those ones. Anything you want to point out to the viewers before we get to the lesson du jour?
Yeah, I'd love to. So there's 2 things that people ask me about in the chat, and they're actually 2 things I already had eyes on, so I love when that works out. I want to shout out Nelson Tribe Gaming and Brad Gober. Brad Gober was like, Google range. And believe me, the first thing I said when I sat down to Sharif, I'd be like, Google strategy.
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't been able to play it though. I tried the long, Google was like, yeah, that's not happening. Tried the short, Google was like, yeah, that's not happening. I just don't have good timing on it, so I'm going to leave it be. That being said, levels I like on Google, initially that base was going to be around 176.25, top of 176.60. Now we're seeing a bit of a rejection at that 176.25. So that's where I want to short. Google, if you give me that opportunity again, I will be searching for that level. Nelson Drive Gaming, though, asking me, hey, like, good morning, and, you know, good morning to everyone here as well. How are you liking the SPY? I said, I already took a scalp short on the SPY. I clearly got out early. I took 10 pennies. The SPY drops another 30. But, you know, we're not here to have FOMO. What I wanted to see was I really wanted to take these kind of low day little nibbles. So that's what I did. I nibbled on some profits there. SPY dropped lower. Yeah, it's okay, SPY, do your thing, 21. We do not have FOMO over here. We try not to. And so, yeah, more scalping hopefully in the horizon. I told Nelson Tribe Gaming that I liked 540, 80s. Obviously, I'm not getting that again. How are you doing?
I want to read out what the Katina man wrote on the sticky note this morning with respect to Apple. AAPL 212L. That means 212 long. Well, just have a look at what it. 212.17. You're on at 20s. He's at 21s right now, and he's already $1 in the money because this broke through 213.20. So shout out to the Katina man. Great trade off the bottom there. I don't want to call it the dead one anymore. On the revived one, moving up back above 213. Let's see if this one stopped me out to no end. So I have traded it poorly today. We'll look to get back in the good books on Apple as soon as we are done the lesson du jour. So let's get right to that. We are talking about the 3 inside up and the 3 inside down pattern. Yeah, you're probably wondering what is this, but it's actually an interesting pattern here. It is one of the lesser known ones, but it's great for finding it at peaks and troughs. You'll know what I mean in a second. So let's get right to it. So what is it? What is it? The term 3 inside up and 3 inside down refers to a pair of candle reversal patterns. One's bullish, one's bearish, as you can see there on the diagram right there. So you can catch them on the bull side and on the bear side. The pattern requires 3 candles to form a specific sequence showing that the current trend has lost its momentum and a move in the other direction may be starting. So 3 candle sequence, and it is reversing the preceding trend. So let's dissect the 3 upside, 3 inside up and 3 inside down patterns. So before jumping into the 2 variations, let's understand the key elements that make this reversal pattern what it is. 1, the trend preceding the pattern. You always hear me talk about this when it comes to patterns because it depends on whether they're the continuation or reversal. If they're continuation, that means it's going to keep going in the direction that preceded it. If it's a reversal, it's going to change the direction that preceded it. So what we need to do here is look at this pattern, and this pattern thrives on established trends. So a 3 inside up emerges during a downtrend. So you have to be making lower highs and lower lows, suggesting a potential shift upwards to the bullish side. Conversely, obviously, a 3 inside down appears with an uptrend and then basically appears at the crest, and then you start making lower highs and lower lows. That is what we have to look at first. Then the inside bar, which is the second candlestick after the first, that's the inside bar. This concept is important. So the core of this pattern lies in the second candlestick. Imagine it as a smaller rebel trapped within a larger dominant trend represented by the first candlestick. This inside bar signifies a temporary halt in the preceding trend's momentum. And then the last but not least, the confirmation candle, that third candle to show up. The third candle acts as the playmaker, so to speak. Ideally, it should entirely enclose the first candle's body. And I'll show you what I mean in a second, similar to the second candle. But crucially, it needs to break free. So it needs to make a higher high than that first candle. And you'll see what I mean in a second. A strong close for this third candle, accompanied by increased volume, as we always look for, bolsters the reversal signal. So here is kind of what I mean by that. I'll get to that in a second. So let's start with the 3 inside up pattern. So the pattern signals, obviously we mentioned a bullish reversal. Here's how to identify it. So the first thing you're looking for is a downtrend. You're looking for the pattern within a downtrend. So you need to be making lower lows and lower highs for this pattern to be valid. Then you're looking for a large bearish candle. It should be a big red candle, okay? The first candlestick is a relatively large bearish candlestick with a wick obviously on both ends, so it doesn't open and close at the high and the low. Then the bullish inside bar. This is the second candlestick. The second candlestick is a smaller bullish, not red, green candlestick entirely contained within the first candlestick's body. And third, and finally, the breakout upward. The third bullish candlestick closes above the first candlestick's high entirely inside its body. So here's what I kind of mean by that. So as you see here, we have a downtrend making lower highs, lower lows, and this here is the first candle. So a bit of a larger candle. Then it makes a green candle above the low and below the high, ensconced within that first candle's body. And then the third candle, this one continues to make newer highs and higher lows, but most crucially, it breaks above the high of that first candle. So you have a 3 candlestick pattern here that you need to be looking for at peaks and troughs. That's where they typically appear. Okay, so this is the 3 candlestick pattern. And here are the 3 variations of it. You're not always going to get it super clean. For example, you can get it like this, where the body of the second candle is ensconced within the first body's red candle. But look how this one makes a wick. So you're not using high and lows here, you're using the candlestick body. So this ends up being valid. And then you have a different variation, number 2 over here. The wicks are also ensconced. This one, the most, I would say, the weirdest variation because the body closes well below the red candlestick's body. So these are 3 variants of this kind of pattern. They all look a little bit different, but you just got to get used to it. And so how to trade this? Here's the move. So this candle, the second candle, has to break above 50% of the range of the first red candle. So this red candle is kind of how you're gauging the second 2 candles. So it's very important to understand the levels of the first candle. So the second candle has to close above the 50% mark of the first red candle. And then the third candle has to close above the first candle. That's all. Those are really the only requirements there, okay? And then here is kind of, you're going to try to get long there. I mean, I would be looking to get long on the close of this candle, but this one, it waits for the 4th candle to break above the 3rd candle's high, and then it gets long. I think that that's a bit conservative. To be honest with you, I would have gone long a little bit earlier. The 3 inside down pattern is exactly the same as the 3 inside up, just in reverse. So I'm not going to go through that whole thing again. I'm just going to give you what to look for because it's exactly the same, just in the opposite. So this pattern is signaling a potential bearish reversal. Here's the breakdown. So what you're looking for first, since we know it's a bearish reversal, there has to be an uptrend to precede it. So you have to be making higher highs and higher lows, and you have to crest. You have to get to that top. So you're not making any higher highs after that. And then you're looking for a large bullish candle. So a big green candle to show up at the top. Then, like we saw with the bullish pattern, you need an inside red candle to be completely contained within the high and the low of the first green candle. And then thirdly, that breakout candle, that's the one that makes a newer low below the low of the first green candle. Same thing as the bullish setup, just entirely in the contrapositive, okay? And here it is. You kind of see it. There's the first bullish green candle, the second candle ensconced within the high and low of the first candle, and then you get the third candle here making a newer low below the low of the first candle. And so that's basically it. The key points you need to remember here, confirmation is key. Don't rely entirely on the candlestick pattern. Look for increased trading volume on the third candle for that breakout. If it's breaking out above the high or the low of the first candle with above average volume, check mark. And it's definitely not a guarantee by any means, right? This pattern is a single indicator. Use it with other technical indicators for more confirmation. And false signals exist. That's just the nature of technical analysis. Take it as it is. This pattern can sometimes be misleading. So, practice is crucial here, and I would advise you to practice in the sim or paper trade or do whatever you need to do. Just make sure that it works with your trading style, Adair.
Yeah, and thank you so much, Trey, for going over that. And it's interesting too. I feel like sometimes, at least the examples are on the slide, it does show that there's confluence in the short case with like that we're at the high of day, and then in the long we're at the low of day, right? So it's like look for any kind of other levels, any maybe slowdown in the previous movement to show that pattern could be on the horizon as well. So thank you so much, Sharif, for going over that. I've learned a lot about these different patterns this week. It's been a new fun week of learning new patterns. Also, let's talk about the SPY, because that is the only name I've been in, not for lack of trying, because some of these mega caps do not want me chilling with them, which is a little annoying. We'll get into that in a moment. But the SPY. I went long here. I stand by this. I do stand by this. And you might be like, Adara, what was the thesis? What was the impetus? Whatever. So I got long here because I said, I wanted to see short case if we got to 80s. We bounced off 90s. So I said, Adara, I think there is a long, I think we can pop up here. It worked for like half a second, and then the SPY was like, nah, I'm going to go back to the downside. I was able to manage it okay-ish. Down on it right now, but the reason I got back in this short was because this was the level off of which I took the initial short, that 540.60. Now, could we reverse here? Absolutely. Do we have a bit of a bottoming tail candle? Yes, but we also have a bit of a topping tail candle into that 90 MA rejection. You have to go in the balance of the evidence. For me, the balance of the evidence of the SPY is generally lower highs, and I've seen that we have that possibility to get into that 540.50s. That's where I'm getting out 2/3 of the position. SPY, if you want to come back, give me another little nibble here at 540.60s, I will add back in. But I mean, if you want to break another low of day, who am I to say no? Who am I to stop you? I only have 1/3 of the position left, so this is quite literally small potatoes. But it does, like I said, it's about getting the reps in. It's about going to the gym, doing those push-ups, adding to the barbell, and that's what's happening. Weird analogy, but that's what we're trying to do here on the SPY. I mean, if you don't even want to go any lower than 540.40, like SPY, you can do what you do. I'm here for you. I understand. I relate. That being said, if you want to go lower, I would not object. I mean, hey, if you're going to I'll take these 45s. I'm good with that. Took 20 pennies on the rest of that position there. So good times on that. Also, GME, thank you so much, Neil, for getting me those shorts in GME. Much appreciated. I was going to look at GME. Guys, to be clear, I'm not necessarily using them. But one thing Neil said yesterday that really resonated with me is like, if you think you might want to short things, it's better to just have the shorts in case.
Oh, yeah.
And so as somebody who likes tape scalping, if I'm going to get involved in this, I'm going to get involved on a whim. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna like if I see something I like, I want to be like, so maybe not with that face, but that's how I'm gonna want to punch. So this is an old level I had on GME. GME, that 27 is kind of an interesting level. That previous top here, kind of a little bit of a bounce recently. We do have the meeting going on. Unfortunately, we have not found a way to get involved. We were looking pretty, I almost missed my opportunity to get coffee because I was like, I want to look and find this GME meeting.
And even Ram was making an effort.
Yeah.
You ended up finding the same thing. You found it first.
Last year's meeting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we'll try to get you guys as much info as we can. We obviously have access to our blotters over here. And if we get news in our blotters, we'll pass it on to you. Obviously, we'll have one eye on GameStop the whole time when the share, it's already started, right? So, so good call out on that, Adara. I'm short the Apple at these levels. I was about to call it the dead one. I already wet my beak nice there for a 15-penny winner. I'm looking to play the range here. It keeps rejecting off the 20 or the 50. I can't tell on the 5 because they're kind of overlapping at this moment. But it's making lower highs. Sorry, Ram?
Vote.
Oh, absolutely. I'll get that in a sec. So it's making lower highs over here, as you can tell. Whether or not it's respecting these moving averages or it's just incrementally making lower lows and lower highs, hard to tell at this area. We're already 20 pennies in the money here, looking for a little bit more. I'm already red, well red on this name. So we're going to try to dig ourselves out of a hole on this one, quite frankly. Here we go. We got 30 pennies just like that. Very happy with that. Let's see if we can get a little bit more and wet our beak on something else now. But very range-bound trade here on the dead one on the day because it's been either a 20 or a 50 period rejection on the 5 over and over and over again ever since making that big boy move into 216.75 and then the umpteen amount of topping tail candles, which should have been signaling to everybody and their mother's cousin that this was going to be coming short. Beautiful look there, the Christmas tree retracement on Apple, and then you get a bit of a, then the lower highs and the lower lows. It kind of gives you a bit of more of a calm trend, I should say. So good look right there. Amazon is in an absolute state of dump. It's $4 off the high as we speak right now. Does this thing have a headline, man? What's going on over here?
Morning.
No, and JP Morgan maintained coverage on the Zon with overweight and a target of 250. That was with today. I'm looking for more. AWS announces $230 million commitment for generative AI startups. That ain't going to move the needle, I'll tell you that. That kept coming this morning. There's really nothing here that I'm seeing big on Amazon. There really should not be a reason, at least not yet, that this thing is doing what it's doing. But as the Katina man pointed out this morning, I mean, it was a couple of dollars off all-time highs. So, I mean, it's okay that there's some profit taking at all-time highs. Anyway, 184 right now. I'm seeing a couple of bottoming tail candles show up in the general 184 area to defend 183.75. Let's do some charting here to see if this area is important as a technical area of support. Well, going back, okay, the IB low on the 10th bottomed out here, and we haven't been at this level since the 10th. It also was a bottom on the 7th. Look at that. So all these levels over here on the Zon, this 184 high 183s, a technical area of support on the 10th and on the 7th. Interesting. Okay, so now let's flip back into the 5 here on the Zon and see if we're going to take this monster short. Wow, Apple keeps going down. I covered way too quickly. That sucks. I suck. Let's go back into AMZN over here. Well, I'm going to leave GameStop on this screen because I may want to trade it. AMZN. Let's go on to the NASDAQ and have a look at the Zon over here. Now, I don't want to be punching long here when I haven't seen anything to make a new high. I'm not good enough to think that I know where the bottoms are. I need some proof. So I'm going to wait for what, like Neil says, getting it on the back end. Show me some proof that you're going to start trending up. I know that this is a key area of technical support going back a couple of days, but now I need it to manifest. If it doesn't manifest, I ain't taking it. Simple as that. What's your look?
So my look is, I'm having the very exciting life of just trying to trade these indices. Yeah, sorry guys, there's nothing like glossy, exciting happening on this side of the desk. But unless you like tape scalps, in which case I think it's a pretty fun time. So IWM. What was I looking for? I've been looking at this name all day. IWM and SPY are always on my side charts because they're things I always like to try to have a move on. And IWM yesterday had a pretty good day. Today, selling off, and look at these 90 EMA rejections. This is one of my kryptonites for a short, a 90 EMA rejection, or 90 EMA bounce if it's a long, but I'm short biased, so. But also, which is interesting because I used to be scared to short. That was actually a factual thing. If you saw me the first couple of months of how to trade, I was like, how do I short? I don't want to short. But yeah, now I short, so that's cool. But yeah, so IWM, why I like that 201, not just because it was a whole dollar level, I also liked it because look at these wicks that we had here earlier at 201. We rejected the 201. I watched it a couple times. I said, Adara, get involved. I'm risking 20 pennies if you get into 201.20 with a viciousness. Also, why 201.20, you may ask. Maybe you didn't. Even if you didn't, I like this 201.20 because that was that base earlier. To me, pretty clear rejection. And I mean, IWM can prove me wrong, right? Trades can always prove you wrong, but if you have a thesis, if you have an idea, if you have confidence in it, you do owe it to yourself to take said trade. There we go. Let's go IWM. Let's get a little bit lower here. I will be taking out half the position at $200.80, saving a piece for the dream. I am aware this bottoming tail candle looks very bullish, but I have to go with my gut, and my gut says IWM could continue this IW massacre. I have no reason to believe it won't as of right now. So let's wait and see what happens on this. Actually, sorry, the only reason I would have that gives me pause is that bottoming tail candle. But if that's my only reason to avoid this trade, I don't think that's, like, as Sharif said, you shouldn't take a trade on one candle. I also don't think you should avoid a trade on one candle either.
No, I mean, it works both ways.
Thank you, yeah. If I see some other stuff, then maybe I'll get out. But yeah, IWM trying to grind higher, unfortunately. GME at like 29 now. Yeah, what a look here.
Wow.
Also, super chat from Big Kyle Burdett.
Big Kyle, oh, I didn't see it. There we go. Did you say big dump on the Zon? Dump an AMD dump, the SPY dump it. Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett, baby, because we're printing on the Zon over here, and I'm happy about that, my friend. So I'm going to shout you out nicely in the money on that bottom pick there on the Zon. We talked about this. Do your charting, baby. Let's see if we can get more on the Zon here. All right. Now, where am I looking? Where am I looking on Amazon? I mean, I got to tell you the truth. I don't really see a key technical indicator resistance until 184.75. I mean, that's what I see. What do you see, Big Kyle? What's your look there on AMZN in terms of resistance from where we're current out right here? I'm looking at the 10 period. Adair uses the 9, I use the 10. Potato there. We're not really going to be much different in terms of levels on that. 184.78 is where the 10's hanging out right now. I think I'm a little ambitious to think that it's going to make it up to the 10, but who knows, right? Above the 10, what am I looking at? I'm looking at 185.25. That's the IB low. Shout out to Dan the Man Evans. Haven't seen his mug in a little bit there in the chat. I don't know where he's at. But yeah, that's the look there, Big Kyle. Let me know what you see there on the Zon. But I'm going to hold this. I'm going to hold it right now, see if we can eke out a little bit more. We're already red on the day, so we got to make up for those dumb you-know-what trades that I took on the dead one. So nicely in the money right now, about 40 pennies in the money on this name. Let's see if we can eke out a little bit more, Adair.
Yeah, so guys, just to clarify, we want to cover the GME meeting. We are not able to get into the GME
Sadly.
meeting. That's what's happening. Oh,
Ram. Okay. About? Oh, I see. Oh, okay. So it hasn't started. Okay. So Ram's telling us that there are jokes being made because the Catman was late on Friday for his little video there, and so is GME. Apparently the meeting hasn't started. We're 28 minutes deep right now, so they're a bit late. As soon as we get information, goes without saying, Adair and I are going to bring it to you.
Oh yeah, no, and to be clear, yeah, it's not for lack of wanting or it's not for lack of trying either. It's just for lack of availability. Also, IWM might get me IW murdered just a skosh here, but again, I'm looking for my 20120s, and okay, we're getting this 20120, so I want to see what we do here. If we reject, no problem. Why did I add it to the position, you may ask? We were grinding a little bit lower here, so I said, Adara, you like this area, add just a skosh. It was a planned addition. I had this with the intention that if there's something I like, I can add a little bit. And look, we get that 20120 rejection. No panic selling over here. We're going to do the disco. I used to panic sell a lot, so this is like, small victories. But yeah, here we are, an IWM. Let's get lower, baby. I don't know why I said that. Also, I want to shout out Ramin. Thank you for that coverage. But also, because Ramin, while Sharif was doing the lesson of the day, goes in my ear and she's like, I found news on Billy. So in case you're wondering,
Lies.
I've been obsessed with this stock. This morning I come in, Billy's up 6%. I'm like, what's going on with Billy? Sharif and Neil know. I've been waxed. I was like, guys, what's Billy doing? Why do you know why Billy's up? Do you know
here
why
it is.
Billy's up?
Here it
Yeah,
is.
so there is some news on Billy. They launched
Ram, how are you doing this from over there? Ram, what's going on? You're gonna get us laid off over here. Billy stock rose about 8% on Thursday following the launch of the mobile game called The Three Kingdoms. Are you kidding me? Last month, Barclays Capital upgraded Billy to equal weight from underweight, citing solid first quarter results and a third quarter break even, which is now in sight for the Chinese online entertainment service provider. The analysts had noted that they would continue to monitor continued margin expansion. I like that. That sounds good. And cost control, that's another good one, over the next couple of quarters, and traction of the new game. I didn't know this. Is this like a Chinese game? Because I've never heard of it. What is it called? The Three Kingdoms. In May, China's tech company giant Tencent launched Dungeon and Fighter Mobile. Okay. All right. So this is all about a game. I anticipate a bit more than this, but we all know what gaming is like, especially when you spend $60 billion to buy Activision Blizzard, Microsoft, right? There you go. And speaking of the soft one, HOD on MSFT. Is this all time? All-time highs confirmed by Neil. The soft one right now, ATH, baby, all-time highs. I ain't talking about that R&B group from the 2000s. I'm talking about this one right here, 443 and a third. Microsoft on up and to the right. And if you were looking for a trade on this one, to me, it looks awfully good for dip trades off the 10 on the 5. The 10 exponential on the 5 minute. Looks really good. There you go. Essentially, it hasn't broken the 10 on a closing basis for the last hour. 10:35 was the last time it printed anything on a closing basis south of the level. Go, Amazon. Nice. Took 40 pennies on, no more. 45 pennies on this super quick. Again, got in here at this level over here at the mid or the high 183s. Simple reason. Look at the 15-minute on Amazon. It was an obvious level of support the last few days. Here it is right now for today. This is the 10th of June. You can get it. And we bottomed out at the same area. The 7th of June, which was obviously Friday, we bottomed out at the exact same area again. So this 184, high 183s has been a defended level on Zon this month since we cleared it. So good. I'm happy with that trade. I'm out of it now for the full beak wet. And we'll see what we can get next. Big Kyle Burdett, $5 super chat. Thanks, Big Kyle. Sharif, I know you made a mixtape with Too Close. Oh my God, Big Kyle, that boom. That reminds me, Neil, you remember that song. I know you know that song. He's telling me a story right now. He took his girlfriend in high school to see Next, Boys to Men, Destiny's Child. Yeah, he's gonna come in. He's gonna come in. I love this.
Okay, so the concert was a Boys to Men concert, but Next was on it. Uncle Sam, who you guys nobody's gonna know who this was, and then the fourth act, like literally the smallest act was Destiny's Child. when they
That's
had just
crazy.
come out, like, say my name, all that good stuff. That's how old
They
I
were
am.
not what they
but I'm
were,
not, I
like,
cannot
they-
make this up. Destiny's Child went in to do a change in between a couple of songs, and Beyonce, this is all in Toronto, Beyonce comes out on stage by herself with just a microphone and sings Careless Whisper a cappella for the crowd, just by herself. Everybody in that crowd stopped and was like, this woman is going to be the biggest star ever. She blew everything up. People only wanted to talk about how ridiculous that single rendition was. And at that time, like, everyone only knew her as like she's the lead singer in Destiny's Child. It was amazing. It was a fun concert. I'm an old man. I don't really go to enough anymore. While I'm here, I might as well mention that we never got the dip in Longeveron. Longeveron is almost up 100%. It is still Longeveron. That's my
I love that. Yeah, no, we're not going to say so long, Jeveron, quite yet. But also, I do want to address GME, guys. GME has fallen to the downside. Like I said, one level I think is kind of interesting is that 2690, 27 area. Why? Because we had that rejection there earlier, then we had a bounce, and we actually had a bit of a range. And again, I'm not saying that, I know I'm a range trader, so I'm biased, but I do think this could be an interesting look. Again, when you have meetings like this, things aren't always going to happen on technical levels, but you can have things fall and then still come into some kind of technical, right? So be aware that 27 level for GME could be a turning point in either direction. That's my take on this. Again, guys, I'm very sorry we're not able to have an access to the meeting. We are trying our darndest, and we will let you know. Oh, there is no meeting.
No way, Ram. It's not happening.
Really?
Ram says there's no meeting. It's
hasn't
not taking
happened.
place yet.
Okay, thank you, Ramin.
On the blockchain, I love this. That mixtape had some Drew Hill and Blackstreet as well. And it had Cisco after he left Drew Hill, that's for sure. And you know exactly what song I'm talking about. Neil's
I
hitting
do.
a big.
I
There you
do.
go. Yes, man, Drew Hill is so, man, these is making me super nostalgic right now. Yes, on the blockchains, there was those songs, and there's more of those too. Big Kyle, I had a, okay, that girl make one with that song on it like 3 times on the cassette tape. Yeah, if you were obsessed with the song, you recorded it multiple times. This is the only way to play it over and over again without even rewinding. Because, Dara, you literally had to guess where you were in the song on the cassette.
That's
you couldn't
crazy.
hit previous track. That didn't exist.
What a time.
Kind of, yeah. It was a tough life, I gotta tell you the truth. No, I'm joking. Ram, let's show them the charts. Yeah, all right, by the way, no, we don't need to see that, Fabian. By the way, guys, GameStop's moving, Longeveron is moving, Zap is moving, there's a whole bunch of stuff moving. So if you want the big kahunas to talk about the stocks that you like, that you want to trade, that you want to know how they trade, you're going to vote. So you're going to get in the chat right now if you want. You're going to hit that exclamation point, type in join, space, the $, and the ticker of your choice. If you want to talk about WHLR, go for it. If you want to talk about BRTX, go for it. If you want to talk about GameStop, go for it. So get your votes in the chat now. You have until 1:50 every day on the Mid Show in order to vote. All right, let's get to AMC here because it wasn't moving down with GameStop. GameStop moved initially, and then AMC came in big boy with a Huadunk there, breaking through the volume weighted average price at 520. We're still above 5 though. Let's see what we do in this area here because look what we did at this 510, 515 area in the morning from 9:35 till about 10:15 once we broke through it. This was an area of local support. 510, it got all the way as low as 506. Seems to be bouncing possibly off the 20, although the 20 is not here anymore. I'm going to be interested in possibly going long here to defend this 505 area. On AMC. I don't have shorts on this, so the only way I can trade it is the long route. So we're going to have to see here AMC doing, getting back into that key area of consolidation. And, you know, if I can, I definitely want to get it off the consolidation low. Amazon recovering back into that 184.60. So I took it out, looks like to be a little bit too early. But yeah, that's neither here nor there. We'll figure out a different trade on that one if we can. I'm going to load up AMC because I want to see if I can weasel my way into this trade. No, it doesn't trade in New Zealand, Sharif. There we go.
How do you know?
I know, true. You know what? Actually, somebody told me this morning on the chat when I was at the big desk with Brendo. He's like, look, I traded the ADR version of GameStop on the German stock exchange. I don't know if it was a DAX. And he's like, there was no bamboozlement, the liquidity was okay, and the levels were cleaner. I don't know how accurate that is. I'm not vouching for it, but that's what they told me
That's
today.
interesting.
I think it was Pretty Panda, actually, that said that to me.
Thank you for sharing that. Yeah.
So AMC, right here, I'm going long at this level, and my stop is going to be the break of 5.
You know what's really sad?
What?
Is when you have your little GameStop shorts, again, shout out to Neil for getting those, and you have a level you like, and you go to put in your order, and you're like, oh, it's going to happen. And then GameStop gets like 5 pennies within your entry and then drops.
No.
But also vote. Make sure you vote. If you want to hear people who are not me talk about GameStop, who have better insight than I do, GameStop, Microsoft, AMC, Meta, Apple, Amazon, Google, racks. Join us at 1:50. You have a cool just over 2 hours to continue to vote.
Yes.
How do you vote? You may ask. Well, that video just showed you. But what you do is you go $! Join, space, $, whatever ticker you want. I'm not going to tell you what ticker. You know, we have Trends of Ticker, the trading turtle over here. Whatever trending ticker you like. We don't shout her out enough.
Right.
Here she is.
Yeah, no worries.
Whatever ticker you like, put that in there. But yeah, I'm going to go back to lamenting about GME if I may for a second.
Go for it.
So look at that 9 EMA rejection, okay? Or sorry,
right.
VWAP. Look at that VWAP rejection. Look at that fact that we rejected that previous base level that I liked, that 2680. I am so upset that I was a little bit too frugal, did not get it back in. I don't think I'm going to get what I want now on this, so I'm going to stay put. But I mean, GME, you come back to 2650, it's on. It is on. I don't know if I'll start trading at 2650, but if it gets to 2650, then I know it's close enough to my level to start finagling my way in. GME, we're gonna let's get going there. I don't want to get Andrew left in the dust. Shout out to noted short seller of GME, Andrew Left, because I don't want to get chopped up by these little squeezes here. But I do think there's something in GME that I want to GMC. That worked better in my head. Also, Nvidia. I took a quick scalp here. Basically, I got involved at the 128 base. I like this chop and churn. I initially tried to take the 128.30 short many moons ago. That didn't. When I say many moons ago, I mean probably like 10 minutes ago. Didn't work. Got the long here once I noticed the range. Obviously got out too early, but again, trying to scalp. Took like 15 pennies in it. Pleased as dang punch. Also, IWM. I don't know if I think I might have mentioned this. I did get chopped out at IWM. We broke above that 101.20 area. Happy with the management. I think we might be curling long. SPY as well, kind of curling long. I know Kyle Burdett mentioned the roundy bottom. We did have a little bit of a recovery here on SPY. That being said, SPY, if you want to keep bouncing at that previous base here, 541.30s, I will certainly tape scalp you. Be prepared.
Oh, yeah.
Be
I like
prepared.
how you're calling it tape scalping now. I like that because there's a difference.
Yeah, it's like, you know, because I like seeing something I like on the book and the tape that tells me, Adara, get involved. Or this level's interesting, keep it in mind. And either way, that's fun. Yeah, GME does not want me to use those shorts. It's all good. I will be patient. I'd rather have them and not use them than not have them.
Fair.
I need them.
Anurag is asking, any news coming on GameStop? Anurag, we're supposed to have the actual shareholders meeting take place right now. Sadly, we can't get eyes on it. We can't actually get the video stream from anywhere. But so we'll try to keep eyes on the news blotter to see if any other reporters are reporting anything. But, you know, it's just probably volatility in the same way that there was volatility going into the Catman's video on Friday. So just think about it like that, okay? As soon as we get anything, though, I will definitely bring it for you. I'm going to type in GameStop. Say that again, Ram. It has not started, says Ram. Here it is. GameStop shares are trading higher after stall falling. Okay, whatever. That's not that important. So I'm long AMC. I'm long here for a very specific reason. This was a consolidation area bottom in the earlier hours of trading. If it acts as that this time, I definitely want to get involved. I've got a beak wetter setting up at the top end of the range, so I'll play this as a range until it's not. All right. Scott H has been telling me about Longeveron, and I saw him and Neil going back and forth in the chat. Neil said his level didn't come in yet, and I have to agree with Neil. I like this. Oh, here we go. This could be coming into my level over here. What I'm looking for on Longeveron is a retracement into the 10. Here we're about to get it. The 10 is hanging out at 30 or 31, and we're getting a move down. So it behooves me to load up Longeveron. Now we're going to go like this. I'm going to keep my eye on this name. And I'm getting long here. Let's see if I can get the fill. I got the fill there. So now what's my line in the sand is going to be the break of 311. So I'm going to have to give 310, excuse me. So it's going to have to hold above this 310 area for me to stay interested. We're long at 37. It behooves me to put a beak wetter here in case, really things hit the fan. so to speak. But my out in the sand is going to be 310 there, Adair.
It behooves me to shout out how many times you said behoove there. I
know.
love that. I love that word. I enjoyed.
I don't like repeating words, but sometimes when you're just so focused, I feel like nothing can come into your mind at that time.
Yeah, hopefully so shout out to your Longeveron, long there, truth going Longeveron.
Oh, okay, Neil. Neil hit that. Okay.
Also, I still think that Lassie and AMC should stand for Sharif. Like, who knows? I said that yesterday, AM Sharif. Because I know you've been on their AMC. GME, I would love to trade you. I really would. I understand you have qualms. I get that. GME. But like, you don't need to. It's okay. Why am I sweet talking a stock? Let me tell you. So basically why I want to get short this, I know we had that pop up, but I said, Adara, you still have lower highs, and we popped through this 2630. Why is 2630 relevant to me? Let me tell you. Look at this base earlier that we had. That's going to be around 2640. If all I get is 2630, I'd rather have that than, the frugality of waiting for my 2640. Now, where would my stop be? You may ask. Maybe you didn't. I'll tell you. It's going to be the 26. If we get into that 2660, 2670, that's when some scalping will have to happen. And I will have to be like, bye. Get out of this. Couple tickers being mentioned by people I want to look at. SMCI being one of them. Gaurav mentioning SMCI. Kevy as well earlier, I think, mentioned SMCI. This is a beautiful uptrend here. Great bounce. Actually, Gaurav's actually saying beautiful uptrend, so nice look there too. 9 EMA bounce, 9 EMA bounce, 9 EMA bounce. Not a lot to say about this chart other than this is just gorgeous. I like as well, too, we had a little bit of bamboozlement at this 840 worth noting. You had this push up into 847s. Then we come back down. Then we get our bullish candle may bounce. So I would say SMCI, of course, obviously risk management. This is a very expensive stock, but it's not a bad look here, I don't think at all, for SMCI to the upside. Let's take a look as well for DJT, for Hey Davis asking if I think there's a short on DJT. So DJT, I'm going to be really honest with you. Before I even start, volume on this is not great. It is below 1 million shares in volume. Does that mean we can't get there? No, we can totally get there. And I have no right to talk as someone who used to regularly trade Eli Lilly in the sim with atrocious volume. So I really can't talk. We're not hypocrites over here on this desk. But this DJT is below 1 million shares in volume. I have to say, I don't know about the short case right now, Hey Davis, partially because of the volume, and also partially because I think we're trying to form a bit of base here at 39.30. Look at this. We had a couple bottoming tail candles here. I would be very cognizant. I think if we stay below that 9 EMA, perhaps, again, not advice, just my look on the chart, I would wait for a little bit more confluence, maybe another testing and a failing of a level, and definitely some more volume. GME, let me in.
Chuck of all trades says GME meeting started. Chuck, I can't tag you in the chat for whatever reason, so if you could tell me how you know or like what source you're using, I would just be pleased as punch, just so that we could also let our viewers know as well and be able to report on it as things develop. So just tag me there, Chuck. I'm unable to tag you for whatever reason there in the chat. Shout out to Chuck of all trades. Letting me know that. Let me just check real quick here if anything's coming on my blotter game stonk related. No, nothing as of yet. Why not? Why can't you send it? Oh. Well, what's wrong with that? I can log into my Twitter, Ram. Oh, okay, that's okay. All right. Ram's looking for a clean version. She's found one on Twitter Spaces, but there's a whole lot of background noise, and it wouldn't really work for us since we kind of have to talk at the same time. Darwin, Benzinga said it started, but I am watching a different stream, and it doesn't seem like it has. Darwin, send me that stream if you don't mind.
I don't think you can send links in the chat is the only thing.
Oh, you can?
Saying, yeah, because I know we can post, but I don't know if.
Okay, sucks. Yeah, okay. Gaurav, Micron broke all-time highs again just now. It was a great bounce off yesterday's closing print. Let's have a look at Micron. I'm printing on AMC, though. Ooh. I did like that bottom. It was a consolidation area bottom, and now we get the print through 16s there. Please, a dang punch. But I'm not going to overstay my welcome on AMC. This was a range trade based on a previously established range in the morning. It was a post-bell trade, so it was on volume. And if we come up into this 18 area, I'm expecting it to sell off again now that we've broken below it. So I'm not going to stick around for a long time on this one, just a good time. Let's see if we can look at Micron now for our friend Gaurav. Let's bring up that bad boy up here.
They report in like 2 weeks.
Really, eh?
Yeah. I was getting the week aheads for the next few weeks ready, which guys, you can watch those every Sunday.
By the way, your video did very, very well, by the way. I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you.
Because I was watching, it was very good. By the way, shout out, make sure to catch Adaria's week ahead video. Is it Sunday or Saturday?
It's Sunday, and then you can check out the Freedom and Wealth podcast on Saturday.
Bang,
So we got you covered every day of the week.
There you go. And what I love about your video is that you can get Monday to Friday ready. You know what to expect every day. She outlines it for you. Shout out to Adaria doing the absolute most in a good way.
Appreciate that.
Micron, all-time highs, 144.22. That is the look right now. Let's pull up the 5-minute on this bad boy. Okay, so there was definitely a consolidation area top here that took us in the pre that we couldn't break through. 143 3/4, that's all over. We broke through that. We broke through 144 as well, as I said, up into the quarter dollar. We're not using, sadly, though, 144 as a level of defense. So what I'd say to you is, this could be a very interesting area, Gaurav, because of this consolidation area top. And now we're coming right back into this area, this 143 2/3, 143 3/4 could be an interesting area, though. It is a bit of a bamboozler, this name, though, so be careful with it. Yeah, I like this area, Gaurav. I like it. Just, I guess, maybe wait for the respect rather than trying to get the dip, you know. All right, so that's what I'd say. Look for confirmation. All right, that's it. Out of this AMC. Oh, I almost got 18s. I suck. All right, I'm going to have to go back into 18s over here. As I did. Oh, goodness gracious, I suck so much. All right, so we'll get out of that. What did I just do? There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Now, this trade here is the one that I'm in trouble with. So Longeveron, we did well on AMC. Longeveron is breaking down now. It is not respecting the 10. If this breaks the 10 period, if it breaks 310, I'm out. And I'm already 17 pennies out of the money on this now, or 16 pennies out of the money. I'm going to have to figure something out here.
Sorry, I'm looking like a little iguana lemur thing. Yeah, I got really excited about my GME. Let me talk about it. I am half out of the position for a positive, and I think this is the importance of, this is actually, I'm also shocked GME respected the levels I outlined, not because I don't have faith in the levels, but because I don't always trust, you have events like this, sometimes you don't know how things are gonna react. I said 2670, if we take that with a viciousness, I'm getting out. We push up into it, my finger is on the buy key, ready to get out of Dodge. Then we drop. And I was like, Adaria, you should add. Before I can add, GME comes back and I'm like, okay, GME, I respect you. It's fine. But now that I've de-risked half the position, I do think there is maybe, I don't want to add into oblivion. I told you, I had a Tesla trade that literally kept me up at night on Tuesday. That was just, the issue was just adding into oblivion, not trusting the scalps. Today though, you know what we do? We trust the scalps. And we like things, and we get involved in things that make sense. Also, Fabian sending a behind-the-scenes image of next week's The Week Ahead. So here it is. It's just me. There's no spoilers. It's me on a screen. But thank you very much, Fabian, for giving us that behind-the-scenes look. Also, I want to address something from last week's The Week Ahead. GME earnings, they came out early. We recorded the video before we knew that. So that was like, people were
yeah.
Just because I realized that, because we don't know when the GME cookie is going to crumble.
Ram is saying that there's discussions online about a DDoS attack possibly on the GameStop shareholder meeting feed. It's just conspiracies, of course. We don't know if this is accurate. Right? We'll, as soon as we get more information that's verified, obviously we'll give it to you. But just thought to pass off that information. But you need to know that this is unverified reports that we're getting right now. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what ends up happening. They're rescheduling the meeting. No. Oh, this is coming from X.
Ram News.
Benzinga said it as well. Shout out to Neil. Thank you for that. So it looks as if the meeting is being rescheduled here. So all eyes on GameStop, I guess. Let's see what it does. I mean, what is it doing? It's still up 3.5. It's not really recovering by any means, but we're going to have to keep watching here to see what we get to do.
Yeah. GameStop, high. I don't know. I'm just watching this stock. And I like I said, proud of the levels, because every time we get to that 2670 and I am ready to go, then GME's actually, no, it's okay, Adaria, you can breathe a little bit longer. I kind of want to reject again. So There we go. I like this level not just because of the confluence of VWAP, though obviously that doesn't hurt. The main reason I like this level is because it's kind of near the previous base rejection area. We had that little flippity flop. So I'm going to be getting ready to get out. I'm okay with getting everything at 26s. I had fun. I tried to be here for a good time and not a long time. I feel like overstayed my welcome with GME. To be clear, I stand by the adding. I totally stand by adding to the position. My levels were still intact. I had no reason not to. But I do want to be obviously cognizant of the fact that I know things can get a little willy-nilly. And watch, we just got it again in the book and the tape here. We pushed up to 2670s, and then GME's like, I mean, maybe not today. And I'm like, well, I'm okay with that, GameStop. I'm okay. So let's see what happens here. I am going to be very okay. And as I say that, GME is like, Adara, stop talking. I want to watch and see what we do here because I think we could be flipping to support here at 70s, which obviously I don't want. We had that push up. We failed 27s. We came back here, so I'm going to have to probably be cognizant, maybe manage this position a little bit. I really want quickly, I'm going to have to deal with my GME, but I want to look at Tesla.
I can take over.
Yeah, I'll just quickly pull up Tesla. Thank you, I appreciate that though. Someone wanted to look at Tesla. I like Tesla, higher highs, higher lows. I want to range this from the bottom of the range. I just haven't been able to get in at levels I like here, but I mean, if you look at this, we have higher highs, higher lows, and a bit of a regional top at 184.50. If we blow off that top on Tesla, I think that could be a nice look. Sorry,
all right, no
no
worries, of course. Just putting in my stop on this name. There we go. Let me just make sure that I've got the right share. Yeah, we're good. We're good to go there. Let's put that in. All right. Sorry about that. Just had to articulate it to myself. Let's look at some of these large caps here. I did get stopped out of this position on long Chevron. It did break through my entry. We're back in it now. We're going to try to defend that $3 area. I did like this area here originally, this 310 area, but I was too exuberant. So we're trying to get it off the moving average, but the price action support is here. So I'm going to give it to here. I'll give it another shot there. Softy is finally breaking down below the 10 period on a closing basis. It just bounced off the 20 or just touched the 20. That's the first time it's done that since 1020. Yeah, I know. I didn't mean that to be the case, but that's the way it is. Since 10:20 this morning when we were at that 440 and 3/4 area. So I'm really sure how to trade Softy here. I mean, I don't want to just guess off the 20, but I just want to point that out. Finally breaking down below the 10 is MSFT. Let's see what long Chevron's doing. All right, nice there. So it is holding that 10 penny area, but really not blowing up or anything like that. So we're gonna have to give this one a bit more room here. I'm gonna let this one go. I'm gonna try to forget about it. The stop's in place. I'm gonna see if I can print on it a bit better than this. In fact, let's go ahead and possibly wait at 33s, right? We're gonna take out some at 33s if we can, because that would be 20 pennies. We'll put that there. Come what may. All right, let's look at what other stuff are doing. The Zuck train has had an absolute infatuation today with the 20 period. Now, we just finished yapping about how I didn't want to use the 20 period on the Softy because it was kind of untested. Well, this one's pretty much tested very, very well. Look at the umpteen amount of rejections on the 20, on MSFT, on the 5 minute. Not MSFT, META on Meta. So this could be a good look. A pop back into the 20 at 504 2/3 would be quite interesting as well. So we could look for that. Softy is finding a bit of a base right now at the 20 period at 442 1/3, right back above the $0.50. Keep your eye on that one. And then this is the first thing Adara said to me was, look how range bound Goggles is. And Goggles was, flirting with the 50. Now it's kind of cheating on it a little bit, and now it's doing its thing with the 10. So look at how many rejections off the 10 we've had since 11:15. So almost 45 minutes of unadulterated rejections off the 10. Every single one has closed lower than the 10 on the 5, 10 exponential on the 5. So Google continuing to make lower highs and lower lows, albeit not by that much, right? They're just like marginally lower highs and lower lows. The opposite kind of is true for the Cybertruck here. It's putting in higher lows with that 20 period acting as resistance. But what I keep my eye on is this higher low issue, because it kind of did the same thing yesterday where it was putting in higher lows and it really started skyrocketing. So I'm going to be watching Tesla here for a possible long trade. I think this one might be interesting. Let's go back into long Chevron. No, sadly, we did not get printed at the $0.33, but I'm going to pack my patience with this one because printing a $0.25, and I'm sitting at a third. So we'll see if we can get, and we won't get upset, Adara. Shout out to Neil, who will be on shortly, by the way.
Yeah, that chart is very strong, Jevron. Also, I want to talk about this GME. Yeah, guys, I know I honestly have to say this is not even my worst stock of the day. IWM, I actually lost more than this, but I want to talk about this because I'm really proud of what I did with this trade. Nice. And I know sometimes I say that, but it's like I think you have to recognize when things go well and when things don't go well. I'm happy with what I did with this because I don't feel like I added to oblivion. I added the one time when I saw levels I liked. I got out as we got into 70s. And honestly, I would even argue me getting out was maybe a bit of a panic sell because we got into 70s. And I was just like, I didn't like what I was seeing in the tape. So I said to Dara, you owe it to yourself to leave. I left. It's all good. That being said, if it still holds up this level, I will take it short again. Because my ranges are still holding, so I really have no reason not to. I want to clarify too, someone was like, oh, it's brave, like shorting GME. Here's the thing. If I have levels I like, and I have technicals I like, and I actually did take some profit on it, I don't think there's anything brave about that. I want to be really honest. Do you know what I mean? Because I think just because it's a stock that's whatever, intimidating, I know has a lot of retail interest, honestly, I feel good about the stock. If I have levels I like on it, I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to trade it short. So I just want to say that because I'm honestly really happy with what I did here, even if I didn't win on all of it. Happy the levels worked out. But yeah, I wanted to say that because I think sometimes, you got to be honest with yourself. And I think that's one of the benefits of this show and something I love that Sean says every single day. It's the honesty.
Oh, yeah.
It's being honest about where you're coming from. It's about being, you're lucky to have this community and I'm just so happy to be here with everyone. That being said, I'm not going to get short here unless I see a decisive break below 26.40 on the book, because that's why I got out of this initially. We broke above that 26.70, which was my level, but also we're bouncing a little bit around that 9 EMA, so that's where I had to leave. I mean, I have no issue going long. Like, I am not inherently bearish with GME. I just saw levels I liked on it. So I'm going to be done ranting on that now. I apologize. Thank you guys for bearing with me there. I also like that Tesla long.
Yeah.
You're looking at, and I like your long Jevron as well.
It broke. Okay, here comes 185. It's so hard to get involved in this. I was looking at long Jevron, that's why, but I did want to take Tesla. Thank you for pointing that out. Here comes 185. I saw somebody in the chat saying, can Tesla break above 185? Last time it was up here was around 1030, did reject there. VWAP on Tesla, a little bit below 187 in that 186 and 2/3 area. Here comes 185 though, and it didn't hold strictly last time. Like, it didn't reject off exactly 185. In fact, there was a bit of a double top on the one at 185.17, 185.16. So it's already shown you its propensity to break through a level strictly and then reject. My suggestion would be to try to get in on the lower end of the range. So there's an obvious trend line over here that you can see that connects the higher lows. To me, the safer entry would be to try to weasel your way in off the the upper trend line. That's if it gives it to you. Now, it may run away. There it goes. So just broke above into that 15.16 again. Now, can we get a close above there? Can we move above there? The 50 is hanging out 15 pennies below the whole dollar. So the 50-period exponential on the 5 is at 185, mid-80s or so. So we'll have to see if this one can continue. Already showing you its propensity to topping tail through 185 and come right back down. So a bit of a tug of war happening right now between buyers and sellers. And there it is, topping again, but not rejecting the level entirely. A little bit below 185, a little bit above. Wow, there it goes. 25 pennies below that level, topping tail candle incoming here on the Cybertruck, or so it seems. So we're going to have to watch that and see how we can weasel our way into this trade. I just want to check long Jevron for a sec. Right back, same thing here. We're long 13s, is back 17. So I'm packing my patience. I could have got out at the $0.25. I didn't want to. I waited for the third. I'm going to keep waiting. Yeah, so this is the level. I'm going to play this Tesla trade off the upper trend line. I think that's a safer move here. The upper trend line right now looking to bottom out at 184. Call me crazy, but I'm putting an order on Tesla to defend 184. I'm going to go to 10s.
Nice. Also, thank you, Ramin, our official GME and Twitter news source here. Thank you so much to Ramin and Fabian always. But yeah, Ramin sent me this.
Oh.
The GME earning has been adjourned, apparently postponed due to DDoS issues and technical issues there. So there we go. Thank you very much to Ramin for giving us that data, because like I said, we were not able to get into the meeting. Also, Volkan, thank you so much for that 20 Swedish kroner super chat here. What's up with Qualcomm? Question point. Mark, exclamation point, smiley face. I actually do know what's up with Qualcomm, let me tell you. And what it is Ming-Chi Kuo, that Apple supply chain guy?
Oh, yeah.
So he's pro Qualcomm. He's like, here are two things driving Qualcomm. And you know what else drove? The Qualcomm stock to the upside. So shout out to Ming-Chi Kuo with that note. I will say, there's something with Qualcomm here that I would kind of be cognizant of. 217.40. Why? I don't know. I literally could not tell you why on any kind of like fundamental level, but look at what I'm seeing on the chart here. To be clear, we could bounce. This could be a bit of a pause. We've rejected though this area a couple times here. Now we're trying to break a little bit lower. I would say see what we do at this 217 level, because that was a little bit of chop and churn there earlier in terms of levels we would reject into, wick off of whatever. Let's take a look at the daily chart, because I know Qualcomm has been, wow, okay, yeah, no notes here. Qualcomm's a great look. I like this support around 214 on the daily, but yeah, Qualcomm, great look. Shout out to Ming Chi Kuo. Also, let's take a look. I want to take a look at Oracle too as well before I pass it off, because I know someone in the chat was mentioning Oracle. You know, we can't see the future, but we can't see Oracle stock. And
whoa, you got to push back. You guys just got to push back right now.
Sharif, like the pushback metric is, if I see a stock I really like, sometimes I will push back the share. It's not something I can control. It's just how I feel. Oracle getting kind of interesting for me. We're pushing off the VWAP here. We're slightly below the 90 MA. I think this 141.20 level is interesting. We had a rejection here earlier. Come back, chop and churn, push higher. Now we're kind of rejecting there around 90 MA. Watch for 141 there for sure. Tesla pushing higher. But you know what else we're ready for? We're pushing into 12 o'clock. It's time for.
Can I just mention quickly? I'm long Tesla. We're about 40 pennies in the money right now on this name. It was a 184 defend, and I'm taking the rest right here. So it was a quick one. I wanted to mention that because I was talking about taking it off the trend line. I did, and it moved up a nice 50 pennies. What's up, Neil?
Welcome. Lesson of the day today is going to be the dangers and perils sometimes of buying the highs or selling the lows. So you know sometimes a stock is trending upside, and we've said it before, you know, buy low, sell high is fantastic, but there are situations where buy high, sell higher is the only way to go if you're joining a trend and it's going up. Sometimes you're going to be long or looking for longs near that top. And similarly, if it's going down, you might be looking for a short on a break of a low, on a bounce off of a low. But there are some things that you want to consider when you are taking those types of trades. And obviously, every time I do these lessons, I'm trying to key in on something that happened today or that's a chart today or move today that maybe some of us experienced. Likewise, I have a couple names in here, one of them long Chevron, which is actually, oddly enough, coming back into a support level I like. But Tesla here today. Look, Tesla, like you had the aftermarket, you're going to have the the shareholder meeting and the vote for Elon and the pay package. It was gapping up because Elon said that he had the votes. So that's the reason the stock is gapping up. It doesn't really matter why, but the key thing is, let's go zoom it out a little bit here. You would have had a ridiculously tight range for a long time in Tesla. 50 period moving average, 170 bucks, 168 bottom, but it just could not break through the 180. You have all these wicks here, failure through 180, failure through 180 over and over again for a couple of weeks now. When we sat down, this wasn't just gapped through the 180 level, it was past 85, it had already broken $190, like it was absolutely flying. So I waited for dip buys, but then it did a dip holding the level I liked at 187 and was in an upward trend, and I resigned myself to, hey, if it's a long off this and I wanted to buy the dip, if it's gonna break it out and go ham, I've seen Tesla do this before, I'm gonna look for a long breaking out of this uptrend because the stock is strong. Now, you can see what ended up happening, but the point is, in a move like this where it's overextended, if you're going to take shots at that high, it's already up 7 or 8% in that particular moment. 10 would be a really, really good day for Tesla. Sometimes you want to have a tighter stop or just a different approach at that high. Like what I would say is for most people, for myself, it's either really tight stops in there to make sure it's going right away so I don't get trapped, or it's going to take less shares in case you get the flush. If you reject a monster high, there is usually a long way for the stock to go down for the obvious reasons. It's got a big gap to be filled. You have people that are looking to take profits at these big next levels. Anyone long the last couple of weeks off of that 170 support level is going to love 10% in the money. They could have had that in a couple of days here when it bottomed out. So really, you got to think about the other side of the trade sometime, which would be a lot of people in the last couple of days that would consider a fail to break out that pre-market high into that level. A great spot to get a little bit of sell action so they can take their profits. And in that case, everyone's going to have a different approach. I've told you I'm either going to have a really tight stop or I'm going to just go down in share size. And I'm not saying I knew it was going to turn. I obviously did, and I'd be short if I knew it was going to turn around. Let's be real for a second. You know, clearly, if you know this is going to happen, you can anticipate that maybe it will, so you're going to get out of Dodge and have it do so with a tight stop. But if you're really confident, I'm not even thinking about going long. I'm just taking the reversal to the short side. So whatever you do to mitigate that, I think makes a lot of sense, and have it in the back of your mind. The other thing you can consider is going into that top break, right? Like that opening range top is right here at 189.70, so it breaks out 190. But if you look at it bouncing off the lows, I kind of gave up the dip buy on the way to it. Dip buy, you could have had a dip buy here, you could have had VWAP dip buy. You could have been playing the dip buys. And sometimes the more cautious way to be cautiously aggressive would be only playing dips. And you've often heard me say this with parabolic movers. I don't like chasing a parabolic mover, so I'd rather buy dips instead of buying the high. And if you do that on the way up, then if it fails this high of the day on Tesla, you might be in here and here, and you can give it some room to fall back on you, and you're not necessarily, you're not out of Dodge, you're not terribly worried about it, you're in the money on the way up instead of buying that absolute top. So there's always something else that you can be doing, and the example I will give of that is, now I didn't get back into Longeveron until all the way back here, but look at Longeveron. We decided not on a gap up. There's your gap. Not to take a top end break. It's like, look how far it's gone. I don't want it failing that top break. I think it could trap a lot of people. Let's just go for the pullback. This is a successful example of what I showed you I did not do in Tesla. We did in Longeveron, which is not take that top break given how far it extended. Look for the buyers to come back in on the bid. Even now, they're starting to hold some higher lows. But when you see this happen time and time again, like, look what happens here. Like, it breaks this consolidation. You probably got yourself a winner, but the pullback is steep. The pullback will be more steep the more parabolic the stock has gone. So you have to have a plan of action in case it does that quick, nasty turnaround. It's got to be in the back of your mind if you want to manage risk. And the more parabolic the move, the more dangerous it's going to be. Just to recap, it is unavoidable if you're trading momentum that sometimes you're going to want to buy high or buy into a move, which can mean buying near a top, buying something that is going to appear overextended to you, but you can definitely check the risk that you have and adjust your entries. Buying dips in the trend. If the stock is going to go, it's going to give you opportunities to get in. And if you're going to buy that top break, sometimes having a tight stop is going to save you a bunch of money, like we saw over there in Tesla. So your lesson of the day, there's nothing wrong with following the trend. Just have a plan of action if you're buying some seriously extended highs. It can get a little bit dangerous, and you should have some kind of a plan to avoid the nasty, nasty pullbacks that can come into play.
Thank you very much, Neil. Neil Roberts, everybody, dropping hot lines every day on or during the lunch hour. Make sure to catch Neil at around noon every day. All right, while Neil was dropping said hotlines, Ram, we did manage to get some out of the Longeveron position over here on that 310 defend. So this was the area top. This was the area top in the pre. This was the area top after over here at 1050. And it held to the T. And now we're well in the money on this one. We're about 25 pennies in the money. I'm looking for a possible move back into high days hanging out at that 390 area. If we can get, let's be reasonable. If we can get back into that 360 area, I'm going to cover the entire positions. That's about 30 pennies from where we currently are at the moment. A good move, a good couple of days, geez, for Longeveron. I don't know what, I think it was triple digit winner. Was it a triple digit winner yesterday?
I think so.
Was it? It's almost triple digits today, Adair. It's up
it was
80,
strong. Yeah.
It's up 83.5% as we speak, so a couple of good days here. Now, in case you're wondering why Longeveron is moving, stop wondering. It's a technical name. It doesn't really matter. All we need to know is there's a catalyst and that it's breaking out on volume. And there's plenty of volume being done on Longeveron today. 143 million shares have been traded since 4 a.m. this morning. That's all you need to know. So that is the look there. So we're going to leave the little bit that we have left at 13s. We're going to let it go, see what comes. Now, the other thing I want to get to before we send it back to Adara is the dead one, and obviously it's not dead. It hasn't been dead for a couple of days now. AAPL. This is the closing print on Apple right here. This 213.08, that's what we closed out yesterday. We did get below there briefly this morning at 11:05. We are now below there again. And that's the second time we've been below there today. Second event, I would say, we've been below there today. Look out for 212.17 LOD. There's a double bottom there. But now my concern is that because we're making these lower highs and we have that kind of flat bottom area, that we get some sort of flat bottom break, it's kind of hard to tell, you know. And then there's also this kind of head and shoulders looking shape, but yeah, I'm not going to put too much into that. I'd rather just play support and resistance today on AAPL. We'll see what we get here, but it's breaking down below 213, so be on the lookout for that there.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about any of those Mag 7 names, or Longeveron, or GME, or AMC, or whatever, I actually know how you can do that. Isn't that funny? You want to know how? I'll tell you. Exclamation point, join, space, $, ticker of your choice in the chat right now. Put it up, post it up. I sound like an infomercial, but we have our little infomercial here, and that's exactly how you can do that. If you want to hear the big kahunas to our right, chat about some tickers. You want to see the mustachioed man to my right, go in the green screen and tell you about him. So why don't we do that? Yes, you should. Vote, please. That was English, totally. I also want to thank Richard V so much for this $5 super chat, which has me pleased as punch. I was tickled pink. I laughed. Question: if Sean has confidence, does that mean that Neil just spread Neilage? I'm new to the pun game, LOL. You know what? We welcome everyone to the pun game over here on How to Trade. I'm going to give you a round of applause, Richard V. I think that's great. Kyle Burdett also approves over here.
He likes it.
Shout out to you. I love any and all puns. I love every attempt at puns, and I think that one hit it out of the park. I was also thinking, you know, Sharif has shares. Yeah, you Sharif. Like,
oh, yeah.
Shares.
I always say sharage, though.
Yeah,
right?
You have shares. I want a better one than that. I'll try to think of something else. But yeah, right now I am in a trade. Guys, yes, I'm backing GME. We got filled. Okay, so here's my thing. Like I said, I'm not inherently short biased on GME. Like, I'm generally a short biased trader, period, but I'll trade things wherever the levels are. You know what I mean? I'm equal opportunity when it comes to trades. If something comes up, yeah, heck yeah. So if my level that I liked for GME as a short resistance was going to be 2680, if we bounce off that, why don't I go long? The answer to that question was yes. That worked better in my head. It's all good. We are like 30 pennies in the money, already took half out at 20 pennies in the money. I would like to see, what is this level here? This 2720s I'm really good with. I'm okay with that. I don't want to add to this position. I just want to get out. So yeah, really pleased with punch that I did there. I still have my shorts. Also, Sharif told me that apparently when you get shorts in a stock, they don't go away. You just have that amount of shares maximum all day. So I learned a new thing. Oh yeah. So I have more shorts. I have no issues with shorting GME, but you know, if you see something you like, you got to go after it. Please, just punch positive on this name now, and happy that I've just kind of stuck with levels I liked on that. This VWAP bounce is why I stayed in. If we dip below 2660s, I was going to get out. So risking 20 pennies, making 40 with half my position. Scott H saying I'm in fast forward mode today. Yeah, I guess I'm talking pretty quickly. I usually do. It's all good. I think, as I always say, I like to talk fast because these markets move even faster somehow than I can run my mouth. So that's really all I'm looking at right now. I know someone wanted to look at the SPY in the chat, so I'd love to look at the SPY for you. And there's something fascinating on the SPY. And that's going to be a pseudo double bottom here at this 540.50. I love that 540.65 level. That was the level I was shorting pseudo into oblivion here earlier this morning. I mean, not you know, we made money on it. I'm just saying I was, you know, really like that level. But now we're coming back into these levels I like here, that 540.60. I would love to see a break below, but if we're just going to range here below that 90 MA, if we're not going to form a double bottom, I have no qualms about getting involved and risking into 80s. So you know what? That's what I'm going to do. I don't know if I'll get filled, but you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And you miss 100% of the trades that you don't make. How are you?
I am good. I'm watching Tesla here really move up nicely. We got in at 184 originally, and look at this one. It made its way all the way up into 184 mid-40s. It's trying to defend 185 right now. I forget who it was, but somebody in the chat was telling me that there was a lot of calls at 185, so we'll see if 185 ends up getting defended of the day, because we were looking at 185 earlier, remember? And we were saying it was a key area of technical resistance. But now if we're going to clear it by some distance, now do we now use it as a key area of technical support? So there it goes, right back into that third of a dollar. I'm talking about TSLA. It's obviously well off the highs. The highs, 191.08. We're talking about mid-80 prints here. So not a bad look, because we're at local highs. We haven't been this high since 10:30 this morning. So good recovery here for the Cybertruck. Let's see if it can continue to move up. VWAP is hanging out at 186 2/3. Definitely want to see how it performs there. It's approaching the 50 period exponential on the 5-minute chart, which is a little bit below that 186 level. I don't want to put too much stock into 186, but quite frankly, I kind of have to, because the IB low took us right into 186. Look at that. Look at that IB low right at 930. It took us to exactly, I'll give you the level, 185.77, generally 186, and where it closed was 186.67, so close $1 below that level. So if we do come back into 186, eek, right? Is this a level of resistance? Look at the pre. Look at the pre. It bounced off 186. The institutional prints, Katina Man, for whatever reason, made of those, bounced off that level. For whatever reason, 7 a.m., there was action on Tesla, almost 200,000 shares on this 1 5-minute candle at 7 a.m., also found support at 186. So if we're using 186 over and over and over again as a level of support, does it stand to reason that we might use it now as resistance? We're about to find out, because this candle over here, the high is 185.58. So we aren't all that far from 186. But I would submit to you, don't have a strict break or I'm out rule, because Tesla's not going to hold up right at 186. Chances are it won't. It may, but it's $100 and some odd name. It's a heavily traded name. So chances are it breaks through 186. So when we talk about 186, we're talking about zones, not prices. At least I am. So that's what I want to say there with respect to Tesla. I will be absolutely willing to short this name if it does hold up at 186. Let's find out what happens. Let's now check the trade that we have on, and we'd know how long or have it on, as I see there on the blotter. So I either got stopped out. Yeah, I did. So we didn't wet our beak at the 33s. Or did we? Oh, we got it. Oh, not bad. So we did get 33s, and it just got stopped out for the rest. I guess, oh, that's right. I was waiting for 66s. So we were long 13s, we got 33s, and then we had a few more shares left. We get stopped out for the rest as it now breaks well below 310. So the 310 level off which we were basing our trades no longer valid in my humble opinion. It's broken, and it's broken now on a conclusive basis, well down below 3. Now we're breaking below 3, so forget about 310. At this moment, let's see if 3 holds up on LGVN. Still a good name, still 65.75% in the green, but definitely one that is coming down a little bit now. I see SMCI is up 12%. For whatever reason, it's not loading up on my charts over here, so I'm going to have to load it up on a trading screen to kind of get eyes on it, because I can't pull it up on my platform for whatever reason. Let's have a look at SMCI, because up big, 11.5, but well off highs here. Let's load this up. Well, not well off highs. It's it's a $1 zillion name. So can you believe this thing's moved $70 today?
I weirdly can. It's SMCI.
Dude, it's moved more than $70. Adarat opened at 788, and now it's at 8. It topped out
Are you
at
serious?
872. It
crazy.
moved almost $100. Currently, right now, as we speak, it's up $88. Wow, that's all I got to say. SMCI, yeah, I saw you guys talking about this one. Pulling back just a skosh, though. Look, I think you're going to see a higher lows and higher highs here, and that's going to kind of be the nature of this beast. It's an 80-penny spread as I look at it wider now, so I'm not trading this thing. Are there any SMCI derivatives?
I don't know.
Ooh, let's go. We're gonna have to find out that in a second. I don't know if it's got any derivatives, but we'll definitely look at that. All right, back into that's it. That's all I really got at the moment, because I got stopped out of my long Chevron. So that's basically it. What are you looking at?
Yeah. So basically, I don't know. I'm making that face because I'm like a little. I'm not bummed out. We don't get bummed out over here. I mean, we do, but you just gotta keep pushing. So this Nvidia long, I tried really small position because I knew it was kind of risky. Initially, what I wanted to do was get long here, 128.40s. The second I tried to get in here, it bounces. I don't get it. We come back. We should have higher lows. So I was like 44s. Let's find small position. We break below 20s. I get out. I think Nvidia is giving you great opportunities either way. If you're a scalpy, I just do not know if my fingers are quick enough to move the way Nvidia moves. Like, you have a right position ready, you got to be ready for like the right to get it out, right? So I think you need to be careful with that. Tried to short at 128.40. Nvidia's like, you're not fast enough. Like, I was just thinking, I wish I had like eyes everywhere on my head and then fingers, and you could just be like trading nonstop and being able to get every move you want, right? Like I missed my SPY short. SPY broke low of day, and I was not involved, which is all fine. It's all good. I should have, though, been way more aware. I saw us coming back into 540-40s, and I was still looking at Nvidia like little boy blue over there, and it's like, no, if you see something you like, you just have to get involved. So, but one way you can get involved in the show is our new audience participation segment. How may you ask, do you get involved? That was not English. You can vote to see the Big Kahunas talk about any ticker of your choice, any of those tickers, whatever ticker you want. Longeveron, SPY, IWM, I don't know. I'm not you guys. You guys know what tickers you want to see. At 1:50 p.m., that is when the voting will close, and at 2 p.m., this mustachio gentleman to my right, which, by the way, his mustache is not a ticker, guys.
No,
it's not
no,
a ticker.
no.
But yeah, Sharif will stand on the green screen. He will tell you what happened with the tickers.
And Brendo refuses to put it on the rundown.
He'll send it in our chat, but he won't put it on because he will. He has. He'll be like, oh, the stash was whatever ranking. But
yeah, exactly. Guys, yeah, shout out to Scott H. Scott H is going to look for a defend on Longeveron at VWAP. I'm shouting out Scott H because he showed me Longeveron yesterday, and Scott H is a good small cap gapper trader there. So make sure if you're interested in that sort of thing, you like the small cap gappers, keep an eye on what Scott's looking at on the day. He's often looking at these smaller kind of, the around for a good time, not a long time names. So 285, 286 is where VWAP is hanging out. There seems to be a bit of tug of war happening between buyers and sellers at this 3. We'll see how it resolves. I'm unsure at this moment. So we'll keep watching that. Now, there is a bit of a bottoming tail coming in on the dead one right now. So this is very interesting. How long do we have on this candle here? We have another minute 15 on this Apple candle. What I'm looking at is this candle here on Apple. I want to see if this closes as a hammer candle to show us perhaps that the selling may have concluded and then possibly try to take this bad boy along. I don't want to be weaseled into it, so I'm going to try to wait for confirmation, however that may present itself. But I'm looking for a possible mean reversion look here on the dead one. And if I don't get it, I don't get it. The other trade that I want to take, I want to try to possibly see if we can get some sort of continuity here on Tesla. We already knew, oh wow. So this 185.50 did come in as a nice short because now it's 184.70. So that was the move there on the Cybertruck. But that's okay. I still think you're putting in higher lows. So, you know, even though you could have gotten a scalp short off this 185.50 because of these lows over here, I think you may eventually break it. So if we break it, I'm taking Tesla along 185.50 resistance or not, because then it'll be a continuation of the pattern. So TSLA continuing to move up here. Adara, anything you want to say before we start the lesson?
Yeah, actually, I'd like to talk about Tesla, if I may, because I just lost a 1 penny on it. You might be like, Adara, what was the point of that trade? I'll tell you. I saw the same thing you like. I like the 90 MA hold. Even before I entered, though, I was a bit skeptical because I didn't like these topping tail candles. Also, I will say I know that 184.50 was a level because that was our flat top break. So I was in it. I was like, Adara, you don't feel good about this? Why are you in here? Just so you could say you're in here? What is going on? So yeah, it wasn't that dramatic and like, PSA acting level, but I just decided to get out. That being said, I think there could be a long on Tesla here. What is more interesting to me, though, is that 184.50 level. I should have been more patient. That was what I was using as support, but I was like, Adara, if we fail that 184.50, like, short season. So that's what I'm going to try to do here. I think I have some trades I'm proud of. I just feel like I'm maybe not as on my game today, so I want to be cognizant of that. It's not been a bad trading day by any means. I'm just trying to make sure the mental is there. Shout out to OBL was talking about the mental, huge aspect of trading. You know what else is a huge part of trading? Learning every day. Which you can do with our lessons in a moment here. Sharif's just taking a
I got into it by accident.
Chunk out of that apple.
No, I tried to put a resting order for the break of a new high, and I fat fingered, so I got out of it right away. I want to put an order to go long. Well, it's not going to work here, I don't think. Well, we'll see. I'm going to put it anyway. 212.23 because that'll be the first 5-minute candle to make a new high off that doji. So 212.23, and then we're going to go long. We'll give it to 25s. Yeah, I'm going to put it there, and that way I don't have to monitor it. All right, let's get to the lesson du jour, baby. We are talking about these inside up, inside down candlestick patterns They are these very rare kind of candlestick patterns that we haven't talked about in the past, and so we're doing an entire week on these rarer ones. So let's get right to it. So what is it exactly? So the term 3 inside up, 3 inside down essentially refers to 2 different candlestick patterns, as you can see here on the bottom right of your screen. One's bullish, one's bearish. What's going on? Oh, okay. All right. So you have they're identical patterns, but one appears at a crest and the other appears at a trough. Okay. The pattern requires 3 candles to form in a specific sequence, showing that the current trend has lost its momentum and a move in the other direction might be starting. That's what we're looking for here with this specific pattern. It is a reversal pattern that typically appears at peaks and troughs. That's what you need to be looking for. Let's dissect this 3 up, 3 down pattern before we get into the bullish and bearish versions of it. So let's understand the key elements to make this a reversal pattern. First and foremost, the trend preceding the pattern. Whatever the pattern is turning into, the trend preceding it has to be the opposite. So if we were moving down before you saw the pattern, that means we're looking to move up. If we were moving up, then we're going to move down. It is a reversal pattern. So this pattern thrives on established trends. You're not going to see it coming out of a consolidation area. You're going to see it coming out of a trend. A 3 inside up emerges during a downtrend, while the 3 inside down emerges during an uptrend, okay? The other part of this that's important is the second candlestick bar. We call it the inside bar. And what this is, the core of this pattern lies in the second candlestick. So imagine it as a smaller rebel kind of thing trapped within a larger dominant trend represented by the first candle. That's that big boy there that initiates the pattern. This inside bar or the second candlestick bar signifies a temporary halt in the preceding trend's momentum. And then the third and the final candlestick end of this pattern is the confirmation candle. The third candlestick acts as sort of the playmaker, right? Ideally, it should entirely enclose the first candle's body. That means it makes a new high or new low above the first candle, which is the initiating candle. Right? But crucially, it needs to break free in the opposite direction of the prevailing trend. So if we were moving down, this must be breaking free going up. If we were moving up, this got to break down. That's what we're looking for there. So now let's get to the actual bullish variant of this pattern. It's called the 3 inside up pattern. Now, what you're looking for, first and foremost, you need a downtrend, not a consolidation. You need a downtrend. So you're looking for that as step number 1. Step number 2, you're looking for a larger-ish bearish candle to form. Okay? So that's step number 2. Step number 3, the candle that forms after that large bearish candle should be a bullish green candle, but it shouldn't be so bullish as to break out from the top and the bottom of that big initial red candle. It has to be enclosed by that first candle. Then number 3, you're looking for a bigger green candle to come as the third candle that breaks above the high of the first candle. I'm going to show you this in a second, and this is what I mean. So this is the initiating candle. And look how it starts with a downtrend. And then you get that bigger red candle followed by a smaller green candle ensconced within it. And then the third candle breaks from the high of that first initiating candle. And then we have the initiation of an uptrend. And it doesn't just appear in one form like this one over here. They're not all going to look like this, all right? There's going to be many different variants of this type of pattern. Sometimes it'll look like this one. Sometimes it'll look like this. And so what I note from these is that the body of the second green candle here is still within the body of the red candle. You don't see that over here though. And so this is why it's kind of a tougher pattern to trade because it takes so many forms. Okay, so these are the different variants of it. And so crucially here, there needs to be a number of things. Okay, so I'm long Apple. I have to look at this now. All right, so we're long. I'm going to wet my beak here at the third of a buck. Crap. There we go. Thanks, Katina, man. So we're long here on the dead one, Apple. We already wet our beak nicely. 20 pennies in the money here, Katina, man. Let's see if we can move up a little bit more on AAPL. Let's see if we get, there it is, $1/3 of a dollar, Katina, man. We'll take that one out super quick. I'm happy I took that trade while I was I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I know, man. I got a little excited there, bro. I got to calm down a little bit. Thank you, Adair, for that. We'll have to get back to the lesson over here, and I'll stop celebrating now. All right, so crucially, Ram, there are several things that have to happen here with these candles. Number one, the second candle has to close 50% above the 50% line of the first candle. Then the third candle just essentially has to close above the first candle. That's all you need, okay? So the second candle closes above the 50% line of the first red candle. Then the third candle just closes above the high of the first candle, okay? And this is kind of a conservative way to go long. I personally wouldn't wait that long to go long on this pattern. I would go long on the closing of this candle above that. But alas, they're more conservative and they want you to get long on this candle on the subsequent day. No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Yeah. So the 3 inside down pattern, the exact same thing as the 3 inside up. So everything I just said and showed you with respect to images for the 3 inside up applies to the 3 inside down. There is no difference. You just need to take the contrapositive, all right? So I'll just remind you what you're looking for here for the 3 inside down. You're looking for an uptrend. So we need to be making higher highs and higher lows before the 3 inside down pattern is valid. Then you're looking for a large bullish candle, a big green candle that shows up at the high. Then you're looking for an inside red candle, a red candle that closes within the high and the low of that first bullish green candle. Then the third candle makes it all by closing below the low of the first green candle. That's what you're looking for there. And so identifying, there's your first green candle on the top. It's obviously following higher highs and higher lows. Then you get the second red candle there ensconced within the high and low of the first green candle. Then there's that breakaway candle or the breakdown candle, the third candle, which closes below the low of the first green candle. That's what we're looking for there. Look at these, look for these patterns at peaks and troughs. They are most accurate there, and they are counter trend, okay? Key points to remember there. Last one, confirmation is key. Increased trading volume on the breakdown or the breakup on that third candle definitely helps confirm. Not a guarantee by any means. Obviously, this pattern is a single indicator. If you want more confirmatory stuff, you got to use more technical indicators. And false signals, sadly, do exist with this. That is the nature of the beast in technical analysis. And I want to give you guys one more piece of info. The lower the time frame you go, so if I was charting on the hour and now I'm charting on the 10 or the 5, the higher the failure rate for all technical analysis patterns and indicators are there.
Yeah, thank you so much for going over that, Sharif. I think, it's always very important to be cognizant of the fact that nothing is 100%. Yep. You always have to look at things, as Sharif says, in the balance of the evidence, which I found it really helped me in my trading in general. So I just want to shout out that advice that Sharif gives there. Go Sharif. Go team. Yeah, highlight there. Also, SPY. I'm short the SPY. Will we stay short the SPY? Jury is still out on that. Verdict has not yet been delivered. We're pacing nervously outside the courtroom. But no, in all seriousness, I like this short because we had the 90 EMA, sorry, I got really tired there all of a sudden. We had the 90 EMA rejection. We came into that previous little chop and churny area. I saw a very nice slowdown here in the book, because I do have the SPY book open on my side chart. And I said, Adara, you like what you are seeing? Punch. So I punched short, because I think one of my biggest issues today is I'll see things I like, and I wait for too much confirmation, and then I miss them. I want to talk about Tesla, because, I don't want to say I'm depressed, but I don't feel the best about it. I'll put it that way. I want to talk about it, though, because I learned a lot from these trades, and the thing I learned is, Adara, just do the thing you want to do. So I got short 184.50 because I was obsessed with that level, but I should have gotten short the second we had that break, and I missed it. I was too slow. Then I get out at 185. I was trying to get out at 184.80, but it didn't get filled. And Sharif knows what I get like when I have brain fog come over me all of a sudden. I'm just staring there blankly. I'm like... So anyways, so that wasn't fun. Then I see we come back to reject 185.70 or 184.70 again. I said, Adara, you want all that smoke? But there was a typo in my punch, so I didn't get in, and then it dropped 20 pennies. So basically, I'm not trying to get too down. You guys know I'm all about positivity and optimism here. I just want to be honest. It can get really frustrating when your brain and your hands and the charts are not all working together. But you know what that means? You have to slow down, do what works for you. The SPY, I saw that. I said, Adara, every cloud has a silver lining. Silver, it worked better in my head. Anyways, we're in the SPY now. Tesla, I have eyes on you always. You cannot sleep. Watch out. That was, threatening and weird. How are you doing today?
I'm thinking about shorting Apple at this level over here. I don't know if I should jump in. We just retraced the 10 on the 5, the 10 exponential on the 5-minute chart. And we were rejecting off that level before. And so I'm thinking, look, there's a couple of things I can do here. One, I can wait for that 213.08 retracement, which is yesterday's closing print. That is the white horizontal line on the chart there. I can wait for that. And you know how much I love price action support and resistance, especially if it's a closing print. I can wait for that. And there is the 20 period there as well. So there's confluence with respect to that level. But we have been ranging below the 10 period the majority of the day. There have been exceptions, obviously, and it looks right now we are going to reject, at least for the moment, this 10 period as we do reject that kind of mid-80s and down we go into the low 60s. I should have gotten short there. That is on me. I'm just unsure sometimes. You're unsure, and like sometimes I struggle with that. Anyway, so yeah, there it is, rejecting off the 10, but not tanking or anything. What caused me to go long, guys, with respect to this name, it was really simple, okay? It was this over here, these two candles. These are candles of indecision, and especially when the lower wick is a lot longer than the upper wick. That's showing you buyers are overwhelming sellers at that particular price level. Doesn't have to be in general and at every price level, but at this specific one, from 211.60 all the way up to above 212, buyers are in control for the moment. That changes all the time, right? But that's what precipitated me to get in. So I said to myself, Sharif, you don't have to guess. You don't have to get in here. If it breaks above the high, this 220, the high of this candle, 212.23, I'm getting along. And I did. So anyway, right now we're still dancing at the 10 period here on AAPL. We haven't broken above the 10 or broken below it on a closing basis. So still indecision right now for me and what to do with this name. I'm going to keep watching it, and then I'll make a decision when it's right. The soft one, though, MSFT has had itself a day. It printed all new highs right now. So 443.39 is the all-time high on Softy. Never has there been a higher print, and it kind of did that rounded top sort of thing, okay? So it did the rounded top, and it found support, lo and behold, at the $10 level, 440, and then we're back up into 441. This level, this white line right here, 441.09, that is Microsoft's closing print on the day. I'm hesitant to use it. It hasn't featured too many times in today's price action. So, yeah, we'll see. I want to see what happens when we get to VWAP here at 441.75, but I don't want to keep you waiting any longer because we got a very, very exciting fist pump there, and I know you want to share. So
yeah, sorry.
I like it.
I got really excited there because, like I said, I was a little bit like, I don't want to say morose, but I was like, I told you the brain fog hit, and then I was sitting there like, whoa. And Sharif has seen me like when I get in, and it's a whole other state. So that was why I was kind of like for a moment there. But then I'm like, Adair, if you still like your Tesla, you know what you do? Owe it to yourself to Tesla. That we'll pretend that was
Tesla.
English. Yeah, I didn't mean to use that as a verb, but I have now, so now Tesla's a verb. I did it. Shout out to Elon. But no, so I got short here again because I said, Adair, you still like this level. Your issue with this has been timing, and it's been conviction at not the right moment. So I got involved. I said I want to see that rejection right at 184.70. It's at 184.70. Come right back down. I said, yeah, Tesla, do your thing, 21. Had my order ready at 184. Honestly, 184, if 184 flips from support to resistance, we know I will short that. Maybe we don't, but I will say I will short that to have some fun there. Also, GME, I am still been playing with. I don't have any plays on this right now. I was happy with the long I had. Actually, Kay, I said that, but I take it back. GME's been bouncing off the 9 EMA. So there you go. I think there's pretty massive resistance here at 27.80, but we've had slightly higher highs. If we come to this, where is this, 27.30, and we bounce, I will be getting involved long on Give me some shorts after midnight. Shout out to Mamma Mia and ABBA. But also, you know what you could do? ABBA's not a ticker, but there are lots of tickers. Maybe ABBA is, I don't know. But you can go and vote for those tickers if you want to be part of our new audience engagement part of the day.
Yes. Thank you for reminding me. I keep forgetting to tell everybody to vote, guys. You got to vote. Otherwise, we won't talk about your tickers. Where are my GME heads at? Where are my crypto heads at? You saw the Katina man trade Ethereum today, live on the show. If you guys want that talked about, you will vote. The only way to do it is to get into that chat. Hit the exclamation point, the word join, hit space, and then the $, and enter the ticker of your choice, whether it's Meta, Amazon, or whatever. Have your say every day, or forever hold your peace. So we're going to continue to hold that. Now, I'm short AAPL at this level. I will get stopped out if it breaks 213. I am looking to defend this level, though. I do kind of see a possible, this 10-period. What's up?
Nvidia is falling a little bit here.
Okay, go for it.
Just saying.
Go for it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I don't. Did it? Let me see. I'm not seeing much of a move in my side chart. Oh, yeah. No, it is moving down a little bit here. We broke below that 128. Sorry, I just heard Sean say that and I wanted to.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put my stop above 213 right here. We're going to put 213.05. And then we'll obviously give it a little bit of room because it is the monster, right? So we'll see if we can get any prints here. I'm going to be waiting. I'm short 70, so I'll wait at 55s to cover to see if we can get anything around there. There has been some buying around here, so I don't anticipate we're going to huadunk in the way that I would want. And there we go. We got the fill. All right, so let's now wait below the 50 because I'm greedy. We're going to wait for some 40s, but there is defending here at the $half. Unsurprisingly, you're going to get defense at the $half, at the whole dollar. We wick below the $half super quick there and then get bought up quick as you like. So we'll look for the short to continue here. I see a topping tail candle into 213. I did add to this position and we did get a wick, but the illiquidity was there. As you can see, we wick below my entry, but with the kind of volume we're doing on the day here right now, I'm surprised there was an area of illiquidity, but we'll continue to pack our patience to look for that move down. We're 30 pennies in the money on this name, and I don't want to do dumb things. I want to do the right trade. If it's going to continue to make lower lows, I want to wet my beak at the lower lows. So packing my patience here on AAPL, looking for another 10-period rejection on the 5 and looking for the $half break, which is not incoming for whatever reason. So it looks like somebody buying this bad boy at the $half. I want to mention that I was singing Tesla's praise today for recovering in that long, but should have definitely stuck with a TA here, technical analysis, because this is the level we yapped or waxed poetic about, as Adara likes to say. This 185.50 Adara was my line in the sand, and I didn't take it, and it's such an obvious level. And now look at that, well below at $2 below that level right now on TSLA. Great retracement to the high side, but honestly, that 185.50 was one hell of a short. Right back up, not into my entry. I'm still 8 pennies in the money on this name, but I'm not pleased this punch, sadly, because I didn't wet my beak at 40s. I would have definitely liked that 40 penny winner. I'm talking about AAPL. I'm not going to cut the trade here because I'm still seeing topping tail candles, and we haven't broke 213. Unless we break 213, iron out.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that was.
Sorry, I get excited and I want to end with an effect. You know what I mean?
And my brain was like, Adara, you're awake. You're alive. No, I'm joking. But yeah, I'm getting out of my SPY. Okay, I want to see what we did at 70s. We're chopping at 70s. I think we're just going to get out here and then we can get back in if we need to. I am down on the day, but you know what I'm always up on? Positivity. Yes, I'm a Hallmark card. Why not? There are worse things to be, I think, in this crazy world of trading than a Hallmark card. Oh, SPY, I was like, why am I not in the SPY? Yeah, because I thought I ordered $73. No, that's not the price I wanted. Thank you, SPY. So come on, SPY, let me leave. There we go. Okay. Good times. I love when this happens.
You want me to take over?
No, it's okay. I'm just laughing at the SPY. Like I said, I've had some issues with stops and getting out of things. I need to figure that out, but it's all good. I am down in the day, always up on some positivity. Let me see, GME. I wanted that. I've had this a lot where it's the levels we're not getting filled, so it's all good there. GME, I really wanted 27.50s. 27.35s. And GME is well, we'll get to 27.39. I can give you that. How about that? And I said, well, that's not really what I had in mind.
Catch me outside.
Thank you. Pardon?
What? Catch me outside.
Oh, how about that?
Because you said, how about that? I mean, I can't not say it.
Also, Bad Baby, some of her songs are not bad. Yeah, you can catch me outside. How about that? I guess for saying that.
Well, I guess she's got good production.
Yeah.
Ram seems to agree with you.
That song with
Smashing
Little Candy Paint,
button.
that was a good song. The one she did with Little Candy Paint. But anyways, shout out to Francisco Infante. Thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. ARM short? Question mark. Hopefully I'll have an answer for you there. Let's see. ARM initially had a leg up on the market, had a leg up yesterday as well. Okay, I really want to know what that fist bump was about.
Yeah, Apple, baby. We're 44 pennies in the money. I can't complain about this. We still have another piece. 3 B quitters this time, Adira.
Nice, congrats. Yeah, so ARM, here's the thing. I think it could be a short. I know Neil was shorting this earlier, Francisco and Fonte, but it's always hard for me to say oh, this thing's a short when it's at levels that are a little bit harder to read. That being said, we have lower highs here and a bit of a flat bottom. You could maybe get a flat bottom break on ARM, break your arm here, if you will. But I think that opportunity is kind of fleeting really quickly. I think 153 would maybe be a level if we come back here. Topping tail candle, previous support. Again, not advice, just my take on the chart. That'd be my only level, but I would say don't go chasing waterfalls. Don't get long at the bottom of the day or anything, right? Stick to the rivers you're used to and try to find levels that make sense. Also, yes, I know I got out of the SPY short too early. It's all good. It is what it is. Yeah, I mean, I just didn't want to be in there and be looking at stocks. You know what I mean? So it's all good. SPY, if it comes back to my level, I'll take it short again. You can't cry over spilt milk, spilt shares, whatever. You still got to get back up in that saddle and get back on the horse.
The Katina man is still short NVDA. I want to point that out because Nvidia has a gnarly down move here, coming into 127 and a third. Guys, the IB low is no, that's not the IB low. The IB low is over here at 128.25. No, actually, this is the IB low because the IB low, as we know, is an hour after the bell, up to an hour after the bell. And this candle bottomed out at 10:25, so that puts it 55 minutes within the bell. That is 127 and a third. Could be a support area here on NVDA. Watch out for this area, but shout out to the Katina man. One hell of a short there on the monster NVDA. I want to talk about the short that I had. Say that again? Yeah, I was telling everyone that you were short. Yeah, 129. Yeah, the Katina man short 129, which is essentially the top of the crest. This Apple trade over here was not simple, but it was based on simple idea, a 10-period exponential rejection. Simple as that. As you can see, it had 4 wicks to the high side, all of which were met with sellers in the high 80s. 212.88 was the line in the sand there. I put my out on the other side of 213. Got short at 84, and we wet our beak all the way down into mid-30s or low 30s. Dang, okay, not bad there. Yeah, we actually got 30 print on that. In fact, it made its way down that quarter, but we only got a 30 print. So that was a 10-period exponential, and we wet our beak 3 times on that move down. I don't think this is going to make a 212 break as easily as, maybe the shorts would like. And the reason I say that is because last time we were at 212, we had these kind of candles. And these kind of candles indicate to me aggressive buying. Aggressive buying. Now, how many orders are on that side of 212? Who knows, right? Because you could get exhausted. But in any event, Apple has been very clear in its direction today. Lower lows, lower highs. You've kind of had to try to play the range, even though the range is sloping down. There's kind of your rudimentary downward channel. And we talked about downward channels and upward channels this week, by the way, guys. So make sure to go back and check out that lesson if you're into that sort of thing. Anyway, this lower end of the channel has been holding up quite well on AAPL. Let's see if 212 does defend. Now, if we go, look, I took Apple long, I took it short, I took it everything in between. I'll take it long again. If we see that same buyer coming in at 212, absolutely, we'll take it long. So we'll see exactly what we get there, Adara, and we won't get upset. Let's look at some of these small cap gappers real quick here, Ram, before we throw it back. My man, Scott H., tell me that you got filled on Longeveron. Tell me, please, because I know where you were waiting. You were waiting at 285. You wanted VWAP. And more sympathetic to your cause I could not be. But sometimes there's no sympathy in these here stocks. And the low there, my man, was 292. On this candle, it was 294. So tell me, Scott, that you moved up your order and that you're 35 pennies in the money or more. Go Longeveron, go. What a curl up back for LGVN. Held 3 quite well. This, in my humble opinion, was not a VWAP retracement. It was a general hold of 3. Even though it broke into 96s, that ain't that bad. We're talking about a 4-penny clearance on a whole dollar level. Not too bad. Right back up to 3 1/3. We know for a fact that there is resistance at 3 1/3. We saw it over here. We saw it here where I was involved. We're seeing it again right now. So let's see if 3 1/3 can get cleared, because I think if we clear 3 1/3 well, on a closing basis, we could touch $4 today and rival those highs a day at 391. So let's see what we get here on long Chevron, but good move so far.
Good move so far, indeed. Go markets, go chat. Happy to be here. The reason I'm not in any trades right now is because, like I said, my brain is in some kind of like, we're going to drink some coffee and have, get out of brain fog type moment. You know the London fog drink? That's what my brain is. My brain's in a London fog. So we're going to have, I was proud of that. So we're going to have some coffee, we're going to breathe, and we're just going to look at things. Things I like. Tesla, 184 rejection. I was not aggressive enough with this last time we came into that. But next time I will be Tesla. Watch out. I'm coming for you. The other thing I was not aggressive about was AMD. I went on my 159 long. I'm like, oh, this looks nice on the book. Let's wait and see how it goes. Pops up. Didn't get involved. All good. We're going to wait and see. If we can't break above this little chop and turn area, this could be a short. But again, I'm going to see if the book confirms my opinions on that. Now, the SPY. I did miss the SPY short. I could have gotten 20 pennies out of it. Whatever. It's all good. Lost a little bit instead of gained. But I think the SPY is curling up a little bit, which is also why I didn't panic into a short. Now, why? You may ask. Well, we have higher lows here. We're coming back to that previous support area of 540.25. I do not mind that at all. So I think that could be an interesting level. So I think we could see how the bounces go, see what happens. We do still have some weird rejection, resistance, whatever words you'd like to use, at 540.80. But it looks like the SPY is trying to climb a little bit higher. Shout out to IWM as well, because IWM was like, Adara, while you've been like talking, I casually have decided to push up at 201. Look at this 201. We had some chop and turn over 201. INW was like, I don't know what that means. IWM, wow, tickers. Pushing even higher here. I like this 201.40 area. I found it interesting. I've said that the small cap recap this morning, this 201.40 was kind of an interesting chop and churn. Then we rejected the 9 EMA, try to climb up above it. IWM was like, I don't care, continue to the downside. Not anything I have any immediate need to get involved in, but I want to wait and see what we do here. SPY trying to curl higher. GME, I do not honestly know if I have this scalp in me right at this moment to be involved in GME. I was involved earlier. Sadly enough, top name of the day. Like I said, not my best trading day, but all that means is only way to go is up. Got to stay positive, got to keep going. GME, the reason I'm also not running into this with, head over heels is because we have the 9 EMA bounce up, but we also have some very bad muzzling candles. There's a lot of dojis here. I want to make sure, shout out to Ponzi Fonzie for saying in the chat, fear does not exist in this doji. Shout out to like Cobra Kai and Karate Kid. But also, I think, healthy skepticism can exist when it comes to dojis. So I want to be very cognizant and see how this goes. Far around and find out. IWM's a fun one for sure. I think it's a good scalp opportunity. I know some people on this who watch this trade a little bit as well. But definitely a different one. Kind of moves like an index. Tesla, if you want to stay below 184, things are going to get really enticing in Tesla, but I think it's going to push higher. Like I said, don't have a lot of things that I feel super compelled to trade right now. One thing about, I want to shout out Sean. I've always shouted Sean talking about confidence, and that's been huge for me. But I think one thing I've learned too is if you have confidence, take the trade. But if you don't, why are you taking it? I think it goes both ways. I think it's a double-edged sword, double-sided coin. Also, I want to look quickly at CRM for Bala. I don't know if you're still here, Bala, but I know you mentioned this one a while ago. This double bottom is an interesting look for me. Just shy of 230. It's going to be at 229.75. Right now, though, it looks like the sellers are in force in Salesforce. We had a little bit of a Mark Benny sell-off here. Shout out to Mark Benioff. 9 EMA rejections. This 231 area, a little bit of chop and turn as well. And of course, that base at 229.70. Let's see if we can climb higher.
I want to shout out Nimit. He's telling us good night, essentially. Shout out to Nimit, our OG friend from Singapore. Nimit, my man, have yourself a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow. And we always love when you join us here on How to Trade, Nimit. One of the small cap gapper OGs always wants to see the side charts to see what kind of small cap gappers we're looking at. Today it was long Chevron, Nimit, obviously. All right, let's get back to work here. And the Cybertruck is finding a bit of support all of a sudden. TSLA, that 183 level seems to be an interesting level here on Tesla. We make it down into 183, kind of a double bottom there, and there we go right back into that 184-ish area. But is there a discernible trend here? Yes. Okay, so we make a higher low. So obviously, if that's relative. This higher low is relative. It's relative to this one and this one. What I'm trying to say is we didn't make a new low day. So technically a higher low, but that 185.50 is still staring at me as that key area of technical resistance. I'm not sure what I'm hearing in my ear there. What is that? Oh, that's the squawk thing from Trade Ideas. Shout out to Trade Ideas. I want to show this quickly, Ram, over here. This is the squawk feature on Trade Ideas. Shout out to the NOS boss and his boys over there at Trade Ideas. Isn't it called squawk? Look, it's right here. Look at the screen. I couldn't hear it. I had them like on the lowest volume. Yeah. Brokerage. It's called Brokerage Plus, Katina, man. No, I know. Yeah. Yeah, you have it, obviously. If I have it, you have it. There's no question about that. It's just, yeah. I just heard them right now. Anyway, shout out to the NOS boss and his crew over there at Trade Ideas. And if you want to use, I saw people asking, what scanner do I use? Where do these guys get their information? Well, you want the same stuff I'm looking at. You're going to go to Trade Ideas right there and use Trader TV 20 for that obvious 20% off. Shout out to Trade Ideas. But yeah, let's get back in to work here. Yeah, these Mag 7. Okay, let's look at the soft one here because we were talking about a nice recovery off 440 for MSFT. Now it is definitely having trouble with VWAP. And I'm surprised by that because I didn't really see a whole lot of respect between Microsoft and VWAP today. But for whatever reason, 441 2/3 acting as a bit of a local area of resistance. Now look, quite frankly, if we break through this, like we're looking like we're inching up to with higher lows and incrementally higher wicks, this could be an interesting recovery here for Softy. Printed new all-time highs today. It's definitely having trouble off 441 3/4. We'll see. We'll see. I don't want to get short here on Softy willy-nilly like that at that level. The other thing, okay, no problem. I don't know why it's doing that lately, but yeah. The other one, Adira, is this 176 retracement on the new dead one, Goggles. It hasn't been doing much today. The first thing Adira said to me was, this is really rangy, and she definitely had a point because it kept rejecting off that 176.75 or thereabouts, guys, and then it ended up breaking right down. So I don't have a read, I got to tell you the truth, on anything at the moment, not mega cap related anyway, but if you do, and you want it talked about on the afternoon rundown, you're going to vote. And the way they're going to vote is you're going to get into the chat right now and you're going to hit that exclamation point. That's a shift 1 for all you guys out there. And then you're going to hit join. Type in the word join. Then hit the space bar and the $sign. After that, shift 4. And then type in the ticker of your choice, whether it's Microsoft, Google, or whatever, GameStop as well. We should probably mention that GameStop, the shareholder meeting that was scheduled to take place about 2 hours ago now, has been canceled due to what they call technical difficulties. Being speculated online that it could be a DDoS attack. We don't have confirmation of that, nor do we know. So all speculatory for right now, and we'll when we get anything confirmatory, a lot of Oris, we'll bring that to you guys.
Yeah, what's the story, Morning Glory? What? I don't know. We'll find out. Yeah, Tesla. Hi, Tesla. I accidentally made Tesla a verb yesterday, so I'm gonna or earlier today. Thank you, Remy. Wow, like I said, my brain is in.
My teacher used to get mad at me, saying, "Stop verbing your nouns."
Yeah, my brain is in its place right now, so good times. Tesla, you're below 183.80. I'm good for that. If we break above 184, I'm out. Look, we're below the 90 MA. We're in levels I like. Awesome. Good times. Let's keep it going. Tesla, let's get that Cybertruck to be in a state of cyber tank or cyber dump. That was better in my head, and I said it out loud and I didn't like it at all. So good times. But Tesla's seeing a little bit of support here, resistance flip at this 183.60, which happens to be the level at which I got short. Well, I think I thought I had a better print than I did. 183.57. It's all good here. I have no reason to leave. It's all good, baby. It was not a dream. I am in Tesla. That is real. So good times. 180. Let's get out half at 183. I wanted to get out near 183, but how brave am I feeling? I am feeling like 183.10s. That is what I am feeling like. Boop. So we're going to have to see if that gets filled. Also, Stephen H., thank you so much for the £2 super chat. Euro, pound, I think that's a pound. Can you please check out Archer Aviation, please? Thank you very much for your super chat. And yeah, we can totally do that. ACHR, is that, I need to look at this ticker. Aviation. Oh yeah, it is ACHR, but it must be on the NYSE, which it is. Yeah, let's NYSE what we see here on the Archer. Okay, I have to be honest here. This Archer Aviation, kind of weak here on the day. I'll look at the daily chart for you post-haste. But right now, what I'm seeing here for Archer Aviation is we had this big move down here, 9 EMA rejections. We're also seeing this thing that I think is kind of common in these smaller stocks where you get random volume spikes, but there isn't really any consistent volume or lack of volume. Things are just popping and dropping as they feel like. So Tesla popped up, so she'll deal with that in a second here. But it's all good.
Neil.
Archer Aviation, yeah, is doing things. We're kind of near this, in this 325 area. It'll be kind of interesting to see what Tesla does. Archer Aviation, wow, not Tesla. I'm so sorry, guys. Also, we had an auction, which just probably explains that move up we had in the market.
Oh, that's why. My mistake.
And that auction was 4.403 versus 4.635 previous.
what
so that was lower
duration?
than expected. It was, sorry, it was a 30.
The 30, yeah.
It was a 30-year bond auction. The
call.
30-year bond auction was about 0.2% lower than the previous one. Archer Aviation on the daily as well. Let me look for this little super chat. I have to say, I don't have a really, this isn't really giving me too much. It's kind of topic and turning on the daily here. Archer Aviation for me, I would not say its flight path is necessarily on an upward trajectory. And I would say it is actually, like I said on the 5-minute here, definitely headed to the downside. Kyle Burdett, $2 super chat. Swear I just heard Adara saying Busta Rhymes. I quoted Biggie for a second there, but who knows? Maybe I am just like dream fugue state rapping. Who knows? Good times. I'm down for that. But
I didn't know you were tired today.
Pardon?
I didn't know you were tired today.
I didn't either. And then I think randomly, like I told you, it just hit when I just watched Tesla go against me. I was like,
Oh God, Tesla can
but
do
yeah,
that
good
to
time.
you.
Tesla brings it out for you. But yeah, good times. Thank you to Monica. I appreciate that. I appreciate all the love in the chat. Just trying to be here and be awake. That's what we all strive for.
Absolutely.
Here.
Couldn't
Good
agree
times.
more. Guys, Microsoft did break through VWAP, but look at this topping tail candle right there, breaking into almost 442, 441.91, but right back down below VWAP. And this is why I did not want to sit as a resting order at VWAP because of this kind of thing. It's a $400 name. There is a specialist breakout, breakdown. They're going to take your money. And, if you're sitting at these kind of obvious areas, I think that's kind of what happens. So I'm not going short Microsoft here unless I see some sort of confirmation. Give me one sec. Yeah, good call, Neil. I don't even think it's a buyout, Neil. So I sent this to Neil, by the way. URGN. I told him this was a buyout. So I'm gonna point this out because it looks awfully like a buyout. This is typically what buyouts look like when we see them because they hover at a tight price like that. But here it is. This is the headline for URGN. Eurogen Pharma shares are trading higher after the company announced an 82.3% 12-month duration of response in its phase 3 Envision trial for UGN-102, achieving 79.6% complete response rate at 3 months. I don't even know. Oh, is it for cancer? Oh, that's what it is. Okay, so now I'm really on board with this kind of stuff. Eurogen surges on updated late-stage data for bladder cancer therapy. You gotta love when you hear stuff like that. Even people are making money off it. Cancer just affects so many dang people that I always pound the desk when I see stuff like this. Okay, my bad, Neil. I thought it was a buyout just based on the kind of the chart pattern. It really just hanging out at 18, like this is very unusual. It's not doing much volume either. What's the volume on this bad boy? Oh, 5 million shares, not bad. So URGN, guys, just popped up here, 42 1/3 to the good. It closed out yesterday at 1273, and that is technically the low of the day right there. And as you can see, it's well above that level right now, but you got to really zoom in to see any movement over here. Wow, I'm really surprised it's not a buyout, but yeah, so I just want to point that out to you guys. That one is an interesting one as well. Back to what I was saying about Microsoft, it's still topping tail through VWAP, but not really on an aggressive closing basis. So I'm not going to take this long or short until I see something here more confirmatory. Kind of the same look on Google. Not obviously the same chart pattern, but that same kind of retracement into the volume weighted average price and neither taking it nor rejecting it. Kind of an area of indecision. If I had to take my guess, and that's all that it is, a guess on Google, I say we sell off because Google has been very negative lately, down 1%, and now we're at the 50. And if you saw what Google did with the 50 exponential on the 5, all morning, you'd be like, short, 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 short. But this is what I'm talking about over here. Reject, reject. All these rejections off the 50. This is all the 50-period rejections on Google. Alas, we're there right now above the whole dollar at 176.05. What is the move here? Do we get short or do we do the same thing that we're doing on Softy, which is wait to see exactly what we get? Because it's a bit of, you know, there's no direction here. I don't know how to read that. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait on both of these, Google and Microsoft, but I'm very interested in either taking them long or short, depending on what they do at View Up Adair.
Yes, I agree. I think that's a great look, and I think VWAP is such an interesting area for because it does give you like a nice little checkpoint. Like, how are we doing when we get here? It's like when you go, you're like, you know, you get to like whatever rest stop, the gas station. It's like a gas station for stocks. It's like an area like, do we want to recharge the gas? Do we want to keep going? Do you want to take a U-turn? I don't know how road trips work. I don't drive, but that's kind of what the VWAP is. Yeah. I think it's like a check-in for direction. Maybe gas station was the wrong analogy. But you know what's not the wrong analogy? Tesla short. That didn't make sense. So I was like I said, I was like, oh, we're going to break above 184. We didn't. I don't know why that was the voice I used, but we didn't break above 184. I did, though, de-risk, got out half the position at 183.41. Why? I'll tell you why. I got out because I saw some chop and churn that I didn't like. And I said, Adara, get out half. Save your other half for your piece for the dream, which is, by the way, 183. Also, let's talk about Nvidia. Someone in the chat was saying Nvidia kind of sideways. I haven't looked at Nvidia in a while, and we know one of my favorite things is when a stock is sideways. I love that because it gives me range opportunities. It gives me support and resistance, flip-flops. That is what I love. Shout out to Gucci Flip-Flops by Bad Baby because I'm going to continue shouting her out, I guess, because I started on that pod. Okay, clearly Remy loves that song.
You are really winning Ram over today. I
kept rapping that this weekend, and my friend was like, please, because she kept like, you didn't bring flip-flops. I was like, Gucci Flip-Flops. She's like, stop talking. But yeah, so good time.
Hold on, you were trolling her with that song?
Yeah, a little bit, because it's a good song, and I like it. And she was like, no. Funny. But anyway, so Nvidia, I like that we're kind of dancing near this 90 EMA. I'm fully aware this could go against me, but then you'd be like, then why, Dare, did you get in? Well, any trade can go against you, right? If you have enough things you like for it, then I think that doesn't matter. You have to take the risk. No risk, no reward.
No Rari.
No risk, no Rari.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, no risk, no Ford Focus. No risk, no Nissan Cube. No risk, no Kia Soul. I don't know. Shout out to the boxy vehicles out there. But yeah, so Nvidia, I'm looking, if we stay below 128, I'll be very chill, but I'm not getting out. I'll get a little bit, If we get above 128, I'll be watching the tape, the book, whatever. But if we break above this 128.20, that's my line in the sand. That is my big line saying, no, Adara, leave, buy now. Exit, help. So yeah, Tesla, I'm staying in. Tesla, the lower highs, I don't love this, but I got part out. But hey, Tesla, if you're turning into a really tight range scalp, I have no qualms about that. Want to know how many qualms I have? None. That's how many qualms I have. Let's see if we're gonna make sure we're all good on the super chats here. If there's any other things that people want to look at, let me know. Because like I said, I am just trying to be here looking at things, taking a look. SMCI, people mentioning the SMCI.
Yeah, it's recovering nicely, Adara.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Sitting pretty here. 90 EMA bounce near high of day. Mm-hmm. How do we say flat top break? Maybe flat top break. Also, Elon in the chat. Shout out to we've got Elon Musk talking tonight. We also have Elon in our chat saying no risk, no ram, which I love. Yeah, I mean, shout out to Ramin and Fabian, killing it every single day. So happy to have such a great team, both in the studio, in the back, and also in our chat.
Yes, and I'm about to get stopped at a goggles. So we got short there for the 50-period rejection. The line in the sand is at 14s, and here it comes, 14 on the ask. If this crosses, that's the end of the trade on GOOGL. I'm not going to aggressively DCA into this because if the winds are change coming, I don't want to be adding into a loser. So, Yeah, as you can see here, a nice little bump on all the Mag 7 names. Most of them are making higher highs, really, except for Tesla at this level. But even it's getting a nice little bounce off 183 as well. So, yeah, looks like the winds of change may be coming here on some of these Mag 7 names, at least on Google, because it's continually making or continuing to move up above 176 and above the 50 exponential. It has done that before. It's broken the 50. And that's why, you know, sometimes you always want to move up your stop. There it is. Now I'm out of it. So we take a loser there on goggles. Sad about that. Now, if this one moves higher and starts pumping, I'll get long. I mean, if the winds of change are really coming and I just didn't get weaseled out of the position, I'll take it. And it looks like right now I did get weaseled out of the position because right back down dang 107s. So that's a little frustrating there. So let's go again here. Let's see here. Let's think about this rationally. Good recovery for all these names here, but they are topping tailish. No, I'm getting short. I'm going short again. Oh, I'm just going to go without me. There we go. So I'm going to put my out at 15s, and we'll cover at, yeah, we'll cover it there, and we'll see what we get. Yeah, and I'm getting caught up on this. Why am I doing that? But I see topping tail candles. That's what I see what I see. I'm not going to...
See what you see?
Yeah, I see what I see. So topping tail candles, and that's precipitating me get in. And I just need to be a bit more, you know, patient in getting this out. Because let me show you guys what I'm saying. Okay? Well, this was a bit of a topping tail candle right here, another one right here. You kind of feel like the same thing it was doing over here. Topping tail candles through the 50, and then it curls right back down. Now it's just about, you know, sticking with it. But then you look at the future. The future's moving up. We're definitely not nearly anywhere near highs. We're talking about 19.7 today. We almost got into 19.7691, but we're closing in at VWAP. VWAP is right at that 600-point level. So, oh, that's another really interesting trade. So we did reject that VWAP at around 1140. So during the the earlier part of the show. Now, if we get into 19.6 on the future, and it's essentially where VWAP is, now do we go short there? Do we take an aggressive short there on the TQQs? Well, there's also this price action bottom over here near 19.6. That's much earlier on, 5:30 and 6:30 today, definitely on lower volume, no question about that. So I'm going to be waiting. I want to see what we do at 19.6. It's VWAP, it's 19.6, it's price action resistance in and around there. Let's see what we get it there.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Like, you may know the Bob Marley song, No Woman, No Cry. I'm going to write my own song called Yes, Tesla, Yes, Cry. No, I'm joking. It's all good. Also, to get rid of Nvidia, like I said, I'd be watching the book at 128. We pushed above 128 in a level I don't like. I could have stayed in. I might get back in. But the issue is I don't want to be having to babysit two problem children today. Like, my Tesla, more than enough, okay? Like, it's all good. No, I'm joking. I actually took some profit in this position earlier. I was cognizant of the fact we had the higher lows. I thought we'd get a bit more of a scalp. Of course, when I added, and I do stand by the ad, I stand by that, that's when Tesla's like, oh yeah, so about that range, Adara, it's kind of over now. I'm like, okay, Tesla, you could have told me before I added to the position, but it's all good. Now I only have one Mag 7 child to babysit, and I have to say I'm very proud of the tape reading there at Nvidia, because I said, hey, this could get hairy, and Nvidia's like, yeah, darn right it could. I'm going to push up above that 128. So I'm happy that I left you to stick with your Mag 7 cousin there, the problem child, Tesla. So it's all good there. You got to make decisions in these here markets, and you have to trade what you have to do. So like I said, this has not been the best day in the world when it comes to P&L. In fact, one could argue it was a bad day, P&L wise, and I would for myself. But the other thing is, like, you don't learn unless you try. Also, yeah, I'm going to have to get out of this Tesla swing because we're going to have to do our last round of the lesson of the day. But
okay,
I want to mention GME.
Gimme?
Give me some shorts under 90 MA. Look at these lower highs here, right? Now we're below the 90 MA. I like GME 27.35, and I have secured my shorts. So this is not a trade, to be clear. I have any interest in being in while the lesson of the day is ongoing, but GME is still kind of giving me the eye there. So we might be, give me that move down, GME.
Uh-oh.
Give me some trades. I don't know. Some people were saying the VWAP bounce. I think the VWAP bounce is valid, but I think the fact that we rejected off at 27.35 to me is a skosh more tantalizing. Words. There was, Vote for tickers that you like. You have 35 more minutes. This is what you do. Join Tesla, join Microsoft, join AMC, join Meta, join Google, join Apple, whatever ticker you like. You have to vote there. That's how you do it. Exclamation point, shift 1, join, space, shift 4, $sign. I like that Sharif did that, so I'm going to copy that. And then you put that in the chat.
Yes.
And then our little stream bot, the bot thing, he'll be like, hey, cool, thank you. And then you'll take your vote. And then maybe, as long as it's not a mustache, because unfortunately we're not able to chart that, then much to our deepest chagrin.
Wow.
Then,
I like that. That was definitely a pun, yeah. Chagrin, mustache.
oh, that wasn't even on purpose.
Come on, I got that one. How did you not get that one?
Because I told you, I'm in
That's
brain
like you're the
fog
pun queen, girl.
era. But thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, we still got to make those puns. But yeah, Tesla, you don't get a shout out because you're kind of in my bad looks right now. But how are you doing on Qs?
I'm doing great. I'm not on the Qs. I'm in goggles. We're nicely in the money here on goggles. Yeah, I wet my beak there at 95s. We're short 09s. It's printed 99, so we're not doing great, but definitely was able to de-risk a little bit there. I am still seeing the same thing, guys, that I'm seeing. Topping tail candles, and now, a red candle.
It's your goggles, for goggles. Because you're in goggles, remember? Google's goggles.
What? Where am I?
Does it enhance your trading experience?
You know what? I don't know if I can punch out like this, Adara. Like, this is a very dangerous endeavor over here. I don't know if I can see the keys properly. The green candles look red. The red candles look green. I may punch long. I may punch short. I don't know what I'm going to do here, Adara. So, yeah, thanks, Ram, for this. Do these things move? Or are they, like, permanently googly-eyed? Yeah, all right. Well, there you go. Good times all around over here. Now, I'm still seeing the same thing on goggles, guys. But let me make this point real quick over here. That these topping tail candles are great. I like them. But this candle scares me. This one here is dangerous. Why? Because look at it. It got bought up aggressively off that one. I don't want to see candles like that. These bottoming tail candles that usually means, excuse me, buyer exuberance. And I don't want any buyer exuberance here. I'm short. And it's coming right into my area again. I'm not changing my stop. My stop will be the break of this local high. I just cannot make another high. I don't want any of the smoke. It's going to have to curl back down. So I'm taking Google because it's a weak name, not because I'm trying to take this long. I'm not trying to dance with this one. So anyway, big nice move down on Softy there, rejecting VWAP finally on MSFT. Okay, so we were at 441.75. Sorry to hold you up, Adara. No, and then all the way down into 441. That's a big red candle there. We've been keeping our eye on Microsoft for that VWAP rejection because of that V-shaped retracement. And it does actually finally reject off that level now. Hopefully, Google can do the same thing. Alas, it's not incoming as we continue to move up nearer my entry. But, excuse me, my stop doesn't change. It is the break of this candle over here. If it makes a new high, not even on a closing basis, just on a wicking basis, I will get out. So
yes.
That's the look there.
I want to show you out there. So the reason I thought Qs, because I know you were like, aggressive Q short. And I was like, ooh. But yeah,
it didn't make it until VWAP, though. Remember we were talking about 19.6?
Oh, right. And then it didn't give you what you. But instead, you had your goggles on goggles.
Yes.
And you were wearing goggles. Also, we're going to do the lesson. I'm out of Tesla. I don't know. But I'm proud of this because I said 184. No. We get to 184, I get out. Then it pops like 25 pennies. So sometimes you have to be proud of how the management of the trade was. Like I said, was this my best trading day? Not even if you tied me to a tree and sent me to Mars. I don't know what that analogy was. It's been a bad day for trading, but it's not been a bad day for learning things. I've learned a lot, and I think one of the things I've learned is, Adara, if you're tired, just chug some coffee and make sure you have the right vibe on the stocks. So it's all good there. Always just happy to be here and pleased with Punch to be a part of these markets. Also, GME, I see you. That doesn't mean anything. I'm just, ready to get the trigger finger potentially on a short. But you know what else can give you some ideas for how to set your trigger finger in stocks is these candle patterns. Let's demystify. The three upside up, the three inside up, and three
inside down.
Inside down. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
all
good.
Yeah. Thank you, Sharif. Shout out to Sharif. Appreciate it. But what is it? Well, we'll tell you. The terms three inside up and three inside down, they do refer to a pair of candle reversal patterns. Let's look at this. Three inside up, three inside down. So this pattern does
these
require
yours?
3 candles to form in a specific sequence. You don't just need 3 candles, you need 3 candles in this specific way. What is that sequence? Well, you have to show that the current trend basically has lost momentum and a move in the other direction could be on the rise. So let's just dissect this candlestick pattern. So before jumping into the 2 variations, let's start to understand the key elements to make this a reversal pattern. The trend preceding the pattern is really important. So this is going to be thriving on an established trend and then a little bit of a reversal. So the 3 inside up is going to start during a downtrend, suggesting a potential shift towards bullish territory, but the 3 inside down is going to happen within an uptrend, which hints at a bearish reversal. What about the inside bar concept? Well, this is really key. This is actually the core of the pattern. And this has to do with candlestick 2. So imagine it like a smaller rebel. It's a little like rebel without a cause there, except it does have a cause. Its cause is to switch the trend of the direction of the trend. So this is a rebel trapped within the larger dominant trend, represented by the first candle. This inside bar is like, hey, no, I want to go a different direction. Signifies a temporary halt in the preceding trend's momentum. What about a confirmation candle? Well, we'll tell you, this 3rd candle, this is the playmaker. So you've got your setup, now you're ready to take charge and ready to go and move up or down, depending if you're inside up or inside down. So it should basically enclose, encase, wrap up the entire first candle's body, similar to the second candle, but crucially, it does need to break free, have a new moment in the opposite direction of the prevailing trend. A strong close for the 3rd candle, accompanied by increased trading volume, bolsters the reversal signal. 3 inside up pattern, what about that? Well, we've just been talking about it, so let's get more into details. This will signal a potential bullish reversal. How do you identify it? We'll tell you. Well, first you need a downtrend. You want to see the pattern within a downtrend. Then you want to see a big old bearish candle going, rah. Instead of roaring kitty, you want this roaring red candle. The first candlestick is usually going to be a relatively large bearish candle with a wick on both ends. So it's gone here, it's gone there, now it's here. That made sense in my head. Then you want to see this bullish inside bar. The second candlestick is going to be a smaller bullish candle, and it's entirely contained within the first candle's body. But then candle number 3, the 3rd member of our trilogy here, is the 3rd bullish candlestick. It's going to be closing above the first candle's high, entirely inside its body. So here's a 3 inside up pattern. You've got your base, you have your big old red candle, little baby green candle, then its friend. And its friend's like, hey, come along. There's more bullishness where that came from. And you have this move to the upside. You set your stop loss below the start of this pattern. Isn't that cool? 3 inside up variants. There's different ways this can look, right? As long as you have your set, and note, clearly, crucially, pretty much all of these except for maybe this one, you do have the green candle within the red candle. It shows, hey, we're chilling. We're here to stay. We're ready to go. We're making some new moves. Good times. Then we have here the 3 inside up, and key. It shows you too, you do have to have that self-containment of the green candle within the red candle. The red candle has the wick on both sides. Then you've got your close above 50% level of the first candle. And then the green candle's like, hey, what was a bearish move? I don't know her. We're going to keep moving to the upside. Isn't that fun? What about the 3 inside up trigger? Well, you want to have this next move above, right? You want to see your second green candle having all of this movement to the upside and saying that downtrend is over. Quote Florence and the Machine, the dog days are over. That's what this means. We're going to continue to the upside. So this is when you have that break of the high, that's maybe where you want to go long. Again, these are just suggestions. Do what you will, do what you must, and find your own ways to trade. What about the inside out down? Not the Disney movie Inside Out. What's the inside down, 3 inside down pattern? Well, we're going to tell you after we chug some coffee. The 3 inside down pattern is going to signal potential bearish reversal. Here's the breakdown. The uptrend is going to appear. Then you see a big old bullish candle. Big old green bullish candle being like, hey, up, we're still in the uptrend. Woo, woo, woo. But then you have your bearish inside bar. This is cause for alarm. It's going to be smaller than your bullish candle. And it's entirely contained within the first candle's body, but then it's got a friend, another bear has come along to join the fold. The 3rd bearish candlestick is going to be closing below the first candle's low, entirely inside its own body. And here's one example of it. You have this green dude, got a little red dude, and then his friend, and then we continue to the downside. And we were already in an uptrend. So there we go. Signals not only the end of an era, that era being the uptrend, it also signals the start of a new era, and that's going to be the downtrend. Here's some things to remember before we finish this lesson. Confirmation is key. You want to see your increased trading volume of the 3rd candle to signal strengthen that reversal signal. You're like, hey, the bears are really here now. Let's get going. Or the bulls are really here if you have the 3 inside up. These are never a guarantee. No pattern is a guarantee. It's just, it's guarantee. All it can guarantee is it's there. And then you can look for other things. Not a guarantee in and of itself. False signals exist always, right? You'll always have a false signal. You never know. It's hot and it's cold. It's yes and it's no. Katy Perry, I guess. And this pattern can sometimes be misleading, as can all patterns. So practice is crucial. You always want to analyze historical charts, test your identification skills to solidify your understanding. Technical analysis is a tool. It's not a weapon, and it's not a crystal ball. It is not a Palantir. It's not an Oracle. So does it both those stocks. All it can do is give you hints, and all you can do is trade. Also, yeah, GME, I see, I don't know if I can say that name there in the chat, but King, Mr. King there, mentioning GME. I like, someone was saying, Dara, like, why are you shorting GME? Honestly, if I still see stuff I like on GME, heck yeah, I will short GME. I took it long as well. I have no qualms. I'll go either direction. But yeah, I actually do like I said, I wanted to see 35s. We're going to get involved in this. Thank you. If we break above into 60s here, I'm out. I want all the smoke. Yeah, so here's the GME level 2 in the book here. I think we could maybe continue moving up, but I did like, I was weighted. That was the word I used. I waited, I was patient. We have had now 1, 2, 3, bit of a descending pattern here. Let's get lower here on GameStop. Gimme a short at 27. Also vote for tickers, please.
Yes, absolutely. Get in and vote if you want to know about Apple and what it's doing. And it's pamping right now, and we're long Apple. There it goes. Nice move on Apple as it breaks through 213.5. Nice move. It took to 50, 213.5, Katina, man. We're long 213.09s, and this is a nice move. We have a couple of beak wetters already, Adara, here. Let's see if we can get that continuity. The dead one's waking up, and I'm going to be looking, ideally for 214. Call me crazy, call me ambitious, but that's where VWAP is hanging out. In fact, VWAP's a little bit above 214. It's at 07s, lucky number 7 on my chart. So if we can, trading gods, I would really like something in the 213.90s. We're going to hang out in 1993. Or 213.93, because that's the last time the coveted Blue Jays won the World Series. So we're just going to throw 93s out there and see if it's a good omen. Up into the high 60s we go. Go, dead one. Go. Go, Apple, into the 70s. It's really going here. Nice move up for AAPL. Shout out to the Katina, man. He's got that bad boy as well. Let's see if we can get some 75 prints here on AAPL as it woke up. And there it is, Mr. Katina, man. We got the 75 print there. Happy with this one. Now it's up 1/3% on AAPL. Good move up midday. It was really the only one that, I stand corrected. It was not the only one doing that. Look at what the monster NVDA did. It kind of woke up as well. 127.16 bottom. Now looking to go above that volume weighted average price and even go greener on the day. It's already up 2 2/3, but that's where VWAP is right here. Last time we made it up into VWAP, we did that topping tail dance, the wick shimmy, whatever you want to call it. There's been a lot of topping tails today on Nvidia, which makes me feel there's been a lot of selling. Look at all these topping tails right here. Again over here. Again over here. A lot of topping tails on these Mag 7 names. Very interesting. Anyway, VWAP right here, 128.58 on NVDA. And alas, we are getting a touch on it. And there you go, dropping about 20 pennies super, super quick there. But I don't know, man. Maybe the winds of change are coming on the Mag 7 names, but we shall be patient and see what we get. Oh, so far, top wick right now on AAPL, but that'll probably change. It'll probably continue up. We'll see.
And I congratulate you.
Oh,
That's
thank
awesome
you. I
trade.
appreciate you. I appreciate you.
Happy you printed.
Happy. Yeah, we're always shouting people out here, guys. If you're going to print, we're going to shout you out.
Yeah.
That's the thing. We want everybody printing. You're unlikely to join us every day if you keep losing money. Just saying, right? So we want to send good juju your way. No question about that. Yeah, this is moving up here, Ram. It's moving up nicely here into 213.75. Let's see if we can get that continuity into 14s. Just tell me to do it next time. You don't have to get up. I can do it. 214s is where we had a bit of a consolidation area. Let's do some charting on Apple here to figure out what we're doing, and then we'll find out what Adara's printing on over there. Yeah, 214 definitely was a bit of a top today. I mean, you broke it, very briefly at 10:30. essentially ever since we topped out at 216.75 and we huadunked all the way down into today's closing print at 213, we've really had trouble breaking 214. So we'll see. We'll see. We're not that far away from it right now. What are you printing on?
Printing is a strong word. I have not gotten out of it yet, but GameStop. I said, gimme 27s, and GameStop's like, I mean, I can try. I can make an attempt. And I said, GameStop, that's all I really asked of you. And then the slow, cheesy rom-com music played. Anyways, doesn't matter. I'll stop my fake conversation with the stock. GameStop, breaking lower here. Why did I like this? Some people were like, GameStop short? Why? Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. We had these lower highs here. I was also obsessed with that 27.35 level. I liked it as a long, wasn't able to get in the long, filed that information away for later. I did not want to go chasing waterfalls, but I said, you know, we'll give this some time, and we'll give it some TLC if it gets back to that 27.35 area. And I said, that's what I want to take it short. Why am I getting half the position out at 27? A, it's GameStop. You want to try to preserve some gains while you can. B, I like this level because look at this 27 area earlier. It was a rejection. It was support. If it could be a level, it was a level. I don't know why. All I know is that it exists. And I want to clarify because I know like when I say I don't know why, it doesn't, you know, like it's just sometimes these levels show up. You don't know what they mean. All you know is you see it on the chart, right? Because sometimes it's like, you know,
give her the print,
something just
GameStop.
screams out. Literally.
Give her the print.
Thank you. Yeah, GameStop apparently wants to, like literally, Sharif, what is happening? I moved it to 27.04.
So annoying.
This is like hard to watch. This is, can we call it a punk, Sharif?
It is.
Do you think it's a punk?
GameStop's a punk. Oh,
GameStop's
I'm going to get absolutely trolled now. By
I said it too. So there we go, together. Oh, I think
There it
GameStop heard us
is.
though. It was like,
There it is.
What do you mean I'm a punk?
Good trade,
Gave me my,
Eric.
thank you very much. I still have like half the position left. It was a pretty small position to begin with because I think we could get a little bit low. But right now we're not. But I do want to shout out again, Sharif's trade, Tim cooking on that
Thank
Apple.
you, I appreciate
Killing
you.
it. Yeah, very just happy to be on this desk and taking some trades every single darn day. Let's take a look at Tesla because Tesla, my worst name of the day by far. Tesla, my worst name of the week. Tesla honestly has been like a weight on my ankle this entire week when it comes to trading. But that being, and you might be like, well, then why are you still trading it? Because you can't put a moratorium on stocks. If you see, like I've tried to do that. It's like if you see stuff you like, why are you not trading it? Like you can't have weird biases against stocks. They don't care about your feelings. They do not. They're going to do whatever they want to do no matter what. Tesla, I think, is trying to inch a little bit higher, low. I should have more of an eye on it. If I trade it, I still will be scalping. But yeah, not too much for that for me right now. AMD, a bit rangy here. So did Sean, who I know is short. This name, I believe, is short AMD. I actually like the AMD short here because look at this. We have a little bit of a range here. We're doing this thing I love where I call it, I don't know if this is a real maneuver, but I have a name for it, and it's the false 9 EMA hold and breakdown. What does that mean? It means we sit pretty on the 9 EMA, and then we start to see some candles that make us think we're not actually going to have a long. Case in point, a little bit of a doji, lower high. Then we actually, that level that could be support flips. You can also do this on the other side. Oh, okay, GME broke below 27 is not the point. But yeah, so this AMD 160 short, you know what? I dare do it. I'm risking into 160 20s, tight risk, hopefully nice little sweet reward. I would like to be getting out here if we break below into 159.80s. Is that a small winner? Sure. But it's not about the size of the winners. It's about the effort you put in and trying to make the gains every day. I wish that was like a shorter phrase, but it is what it is.
Guys, you have about, she read my mind. You have about 16 minutes left to have your vote in. Yeah, big day today for some of these names. Microsoft made new all-time highs. Nvidia made new all-time highs. Go into the chat right now. Have your say every day between 2 and 2:30. Go into the chat, type in exclamation point, join space, the $, and the ticker of your choice, whatever that may be. Dell, next on here for our friend Elon in the chat. Elon wants to know what the deal is with Dell, and you all saw what Dell did on that earnings report. Huadunk, that's what it did. From the top, before we printed earnings, to the bottom, we dropped a hearty 30%. Okay? So from that print that we had at 185 and change to the bottom area here, essentially 130, a 30% drop. But, you know, you might be thinking, well, that's heavy. Well, let me show you what this thing was doing. So let's take last year this time, June 2023. Let's go and find June 13th. There we go. 14th is good enough. Let's drag that from the high. Dell, from this time last year, is up 230%. So 40%, 247%. So 30% retracement seems like a healthy retracement when put in context. And it's holding the 50. So that's my first little analysis. Now, let's get to the 15 or the half an hour chart on Dell, Elon, because this is where it gets interesting. There is, number one, a couple of resistance levels here since we broke down from that 185. As support, I'm going to go ahead and say it's going to be 130. Yes, I know on the 7th and the 10th, we did break below 130, but look how quickly we recovered that 130, and since that time, 130 has been in a line in the sand. I can't be convinced otherwise. 130 is a local level of support. Now, resistance, a bit more elusive here and more numerous. 135 resistance seems like it's a thing the last 4 days. It's definitely a thing today. Generally, that 135 area, and it was yesterday, the day before, and as well on Monday. So local 135 resistance. Now, if we break above 135 on a closing basis today, Elon, what's the next look? Well, it's simple. It's a $5 move up, 140. That takes us back to the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th, all topped out at that 139, mid 139 area. Let's just say, for the sake of rounding, 140. So about $5 worth of resistance increments here, Elon. So number one, keep your eye on a 135 close. If you get a 135 close, I think there's a good shot we squeeze into that 140. Nothing's fundamentally changing here, all right? I don't even think that this report was bad. The report wasn't bad from Dell. You're pretty good with your memory.
Yeah, no, I think it was guidance that people had.
It was guidance, right? So the report wasn't bad. Maybe the guide comes in a little bit light, right? Under promise, over deliver. Anybody heard that one before? Yeah, so that's kind of the thing, right? Obviously, it's not a bad idea. Think about that.
No, that's what I was thinking.
Well, think about it from a bamboozling way. You want to buy more of your stock, but you think it's too high.
Yeah.
You drop a light guide, it drops you buy more.
It's like hustling in pool. Yeah.
Who's going to say anything to you? Who's gonna,
I like it.
Anyway, so that's what look. That's my look, Elon. 135, 135 close today, and this is a good swing for a $5 banger. Just my opinion. Also, one last thing, Elon. It hasn't done it yet, but look for a rounded bottom here. Now, this is the 30. You don't see a rounded bottom. This is very much a consolidation horizontal move. Start looking for incremental higher highs and higher lows to give that rounded bottom, the thing that big Kyle Burdett likes so much, and our friend, the boss, Michael Noss, always talks about in his morning analysis, and I'm sure with the Katina Man and Adara on the market recap show, and now Neil, by the way, too.
Yeah.
So yeah, look for that rounded bottom. It hasn't come in yet. Keep your eye on that.
12 minutes more to vote if you want to vote. You might be like, what am I voting for? The president? No. You're just voting to see what stocks we will talk about in the market recap. But that can be great because then you can get insight from Sean, Neil. You can see Sharif on the green screen. What more could you ask for? Well, you could actually ask to see your ticker talked about. But how do you do that? Well, we'll tell you because that's what we do here on How to Trade. You have 11 more minutes. Just go in the chat right now. Exclamation point, join, space, ticker of your choice. Make sure that dollar sign is in there, dollar bills, y'all. And make sure that your ticker does get involved in the mix there if you get enough votes. We believe in a democratic system here and at Trader TV Live. And thank you guys so much for all your support for this new segment. We love audience participation.
Oh, yeah.
Go Times. TX Trader, I want to talk about this.
Go.
Saying I'm shorting a bull flag on AMD. So I think that could be valid, but here's the reason I liked it. There's a setup, and again, could this be in my head? Who knows? I like it, and I call it, I just made up the name now, it needs a catchier name, the false 9 EMA hold and breakdown. And what that means is we'll get to a level where it seems like we're gonna have this curl up, and you're right, we did have that push upwards here, up from VWAP, and then it fails. And for me, the amount of time it's taken us to push above here, yeah, we have these little bottoming tail candles, I'm aware of that, but sometimes for me, it's like if you have this kind of period where we're very stagnant, I'm like, hey, there's something odd about that. I've learned enough times trying to take longs off these that I'm like, sometimes the short is in. Now, you might also be like, Adara, why would you short here? Well, I want to clarify as well, in case people aren't aware, I scalp. If I'm involved in something, I'm here for a good time and not a long time.
Bang.
I'm going to say hello and then dip, and then I'm gonna stick the stock with the check. No, I'm joking. But yeah, so I'm not there for a long time in these trades, so that's why I'm comfortable with this. I want to be getting half out 159.80s. Also, I use the exact same parameters here to short Tesla, which I was really proud of here. This was honestly like, look, I needed this in my life, like to get that confidence back. I saw this topping tail candle up here into 184.40s. I said, risk into like these 184.25 areas, got involved at, where did I get involved in this? 184.08. And then I was like, let's see what happens here. I was okay. I had a really small position because the Tesla read has not been the best, so I didn't want to risk too much. Small position. I ended up being able to get over 30 pennies on this. And it's just because it's like, you have setups you like, you know, things could curl higher. It's bouncing off the 90 MA, much like AMD is. But if you see something you like, you owe it to yourself to attempt that trade. This was a scalp. AMD just has not given me the scalp yet, but it also has given me no reason to leave. I'm risking into 60.20s. AMD, if you want to be a bull flag, let me know. But if you don't, or even if you just want to dip a little bit lower while I'm in the short, I'd be pleased as punch. AJ also saying, and I appreciate that if you zoom out in AMD, it could be a bear flag. Yeah, I mean, I think either way, AMD to me looks a little bit sulky. I'm going to be honest, I don't see as much of a long case for it right now as I see a short case, so I want to go short.
Love it.
Can I just comment on one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it just came up on my blotter on my second favorite social media platform, Instagram. Space, guys, SPCE, 20-for-1 reverse stock split. And if you've seen this bad boy lately, you understand why, because it's under $1 now. It's been tough. I'm a big space guy, so any company that throws their hat into the space ring, I'm going to champion by default. But it looks as if these guys aren't getting it done in the way that it needs to be get done. So 20-for-1 reverse split. Here's the headline. This came in this morning. This is not new. Virgin Galactic Holdings shares are trading lower Thursday after the company announced a reverse stock split. It's 1 for 20 on the market close of June 14th. So tomorrow, by market close, you're going to get 20-for-1. As a result, split every 20 shares of the company. Yada, yada, yada. The company said its primary goal in introducing the split is to increase its common stock price per share to meet the minimum bid price requirement for continued listing on the NYSE. We all know if you drop below $1 on the NASDAQ and on the NYSE stands for New York Stock Exchange, you're going to get that compliance letter sooner rather than later, and you're going to have to either delist or figure out a way to pamp your stock or reverse stock split so you can get your stock back into compliance. So that's the 30-minute chart I want to show you guys on the 5 because this thing really huadunked there at the open. I believe this one halted multiple times, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it did. As you can see there, multiple halts to the downside earlier. Or what? Were these halts? No, they were not halts, excuse me. I don't think these were halts. I'm not 100% sure. There's areas of inactivity here. So they usually show up like halts on my chart. But in any event, 71.4 pennies as the low. Definitely rejecting off VWAP right here. It had a bit of a dalliance with VWAP earlier at 1050. Didn't respect it exactly. But on this little pop here at half after the hour, it did. So this one, just putting it there for you guys. Maybe it mean reverts tomorrow, right? Because then it'll be above $1 by Monday. So we'll see. Anyway, just want to let you guys know that RAM says space in 1 year will probably be back to $1 after the split. You're not wrong, dude. Unless they change something fundamentally about how they're operating the company. It's kind of like that definition of insanity where you keep doing the same thing and expect different results, right? I'm not saying that they're doing that, nor do I have inside information about the company. I like to pretend I'm a space buff. And I want to pound the desk for anybody really wanting to go to space. I think it's one of the most noble quests, obviously with prevention of disease as well. Shout out to Ramrin. So that's the look there. All right, guys, we were yapping up a storm about this 19.6 possible retracement on the NQ June contract. And we may not be far from there. So the local high over here, 19.585. The reason I like 19.6, a few reasons. VWAP is there. It's the 100-point level. We topped out there midday. It was a local area of resistance at 1140 and 1145. We also get to that level, generally into that level as a level of support when we were above it in the pre. So a lot of stuff pointing at that 600-point level. If we get into it, probably not in the next 15 minutes, but I will want the smoke at that level to see exactly what it does. You don't have to trade the futures. You can try to take a MAG 7 name. But if you want the direct look, you're going to have to take a derivative of the futures, whether that's the NQ, the MNQ, the TQQQ, the triple Q, the SQQQ. Take your dang pick. There's just so many derivative products for these futures out there.
Yeah. Oh, Jaspreet's saying, asking if we checked Bitfarm. Yeah, let's look at iBit, actually. I want to take a look at iBit because I think that might be a more
Apt.
totalitarian way. That's not the right word to look at Bitcoin. Yeah, iBit's having a bit of a hard time here for Bitcoin, but we tried to recover. We had this gorgeous bottoming tail candle at 37.80. Now we're continuing to climb to the upside. However, we were not able to surpass that 38.10. We get up there, we're like, actually, maybe not. Continuing to the downside, circling back up. So interesting look here for IBIT. I'm in 2 trades right now. Let me talk about them. AMD. I stand by this. I think we are curling for some kind of move. That move could be to the upside. Someone was saying this looks like a bull flag. It could be. But I think the fact that we have had such a hard time even getting above one, like I said, I want to see 160.20 break before I leave. We can't even get to 160.10. I'm just trying to breathe here, be chill, keep calm, carry on, all that jazz. Tesla, I'm also short at here. This is kind of a similar look to AMD. The reason I like this short, and I actually think the Tesla short has shown a little bit more panache, a little bit more style to it, something I'm more comfortable shorting. We keep getting these topping tail candles. Yes, we're bouncing off the 90 MA, but we get a little bit of a move below. So basically, I'm scalping this. The goal, I got involved 184.10, not like the best entry of my life. And then I want to be getting out half at 184, then kind of saving, rinse, repeat, whatever. If we break above 185, not 185, I'll be long gone by then. If we break above 184.30, that's going to have to be the do or die moment, the c'est la vie or au revoir moment. But yeah, this Tesla, let's get a little bit lower here. Cybertruck, more like Cyberdump, we'll see, or Cybertank, I don't know. Also, GME. GME is really fascinating. I think there have been certain levels on this that I want to talk about. So one of these levels has been VWAP. VWAP has been really interesting, but I also think the fact that VWAP has come into confluence with that 27, 26.90 area from earlier, that was resistance, then support, then support, then support. Like this, the fact that I think VWAP is always nicer when it comes to confluence with another level. So in this case, we have VWAP in confluence with this previous support resistance flippity floppity here at this 27, which is why that's where I got out of GameStop. Also this 27.35. This has been an interesting level as well. This is a little bit of resistance here earlier, then it becomes a bit of support, and that was also the resistance I played for the short there. I have to say, I'm down on the day, but I'm really proud that my best name today was GME. I think that might be a nice thing in and of itself, because that's a hard name to trade a little bit.
Yeah.
And yeah, took some shorts, took some longs, ended up being profitable on both sides of the coin. So good times. Tesla, I think, is ready to push me out of that Cybertruck with the viciousness, so I'm going to have to deal with that. But AMD is still trucking along, Cybertrucking along.
Cybertrucking. I'm getting a price spike down. Notification for Carvana, and then I saw everybody in the chat and their mother's cousin talk about Vana. It's curling back up. Yes, it is doing a rounded bottom, and there was plenty of buying at 150.50. Look at that. It just would not break that 105.50, excuse me. 105.50. There was a lot of buying in and around there. Unreal. All right, let's have a look to see if this level is important previously, because if it is, I need to take note of it so that we can trade it somehow, some way. Let's go to the 15-minute here, get a bit of an outward look. So look at that. Look at the umpteen amounts of buyers, or like bottoming tail candles through 105.50, super random. What's this area over here? 105.80, we had bottoming candles on June 10th. Okay, yeah, that's not really the same level though. Yeah. There's some support there. I wouldn't have been guessing 105.50, but I guess after you've seen it over and over and over again on the day, and this is the 1 minute look, you can kind of gauge that there is a buyer in and around there. Anyway, rounded bottom, a nice breaking through VWAP, broke through that 108 level. We did top out, so there is resistance at 108.50, and we're awfully close to it. Look at that the trough. Early on, right at 936, we bottomed out at 108.50. Then, when we tried to recover, we rejected VWAP right at that same area, 108.50. We're very close to 108.50 right now. But I'm not going to be standing in front of this recovery, definitely. This is a nice rounded bottom, and I don't want to stand in front of this. So let's pull it up on the trading screen over here and see what's good. Vana doing things down 2.5, but that's an interesting, these are very interesting levels. 105.50, 108.50, definitely interested on both of them. On the 1 minute look, there it is. There's the trough. There's the crest. Do we sit though at the hold or at the $0.50 waiting to get printed? I'm not going to do that with this name. It's spready. It's expensive. It's volatile. It's heavily shorted, right? What's the short float on this thing? Let's find out what the updated one is. CVNA, 22.83%. So it's still bigger. There's no question about that. Anyway, finding a little bit of resistance right now. It's coming back into that 108. So it looks like that 108.50 is the, I don't want to call it a legitimate level, but for local, it is. So I want to see if we get that breakdown, because you got to assume, you know, if you're going to reject off 108.50, you're down 2.5%. You're not just going to, retrace 50 pennies. It's got to be a buck or two, right? So that gives you room to wait for the confirmation. I'm just thinking out loud here. So I want to wait to see what we get on Vana, but this is a great 105.50 level, 108.50 level. Adara, what's your look over there on AMD?
Yeah, my look over here in AMD is I'm still in it. I feel good about the trade. I have no reason to leave. I actually added, and I want to clarify, this was an addition that I was like waffling with from the beginning. If I add, I'm going to add at 160.10s. That was a level I found interesting. Then we almost popped into 160.20. We got to 160.18 and AMD was like, do I have to? Must I? And I was like, AMD, by all means. Come back to the downside. So yeah, a little bit of an AM dump there, just to scotch a couple pennies. Got involved with that 160.10, added to the position. Happy with what I have. And honestly, I want to clarify, this is not a dollar cost average ad. It was really just an ad about showing my confidence. And when you're confident in a trade, you give it a little bit more like nibbles to shares to nibble on. That's how I view it. It's like a little dog. You're like feeding out of the hand leg. Weird analogy there. But it's all good. AMD, come back down below this 160 area. I would be pleased as punch. This has been such a fun
I don't like making fun.
day for trading. I'm not positive on the day, but I feel like I've learned a lot. Today, I was a little bit less scalpy than I should have been. The times I was reading the tape and just focusing on that, those are the times where I felt the most successful. GME was a huge example of that. They weren't necessarily tape scalps, but every entry, every plan was based and was predicated around what I was seeing on the tape. AMD. Yeah, please just punch with this. You know what? I have more shares now, so we are going to take out half at 90s. Or not half, a third. Third at 90s, let's go. AMD, thank you, I appreciate it. Let's go AMD. Also Amazon, seeing some mentions of Amazon. Also, I was telling Sharif, it was really funny because Sean was like, oh, Obi's going to be on the desk tomorrow, and then happens to mention Amazon. I was like, that was an unintentional, amusing moment here. Shout out to Obi. Who will, be a great president, and thanks again for him covering me while I was gone. But Amazon kind of coming into previous support there.
Just make sure to let him know that I want my money.
Yeah.
I didn't remind him today, though.
Yeah. So, the bet with undisclosed financial terms over Apple. Good times there. AMD still trying to hold on to 160, hopefully not for long. But yeah, Amazon, this is really cool how we're kind of coming to that previous 184.
Ram,
now we're rejecting. Yeah, 184.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. It was just 184. Yeah, you showed it to your Amazon trade earlier, by the way.
I forgot about that one.
You killed it on that.
Yeah. So many names today, Dara. I forgot about it. Guys, I'm still looking at long Chevron. Call me crazy, but this, it's making higher lows incrementally. It's a bit of an upward channel. If you I don't know. There is some relevance to this, I guess. It's obviously having trouble with the $0.50. That this topping till candle, inverse hammer candle into that $0.50 got to 47s. It hasn't been above the $0.50 since exactly this candle over here at 1140, right in the beginning part of the show. But long Chevron is not giving up the ghost. This will be in play if it maintains the current price action, its current shape. This is going to be in play again tomorrow, it looks like. And now it's going to be a multiple day winner. This is 2 days. This is 2 days worth of trading. Now, mind you, yesterday it really started moving at 11. It didn't have much, if at all, any trading earlier than that. Like as you go over the candles, look at that, volume 0, 0. Like it had full out, like 5 minutes without trading any shares. This is during the lit market, during the regular trading hours. But since that time, it's really been moving. So I think long Chevron definitely has to be on watch tomorrow as another long, just based on how it's performed today. We'll have to wait and see if it gaps down tomorrow and gives up the ghost. That'll be a different story. I'm also going to be keeping my eye on AMC. I want to see if we can actually close above 5. We got well above 5 yesterday. In fact, we got higher yesterday on AMC than we did today. We got to 545, but the sell-off into the close was so aggressive, it dipped us below 5 yet again. So 491 was the closing print on AMC yesterday. Definitely trading above 5 right now. The question is, do we close above 5? And if you look at the daily chart, it's definitely, had trouble with that. So those are the kind of things for the small cap gapper holdovers from today to tomorrow that I'll definitely be keeping an eye on. Goes without saying, we're going to keep AMC and GME on both on the side chart, but long Chevron is going to have a special place on the side chart tomorrow. Quickly, before I get out of here and move up to the green screen, I'll leave you with a couple of thoughts. Goggles looks like it is recovering. It did reclaim 176 now and is at the lower end of this range. Keep in mind that there was an area of resistance, or previously support, now resistance, at that 176.25 that owes to the bottom area here that we traded at from around 10 to 11 when we kept using 176.25 as support. So look for that on Google. Look for a possible rejection at the $0.25. Microsoft also now has rejected VWAP here, and it made a lower high. This one could retrace after making another all-time high today. I think it rivaled the all-time high from yesterday. Look at that, exact same levels. This 443 and a quarter and a third level on MSFT. And then AAPL, obviously, it's a bit of a downward channel and has been all day. So those are the looks. I hope everybody prints. Oh, and don't forget about 19.6. If we get into 19.6 today, there's a lot of stuff pointing at a possible rejection. The fact that we sold off on the day, even though we're positive, 1/3%. There are these lows in the pre. There is this top over here after. There's VWAP, and it's the 100-point level. So I want to see what we do at 19.6 Adara. And so we shall see, hopefully.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sharif, for killing it with the lesson. I want to shout out your trades as well, because you had some awesome trades today.
I'm negative on the day, though, because I
am
took dumb trades before the show. Actually traded well on the show, funny enough.
The trades, I was going to say, the Apple, Google, Amazon, all of the Meg 7s being taken to lunch there by Sharif during the lunch hour. So I want to shout you out. Always so happy to be on this desk with this mustachioed man tomorrow.
I will see you guys at the green screen in a couple minutes.
Only 2 minutes, that's crazy, yeah. What a day, guys. It's been a great day. Since we have last chatted, I did add more to this AMD position. It's a bit larger of a position for me, but it's definitely a manageable size. And I want to be clear, why I added it is because I had to think, I know I had some issues, like I said, with that Tesla trade that literally did keep me up at night on Tuesday, was because I was adding for reasons that didn't make sense. I was adding out of fear instead of out of confidence or whatever word you want to use. In this case, I was adding to the position because I felt good about it. Because the more it struggles with 160.10 now, the more I'm like, Adara, you can chill. You can chill in this trade. You can add because you have the confidence to want to have more shares. So that's what's happening here. We'll have to see if this cracks lower while I'm on the show. I don't know if it will, but we're going to chill on this for a little bit. Friday, Jason Murphy, I'm going to have to clarify. I'm going to have to check into this, but thank you for telling me. Looks like GME rescheduled the meeting for 4 p.m. on Friday the 14th. So yeah, we're going to have to find that, a little ominous, Friday the 14th. We're going to have to find out about that, but thank you for telling us, Jason Murphy. GME, speaking of which, just popped a little bit higher here. Pushing now, trying to get to 28s. So nice look there for GameStop. Every time you think the game has stopped, it's just a new chapter. It's a new level of the game. GameStop leveling up here, close to this 28. Great 9 EMA bounce. And again, like I said, down on the day, but happy we were up on GameStop. So that was a good time here. I'll quickly look at Bitfarms, because I know that someone in the chat, Jaspreet, wanted to look at Bitfarm. We'll take a quick look at Bitfarm, see what kind of crops are growing here. Yeah, honestly, I don't have much of a technical look on this. It's just kind of a nice move to the upside. I like the VWAP, a little bit of VWAP chop and turn. The 9 EMA bounce is great. I also like that we had that previous resistance around 280 that we pushed above. 280 level could be key for Bitfarms. Right now, I'm just so happy to be here, guys. We cannot wait to see you again tomorrow with Sharif. Same bat time, same bat channel. Right now, though, we have Sharif at the green screen.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide every day what we talked about. The big kahunas, they're locked in, they're ready at the big desk, they're ready to look at the tickers that you have chosen on the day. But before we start that, let's have a look at the future. It's still up 1/3%, sold off definitely from the highs that we printed this morning. Trying to dance with that 476 right now on the TQQQs. The SPY, not really much difference between the two indexes today. Apple, the #1 selected name by you guys today, and how could it not be after the 2 days of an epic move up? Not much of a move up today. In fact, a little bit negative on the day. Trying with that 213, guys. What was your look on Apple?
Yo. A tale of two series. We're just talking, so right now GameStop, so we're just hearing it in our ear. I know we're going to talk about this GameStop, but tomorrow 4 p.m. they rescheduled it for. Oh man.
It threw me off for a second.
I was hoping it was going to be, oh, you're muted again? Come on, Neil.
It's not even on.
Come on, man. All right. Let's just check out GME just real quick right now. I just want to check it out. We will go over Apple, but there it goes. We're starting to move higher. So, yeah, they like it. There it goes. Let's go, GameStop holders. And I just heard Adara mention her GameStop trade, but there it goes. Nicely done to the upside, 28.50 now for GameStop. That most recent high, 28.75. So, again, I just was listening to the news, telling you what I heard, and it was rescheduled for tomorrow. That is the shareholder meeting, rescheduled for tomorrow at 4 p.m. So, and I said, when I heard Adara mentioning that, I said to Neil, I was like, how come everything's happening with GameStop? Like, you know, this cat guy delays for a half hour, then this thing now with that, and then they drop the earnings early, then they throw on everybody's face the 75 million, and then it's like shares, and then it's this way. All right, so that's GameStop. Just quickly here, Apple. And there was nothing else on GameStop, right? Or
Well, there was some more. There was more actual selling of those calls.
okay.
His strike. So
do we know that? That's there's a big
no,
volume?
I saw that it was just more volume, but half as much as last night. Whether or not that's him making profit, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say it is, but he might be, and if he is. He's trading and he's made money on them, obviously, at this point because they're still deep in the money. Well, I mean, well in the money.
Yeah,
deep in the money was when it was like at $50 and $60. It's hard to say.
Oh yeah, you can't get out in the pre-market. I
Relatively
just wonder if he, when did he get them? What the strike prices were and all that kind of stuff. Like not the strike price, how much he paid for them.
Yeah, I don't know. I just saw
the premium.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I just saw it was extra volume, like there was yesterday. So if he's getting out, he's getting out. Apple, which. It's not really moving right now, so obviously GameStop is making some power moves, and we'll talk about that as it goes on. But Apple, like I said, it's like a tale of two series, which is, what I was going to say after that was, that's what needs to happen for the Dallas Mavericks. They need to somehow change.
That's never happened? Can you believe that?
Yeah, coming down from 3-0.
Ever.
NBA doesn't happen. In other sports, it happens.
It happens
In
in
NBA,
hockey,
you're done.
It happened a handful of times.
So they need an absolute miracle. But Apple was strong at the open. I know it's hard to believe that now because it's trend down, but it held on to what was the line in the sand in the pre-market, and that was at 213, 212, whatever you want to call it. I didn't have it till a VWAP test to the long. I had two shorts. One was like, oh, didn't want that one, and got out, and then took a short off of 213, which I'm almost starting to like again, if not for a VWAP retrace. So it's like, to me, it's a stair-step down trade. And I'm looking to be, I think I want to be short this name. It's red into an up NASDAQ, into an up, generally speaking, a slightly up market. The ES is actually flat, but barely up. Relative weakness happening here in Apple. I'd be a shorter in front of VWAP here. But such a difference from 930 on Apple when it was screaming.
Get down, AMD. I just want to say that Freedom and Wealth podcast right there, make sure you do scan that. And it's actually really interesting. I was just outside hanging out with Dimitri and Randy. I went for the walk. I came back. They're just chilling out there. And then it was like, Randy was like, you want to go get a coffee? I was like, okay, let's go. And then we went to Tim Hortons. And then, honestly, the guy that's working there knows he's been a fan of the show. I've talked about him a couple times here on the show before. And he goes, and Brendan's hopefully listening to this. I know Brendan's hard at work. But he said, Sean, that new podcast, I'm not making this up. Like, honestly, that's why it's going to sound unbelievable. Randy turns to me and is like, what the hell is going on here? He said, the new podcast, he's excited to listen to it every single week because he is that guy that's 9 to 5. And I'm just like, holy crap, like, have we hit something here maybe? And he's like, he loves the talk because he's going into work every day, 9 to 5, loves the show, and is looking for those extra little ideas that he can sort of hack in and figure out if there's something there for him as opposed to the show. So he said, he prefers it to the show, but I prefer the show. But yeah, definitely check it out. Different perspective, different opportunities there with the Freedom and Wealth podcast. And then, I mean, I was hoping Randy was here so we could he could verify said story. But it was really humbling. I was just like, yeah, man, we just filmed episode 3 yesterday, and he's super pumped to watch it. So
And not everybody's a trader, and
that's it.
But everybody can get something from it, and that's the key. That's the key.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I think it was pretty cool. And then Brendan even turned to us today and said we had like a record sort of viewing day out of, not a record, but sort of out of nowhere was starting to pick up. So we want to thank everybody for that. Okay, one way that you could have amassed some wealth was something like by buying Apple over the last 30 years or however long you've had to buy it. But more recently, that 200 break has been pretty phenomenal and it's been holding up. But today, with the NASDAQ where it is, NASDAQ being up 1.26% right now, Apple's down. So you are getting a little bit of a disconnect now as GameStop continues to go higher, and I don't want to keep on this for too long. We might have to bump up GameStop at some point on that list. But right now, 213 coming through for Apple. I would still say, look, I've been only buying it today. We had a great dip buy down there at 211, 212. That's the level that we wrote down on the sticky note. So we bought 212s a couple times, and this time, look at this 212 buy right here. Man, did that work. That went all the way to 214, so that was $2. Then we did lose it there and then bought it back. So far, so good there on Apple moving back up to the upside. So let's go talk about another name. This will be my worst name on the day. It's Tesla.
It's voting day for Tesla, that is. That comes to us at 4:30. It'll be after the show, so we won't actually get the result while we're live, but it was very interesting today. On the docket, 2 different things. One, will they verify Elon Musk's $52 million-ish pay package, mostly with options? And number 2, whether to move the company's headquarters from Delaware to Texas as a result of that new decision. Good day for Tesla today, almost 4% in the clear, was much higher, danced with that 191-ish, guys. What is their look on Tesla?
Barcoding right now, and relatively speaking, I mean, like this stock is barcoding. This is, I don't know, it's actually pretty close. It's like 1A and 1B for the ones that lost today. I got pretty fortunate. It could have been a heck of a lot worse on Tesla. That's why it was the lesson of the day. Like, have some strategies for, if you are buying things near pretty significant tops that are extended, and when I say extended, look at the last couple of days in Tesla. It was just at $167 2 days ago. We closed at $177, and lo and behold, we were taking longs over 190 at one point today. So you got to have a plan of action. For myself, it was at least some tight stops. I was dip buying, and even when those scalp trades were working, I was getting out with relatively tight stops every single long trade we had. Wish I could tell you reverse short. It was just not I wasn't thinking short Tesla today. And if you're not thinking short, you're not going to be that quick to get a reversal. The way that this pulled back in after that last 91 fail, it was rapid, to say the least. Like they got a hold of that one, and they just didn't let go. Whatever is happening for the last hour, I don't know what to make of a 30 or 40 cent range in Tesla. So I'm not touching this till it does something and gives me an indication. Hey, we get up here and we're still weak around VWAP. We can short over 185, but not doing anything with this whatever like nonsense you call in here on Tesla. Tesla's got to move more than that. The only position I'm in is Barnes and Noble because not that I endorse the stock. It's just it bounced off VWAP. That's all. Still going under.
Yeah, Barnes and Noble. Yeah. Well, if you ever want to start to revive your stock, just declare bankruptcy. It works all the time. I can't wait for Fisker to do that at some point. As a shareholder, I can't wait for a company to declare bankrupt.
It's ridiculous.
This is great. All right, so I feel like this may be bizarro world again because now Nvidia is triple topped right here and coming back in right now. So there's a top. It already went down. We had this trade. We did, again, you guys were watching me at 1040. We got stopped out and got back in and then talked about that trade and was so super happy with it. Nvidia is going to be my #1 stock, but at the end of the day, we shorted it again at 11:30, 11:45, and look at this short, 129, and we talked about that on the midday show as well, back to 127. So we're going to put it on again right now. The idea was Tesla, and I told you it was my worst stock, and it's because we just kept on. It's not even. I don't even feel like we made bad decisions other than not flipping short at some point, but the first idea was 190, 180. So when we came in and we broke higher, and I remember we were talking about it live as this was happening, we wound up taking like 190.50s, right? And then it broke down, and Neil just covered the breakout that didn't work. So we thought 190 would hold, so we tried it, then we got out of the way. Then our note from yesterday was 188, and a part of that was because these pre-market, that's sort of the open, right into here, these pre-market bottoms was 188.36, that little jump off spot, it was maybe just the pre-market bottom. That didn't work, we lost our way there, and then I said, okay, well, hey, the morning was bad because we called that there was going to be a decent move down, or at least off the open. And then we said, let's see if 186 holds. Well, when that doesn't hold and your idea is short or long, then you lose. So we tried it 3 times. And when I try something 3 times, it's going to be almost impossible for that one not to be my worst stock. So Tesla right now, bad one for the day. Nvidia, good call. Let's talk about that now.
Yeah, Sean, this is one of the 2 Mag 7 names that made another all-time high today. Nvidia up almost 3%. Microsoft, the other name that made another all-time high. No real news today for Nvidia, but it's still that post-split pump to get more retail investors in. That split was a 10-for-1 split that we got last week. Yeah, up almost at day's highs right now, guys. What is your look on Nvidia?
The term I used this morning was, I called it like a seesaw day. I think I could have gone with like yo-yo. I think yo-yo might have been a little bit more apt. But
Yo-yo ma.
If it's a yo-yo type day, a lot of times you want to be able to
Here we go.
want to be able to go both directions.
Oh, it's almost NFL time.
NFL.
It's almost time to say, here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go. Sack.
Yeah, the Cowboys are not going to be a thing this year like they were last year, Sharif. I'm just going to be honest about that.
You don't think it's Ezekiel time?
No, it really is not going to be Ezekiel time whatsoever.
Yeah.
And I say
You know what?
that.
I think
I say that with all the love in my heart.
Hey, they have.
You're right. I have no love for the Cowboys at all. I actually can't even stop smiling as I'm saying they're going to have a bad year. Oh yeah,
They might not have a bad year, man.
Well, to disappoint, they'll
Their
be like
defenses.
No, let's
though.
go like 8-9 for the Cowboys.
8-9. Ouch, Sharif.
8-9 for the Cowboys.
Ouch. What is Jerry gonna say about that, Sharif?
I actually have a reason for saying it'll be 500 because I'm shooting 500 on Nvidia. That's my. So I had longs that worked, and I had longs that didn't work, and then I had short that worked, and then shorts that didn't work. And here it's like winning long, dip buy, losing long, losing long. Then I go winning short, losing short. It's like it's pretty amazing. So I was 2 for 3 shorts, 1 for 3 longs today, and Nvidia I'm now flat. So when I say it's a yo-yo day, it is, or seesaw, or whatever you want to call it, that's exactly what it is. It's back above VWAP, it's up 3%, good for them. I don't, the Cowboys, that's just me having fun. If you're tuning in for the first time, I am one of the bigger Buffalo Bills fans that you will probably ever see. So I think they're winning the Super Bowl every year, and I will have no ways hating on the Cowboys, Patriots, Colts, Jets, and I kind of have some love for the Miami Dolphins because my family spent some time in Florida, so that's about it.
All right. So just real quick here on Nvidia. I mean, we had this marked down as we had Apple first, Nvidia 2 for our favorite trades of the day, and look what we just did right now. I don't know what else to do because right before we had this segment, we were talking about Apple, and I said, just to let everybody know, we're shorting Nvidia right here. So there's 30 more cents for that short. So let's see if it continues to go down. I'm a little surprised. I think that's similar to what Neil was saying. I was long first, and now I've just been short. I feel like the range today is real tight on this. I mean, $2 considering the NASDAQ. Remember when the NASDAQ was up 0.4, and thanks to Nimit for the note on Twitter, I found that. And I said that it's probably going to go red. We did go red, and then it came right back up. So the thing is the market today, although trending down, pretty choppy and not giving the big move that potentially we thought we would get off of the PPI this morning. So we gave that all back, and then once we broke that low, this is when really right here at 19,600, this is when the NASDAQ, this is the battle zone now, not what we're doing now. Right now we're just in the middle. I don't even care about VWAP, to be honest with you. It's this level, 19.6. So we tried to get through it. It was nice that it was VWAP then, but I'm not using this. I'm using up here for a barometer of a short play. But at the end of the day, Nvidia here has been a little choppy, and it hasn't been like that home run day. Unless you were really trying to swing for the fences early, which we were, and it was a good trade. Like these longs are 128.50, but the best it got up to was 129.50. and then once it broke, you wind up losing, right? And then the short was good. We got ticked out there. We got back in. Then the short was good there, and then now it's good. But look what's happening. No follow through, right? It goes down to the VWAP and then comes right back. So I don't know. I'm not super excited about these levels. I'd rather actually wait for 130. So my stop out on this trade that I have right now is 129.20. So I'm just going to give this like 30 cents, because we haven't been able to get it. We just got 20 cents. So, all right, so let's go back over to the desk. Kind of flat today for Nvidia. AMD, a little different story as well.
Yeah, Sean, it's also up marginally, up 0.4%. No real headline again for this microchip name, but we did get that Bloomberg report yesterday that said the Biden administration could be looking to expand the embargoes on some of the AI chips for export to China. So we'll be on the lookout for that. This headline here basically just telling you the size of the AI chip demand that's expected to grow by 2032. No real catalyst for AMD on the day though, guys.
Not really, but I mean, AMD moves without a catalyst all the time.
Yeah.
It's just, actually it was, who was I talking to about this? About Fed levels and just looking at trading inside of a range. I think it was Yannick I was mentioning. Sometimes you look at a stock and the most simple thing is, hey, well, if something happened the day before, like what happens if it does it again? And if you look at AMD, yesterday's double top high was just like the God mode short or whatever you want to call it. And then if you go into the week's low, which was there right here on the beginning of the week on Monday, or Tuesday, sorry, it goes right to 157. So you get the last 2 days, a wipeout bottom when it's weak, and the day where it was a little bit stronger, you get that top. And then that's your range on AMD. Now, saying all of that, I diddled in the middle because why not, right? Did I trade it at the top? Nope. Wasn't short at the top. Was I long at the bottom? Nope. I was short off VWAP and lost on AMD twice. So unfortunately for me, this will be nasty. This and Apple both kind of sucked for me today. It is what it is. Actually, Apple wasn't that bad. It was Tesla. Apple was a small hit, but Apple was frustrating in that I think we had a really good chance to just hit it off the open. I was in ARM, and I looked over, and I'm like, even ARM is going up right now. Like, what is happening? ARM is back to green. This was a good short. It's my best stock. We shorted off VWAP. It got to that 151 that we expected. We took $4. I'm like, yeah, we're good. This thing is probably going to, I'll get out early, and ARM's going to break 150 and die. That's what I kind of felt was going to happen. ARM is now all of a sudden all the way back up $5, and I'm not shorting this again because I was completely convinced that ARM was rejecting this high and going to hold back down in here somewhere, and the buyers just keep on coming into this stock in ways that will shock me time and time again. It's just, it's so strong, and I always forget it doesn't have that much of the shares available. So when it glides higher, it tends to run sometimes like it's even squeezing at times.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. ARM's all the way back there. I mean, you just covered AMD. I mean, AMD top to bottom. I mean, 157 right there, all the way now to 161. I mean, this is moving $3. I know. I mean, they're pretty equivalent on prices, but it's a good point about the share size, the float available for ARM. But at the end of the day here, we were just in this right now. So I think when we came back in is when we we were starting it earlier. We were shorting. You see how we were kind of just barcoding here between 159.80. 160.20 back and forth, like these little levels in there. We just kept shorting it against really nothing, really just 160. And then it broke higher, and we had discussed this. So we got out there on the short, and then it broke higher. I'm gonna leave it alone. I just actually picked my poison and pretty good again. Let's go right now. I mean, look what we're doing, guys. Just hit the sires. Watch the Freedom and Wealth podcast, but hopefully look out for some of these trades too, because we just loaded up here at 129. I mean, by loaded up, I mean good amount of shares for myself. We'll wait to see what happens here, though, on Nvidia. I'm waiting for a 75 print. Hopefully, we'll get a little bit lower. My stop, remember where the stop was? 129.20. So right now, that's what I'm saying. It's not like that we're ringing there it is. It's not like we're ringing too many registers here, but we're 25 cents in the money. So let's take a little bit of profit and then hold for hopefully the push lower. Like I said, for me, and for Adam and everybody that's out there that always tells me about trading the futures, I should just do that. It's like, I'm waiting for this level. So for Nvidia, I'm gonna get stopped out if it goes now 1-to-1 against me. But right now we're in the money and I'm looking for lower because we're underneath that futures level. So let's actually, checks notes, has no bids. All right, what's up with GME?
What's up with that?
the shareholder meeting, Sean, that's for sure. That was scheduled to take place today at 11, got canceled. Benzinga reporting that users were unable to connect. As a result, it was canceled. Down right now, though, it traded this one on the midday show. Bit up, a bit down. Did you guys have a look at this one?
I mean, obviously, I haven't traded it, but clearly we're looking at it all morning. 25, we said in the morning note, or the morning rundown when we do it, 25 looked like the dip buy spot. And that was just based on what happened in the afternoon show. When you guys were all here yesterday, we now know that it was a ton of sells in the June 21st expiry on that $20 strike. And that's the one, of course, Roaring Kitty has, so maybe he was getting out, but that caused that huge move. It bounced off 25. We were looking 25 long. It never got there. Then higher lows, all that kind of good stuff. I'm in BNet and long Jefferson. I'll get to that in a sec. This spike that happened to the upside was basically because they said, yeah, it didn't happen today. We're doing it tomorrow. And the stock went up $1.50. I mean, that's just how it works. It feels a little crazy to me that you're going up just because of that. But if it wants to hold VWAP, stranger things have happened here. Even this 27.5 where it bounced from, it's in an upward trend. And if GameStop's in an upward trend, hey, maybe it wants to hold this 28 from this morning. So, I'll be looking for dip buy situations here. If I start to see the velocity of the move to the downside that we saw yesterday, I'd have no problems getting out of its way. There was already some extra action selling on that same strike today, and it doesn't seem to be having the same effect on the stock. So I think that's a pretty decent sign.
All right, I was checking out Apple. Apple right now $1.50 in the money off the 212 level. All right, so GME, I mean, Neil just covered it. There's really, I was saying that whole fun, thing about he should do a meme about trying to roll the contracts over, and then maybe that means he's either rolling over dead or he's getting more, and then therefore nobody would know anything again. So I just, we'll listen. We'll see if Adara has some news. We'll find out if you guys know if there's any sort of news coming through. You look at the options volume and you can sort of try to decipher potentially getting out, getting in, whatever the story is. And until then, I feel like you just want to play off levels that we've seen before. Yesterday's close is right here, 25.50. We had talked about GameStop getting down to 25 again, but I wasn't sitting here bidding it, and should have been like 25.50. That's yesterday's close. I always want to give this name at least $1 because then I'll be motivated to take at least $1. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm trying to do on this, and I just feel like this is a good level. So if we're going to talk about levels now, then I would think if you're going to take a shot on this afternoon, then 26 to 26.50 right into here is probably pretty good. You'll get a break. Some traders will panic through VWAP like I would, and then but I'm not doing it today. And then all of a sudden it drifts down into here, and they're like, oh yeah, by the way, there's support down here. So maybe there's something there in and around $25, $26. But I mean, it has the pedigree to do this. So this was just yesterday. It was at $33. So I do feel that the break is. This is going high. I'm not convinced. I don't dabble in this other than day trading it, but I think it's going higher. I mean
the trend. You could
yeah,
draw a trend line on it, and it would be like, look at the higher highs. They're probably almost perfectly connected.
What, you mean on the day?
No, it's the 1 minute there.
Oh yeah. For the one, but I even just think about. What was that, Sharif? Oh yeah, okay. I almost think that just on the day chart here, $25 to $26, like it looks like it's going to hold it, and then you want to talk about trading names with catalysts. I mean, whether or not it's going to be a negative catalyst or not, this has lots of them. So
wait till next week.
That's what I mean. So just wait. It could be like one of those things where you might want to just swing it over the weekend in small amounts to see if you get that $50 or $60 bump or something like that on GameStop. But I mean, for me right now, my focus is we're $1.50 in the money right now on Apple, and we're just trying to mess around here with Nvidia because it almost broke 129 there. My stop is 129.20, and probably not going to reload it. But down there, my outs, if we have some, which I just did put a bid, by the way, I said no bids, but I do have one down here. So we're going to put a bid down at 60s and then see if we get filled. So we're just going to cover 20% of our position at the 50-period moving average if we're lucky enough to do that. Neil, it's that time again.
It is that time again. We've got one of our favorite guests coming on through here today. We've got Mr. Raider. Yeah, I'm calling him Mr.
Here we go.
Where'd he go?
Was he there? What, did he disappear? Oh, there he
Where
is.
am I? Oh, here I am.
There
Okay.
he is. There he
Hey guys,
is.
how are you? How are you guys?
We're good. Yeah, we're doing really
Okay.
good. What's
Hey,
going on?
handsome as ever, both of you.
Why, thank you. Stop
Outta here
sucking
with
up.
that.
How's everything over there? It looks like you got a beautiful day there behind you.
Yes, it was really nice. Actually, today I just got back. I didn't know if I was going to make it in time, but I just got back from boulder climbing with my uncle, so he roped me into that. So it's like,
Oh, wow.
You know those indoor gyms with the freelance climbing, no harness,
Right, like a rock boulders. Yeah.
Yep.
So if you guys are into bouldering climbing, the only one I could do today was V2. So I don't know if that's a flex or maybe I should keep quiet, but.
You'd have to talk to my brother.
I would
My-
just be quiet,
All the
probably.
cool stuff my brother does, and I'm the one with the bad back. So let's. He probably would know exactly.
No,
what
my
that-
son does rock climbing. Boy, yeah.
Baxter or Barron?
both of them.
Oh, both,
actually.
okay. All right.
And there's a place here in Mississauga in Toronto called Boulders. So we'll check that out. Remind everybody and myself where you're located, Andrew.
I'm right now in Columbus, Ohio, but I go to the Bay Area a lot. So California, Oakland, around there. Yep.
Okay, man about town, man about
town.
town.
I'm about town.
Yeah. So what do you think about that? Now it looks like we are going to get that one rate cut, right? I mean, going to be coming on later. We got that sort of confirmation yesterday from the Fed. And yeah, I don't know. I think it's all systems ahead. I mean, we got that nice split there with Nvidia. Now we're starting to go a little higher as we speak on that name. What are you thinking about the market right now? You still a little bullish? I mean, there was a couple different sectors that you had talked about with us last time. What are you looking at right now?
Yeah, so when we get up to these upper levels, I am in SPY calls right now. I'm just trying to play for some sort of continuation tomorrow. But when it comes to that Fed thing, obviously, you know, we were looking for a bigger move other than CPI, but we didn't get it. It seemed he left on the table that there could be, right? And he kept dodging this question of, you know, hey, there could be one more rate cut, but ultimately it's up to the data. So it's almost like he's just dragging this on and he doesn't really want to say it. But with how this, how we've been playing the markets recently, one of the biggest things I've been focusing on is when do we get this value and defensive rotation? Because that's often when you start to see the market slow down heavily and where you get to play a lot of value names like McDonald's, which is beaten down, J&J Healthcare, all these other guys. So if you actually look at this, it's just like the RG chart. Bloomberg has this. A bunch of services have this. But basically looking at this, you can see that what's swinging into improving over here, these are all value and defensive names and they're rotating out of growth. Of course, we always talk about this in the market, that firms don't just take cash out of the markets. That's not what happens. They reallocate, and they reallocate this money into different sectors. So if they sell growth, they're going to somewhere else. It's likely to be defensive in value, and that's where I've been looking for a lot of trades. So industrials, I caught Home Depot on that big gap up. Just looking into McDonald's now and J&J as well for a bounce. Those are some of the names that I'm watching.
I've been, let me throw another one at you. I actually like Caterpillar and John Deere. So I think
Caterpillar.
Cat and D, if you come over to my screen right here, you'll see that we are kind of coming in a little bit now. And again, you know, the dividends aren't super, you know, fantastic on these names. You can get much better ones with names like Pfizer and whatnot now. But I don't think we're due for too much of a global slowdown. So some of these names, along with the ones you mentioned, J&J. For myself, J&J is a little worrisome just because we have some of those lawsuits, right, that always hanging over, but I know they're slowly trying to get these all figured out. J&J, another beat up name down here. I like that for a little bit of a swing play there. So yeah, good call on that. Banks have pulled back, eh? I mean, last time we were on, you did mention that you didn't like some of the banks, but you're right. I think you had a good call. Up here, $200 to the downside right now for some of these names. You looking at this sector right now? I think you might have mentioned also last time the KRE. Maybe look for some more weakness potentially here. And I don't want to paraphrase you. If I have this the wrong way, you tell me. But what are you thinking right now about some of these sectors?
No, you said it like an absolute champion, Sean. But as far as banks and everything else, I think they are a little extended to the downside. What we're going to be watching with this is, of course, when we look for a market topping, we want to see banks being weaker. We want to see these names that are the structural parts of the markets to drop first. But more particularly, I'm just interested in, right now we have this data collection window. So we have the CPI, we have the Fed, and we have another month of guidance. So what I like to do, and if you actually want to just share my screen real quick, is what I like to do is I look at the leaders and laggers from that day. So this is from yesterday to today. And this can give us a further idea of, okay, what are we starting to see? If we see a big pump tomorrow, what are they rotating into? And right now, I mean, top of the list, you have real estate, you have, utilities, you have XLP, all these defensive value names. And it seems they are favoring these. So moving forward, I think this confirms the thesis with how the rotations obviously are picking up. But banks specifically, I don't really like those anymore. I traded those to the short side. And when I knock someone out, right? If I'm boxing them, then I typically don't want to have them as my coach moving forward. So I'm not going to look to long that after shorting. But
Any truth to the rumors that I heard that you may be filling in for Mike Tyson to face Mr. Jake Paul there, or is that not true? Did I hear something incorrect there?
So actually, I was going to make an appearance on WWE.
Okay, for Fight Logan.
Wearing the Speedo.
Right.
And yeah, so I was going to come out on a big, bull, and there was going to be fire and everything. So yeah, but unfortunately, I would absolutely go to sleep and take a night and probably not wake up for another week if I boxed Mike Tyson. But yeah,
that's like any of us would do. Let's be real.
That's probably what would happen to all of us. Yeah.
I'm happy to hear you're at least somewhat into wrestling. Maybe like my daughter's actually starting to get into it, like hardcore. I have no idea how it happened. It was just a random friend.
Roman Reigns.
She's more. She's like John Cena. She likes. I'm like, how do you like John Cena? He's like actually one of the older guys.
Yeah, I think he's 48 years old.
He's more like our ilk.
I'm gonna look that up.
That said, like I love what you're talking about for the rotation. I don't like. I'm kind of curious just in terms of like approach, right? Because often I'll look at these charts. Or we look at these charts, and you see something like a Caterpillar, which for me I absolutely love. Like I love the stock, and I'm actually stink bidding it myself on my personal account. But if you really sort of break it down, it is in a bit of a pullback. And I'm generally of the mind that if you wait for the absolute bottoms or the curl to happen, if people are a little bit concerned about the economy, you want to try to get into the good names before everyone's joining. Do you think, like I'm a baseball guy, what inning do you think you're in a pullback in this? Is this that moment where you're getting that gentle rotation, all in? Are you starting to seek out the names? Are you jamming right now, as they all say, and just getting it all in good, and you think we're going to get the turn in some of these defensive names? Because this is in a downward trend still, and I actually really like it in this dip.
So specifically with that, one thing I normally look for when it comes to market bottoms, or hey, is this the right time? Like everything, what inning do I step up and hit the home run on? It's all about timing. And if you kind of share my chart here, this is Cat. One of the two major signs that I look for a market bottom or any stock bottom to time anything is, number one, you want to see higher volume on the lows. You want to see, are they liquidate, or, are they starting to actually buy this up? Is the pace of selling decreasing, which it has? It's not this straight down red candles anymore. And what you also want to see is a liquidation. And a liquidation is the classic, just V-shaped, boom, right back up. So if you look at the hourly here on this, you'll see that we had this massive flush today, and then now we're climbing back up into the range. This could identify as a liquidation, because not only did you take out the top side to fake out the buyers, but you also took out all the buyers who bought here, and now you're trapping the sellers. And so now you're having a nice balanced move to the upside, a healthy one, because you have everyone out of the market, and this is the perfect time to move it because there's no one in it. So in my opinion, this would be towards the bottom for Caterpillar, and you should probably play this into next week.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because that's one of the things I saw on my 15-minute chart. It's not just today's. It's actually done a few fails underneath the 325 level specifically. Today is just the most extreme one for that. So, look, we'll get that. Obviously, fantastic idea. I'm glad we actually agree on some of these. But I want to talk about, and we have all these meme stocks that are absolutely going crazy, and some of these things that we've seen happen, like Apple doesn't move like this. I think we all understand that the stock can go from 0 to 100 really quickly. What are your thoughts on big cap tech? Because yesterday, I'll be real, like that turnaround on Apple might have been one of the more insane pullbacks that I've seen, and then it was categorized by a sell imbalance at the end where it dumped even some more. And do you think, I think it's still ridiculously strong on that breakout, but do you think that could be a sign of some jittery money at the top of big cap tech? It was a pretty sustained fall that we had in there, and it looked meme-ish for a second. Like it was pulling back like it was a pullback in SMCI, not Apple.
Yeah, so it's super unusual. I mean, Apple 6% one day is just insane, especially at all-time highs. That's just wild. But as far as how I look at that, in the macro picture, I'm here thinking, okay, well, towards a market top, you typically see, your mega tech, you see your large caps start to do better than the rest of the market. So if this is a sign of, hey, maybe we decline moving forward, what is that going to open to the short side? What's going to open to the upside? And we talked about value and defensive. Those are going to be the better longs if the market starts to pull back, because they're going to get the juice. So maybe looking into those for safer longs. But as far as shorts, Apple, it's just always so tricky since I do trade options. I get punished for holding. I get punished for not timing correctly. Everything is punishment in options except for when you get it right. So it makes it very difficult for me to justify, hey, let's go short Apple. But something like semiconductors, that would be something that I would look forward to shorting, because those are the extreme beyond every deviation. And if the markets do see, hey, they're like, oh my God, we're scared now. There's uncertainty now with the Fed. They're going to dump semiconductors, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see some 8-9% day in some of these semiconductors, or 9% move down, just because of that. So definitely with the large cap tech, all that stuff, I'm just hands off for now. I think the best way is, like we talked about last time, was shorting the laggers of those. So something like Meta, which is still not broken the high, or something like that could be better to the downside.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you. I was thinking something similar when ARM turned around today, and I was like, yeah, I had a great short.
Yeah.
I look back, and it's like it already bounced like $5 again. I'm like, oh, it's going to open. It's going to test 150. We'll short it again tomorrow through 150. No, it was right back up like $6. The moves in, and the SMH, of course, up on another 1.5% today. You're probably right in terms of it's the thing that probably pulls back the most, but my goodness, it's not an easy thing to be short that. So
yeah,
got to be careful.
The demons have been breathing down my neck this entire day for that. Yes.
No, they have a tendency to do that for sure. So look, anything we haven't covered, any ideas? You've already rolled through a couple in here. Anything that's caught your eye, or maybe you're not looking for just yet, but rolling into next week might get interesting for you. Of course, we have. We get a split eventually in Broadcom. That could be a little bit exciting. But what's on your mind for next week that we haven't already discussed?
So next week, we haven't actually discussed this, is that we obviously do have the quad witching on the 21st. And if you want to share my chart here, with how this typically goes, and this is, the volume's too big. How this typically goes is this bottom kind of horizontal line, if you can see this marks what we call the fake out or the shakeout phase. So around 30 days before that June 21st is when you get a shakeout phase. We got that. That started almost on schedule to the day, 30 days ahead. You get this huge drop, and that's why I retained a bullish stance. I don't know if I was on here or whatever, but when you start to move up. Now, around 14 days, 2 weeks before, which is this week, you start the development of the max pain phase. And the max pain phase is when you get the final pin move of the market maker. They say, we've run it up this much. Now, what is the best way to fully swing that imbalance back towards a balanced position? And so what's going to happen, I believe, within 3 to 4 days of next Friday, so maybe early next week, is you will likely see another pivot. Now, what is a pivot? It could be to the upside. It could be another gap up in continuation. But I truly believe that in most scenarios, the most common structures are something like this, where you get 2 weeks before you get a move in one direction and then a close right in the middle. That is the healthiest way to close a market into quad witching, because they have hundreds of billions in derivatives to balance. And that's how I see it. So don't take the idea of a pullback out of your pocket yet, but I'm not going to be sitting here and going, let's short overnight. I'm just going to trade the intraday moves because I don't want to deal with it. But that's been the safer play for me, especially on the indices. If you short overnight and hold, the next day it's, after hours, you're getting excited, it's up 3%, and then by open, it's down 1%. So it's like, great, so that's what I would say. So if you want to expect a pivot, expect probably next Tuesday or Wednesday when you'll see some sort of drastic change in pace. But it will likely to be reversed, whichever move that is.
Yeah, I love to hear it. Good thoughts there. We got a question from one of our viewers, Ponzi Fonzie in the chat here, one of our longtime viewers. He's curious, and a lot of people are actually curious where you're getting that rotation data fund from, if you'd be so kind as to tell everybody.
Yeah, sure thing. So this is stockcharts.com. If you guys have Bloomberg Terminal as well, it's on there. I actually just use this. It's cheaper anyways because it's better. It's more interactive. This tool is really cool. You can do a lot with it. You can make ticker lists. I have probably a ticker list of 150 tickers that I just copy and paste in this bar to scan, whether I want to scan, industrials or certain industries such as biotech. Which ones within biotech are the leaders of biotech? Because the nitty gritty stuff is finding that trade. And if you want to find, okay, you have this idea that, okay, we talked about defensives are the good ones to long, right? So, or value. So let's say value like McDonald's or something, okay? Then you would go in and find which of those value sectors or industries have the leaders within those industries. It's like a double, Russian egg, whatever they call that. So you remove one layer and you find another. And then once you find the leaders of the leaders, those are typically your big plays to continue, or the breakout setup, something like that. So a really simple tool with that. I have a few free YouTube videos you can watch on how that I interpret these charts. But one of the best tools during rotational markets, which are often April, May, June, which are choppy. There's a lot of reversals. This is where markets are moving money the most, and this tool is the most reliable. So.
All right, hey, what's up, Andrew? Yeah, thanks for
What's up,
covering
Sean?
that. Yeah, same old stuff. All right, I just want to show my screen right here. So my strategy, generally, I talk about being a support and resistance kind of trader. So I've seen right here that, we've had a top there in Nvidia, so purple is short, came back, we shorted again, now we're shorting again. I feel like I'm going to get blown out of this one right now, but anyways, end of the day, that's how I trade. So I'm going to ask you, do you ever put on positions, and I think you've told us some of your trade ideas. And I know generally you'll trade options and maybe swing positions, but are you ever looking to just sort of get involved intraday and trade, maybe not similarly to how we are, but more aggressively throughout the day? Do you ever look for different patterns, or how would you maybe let us know of what your most favorite indicator would be for shorter term time frame trades for yourself, just to give some of our viewers who may be more scalping like we are an idea of how you would play this game?
Yeah, so if you guys are trying to find some scalping, some sort of trade, like I said, one of the most common things that you can do, and excuse me while I find this image real quick, is whenever you try to catch a bottom off a off a support like this. Okay, if you want to share my chart. So, let me screenshot this real quick. Hold on. I'm just a tech wizard, aren't I?
Take your time.
Okay. I guess it's not coming up. 1 second.
That's okay. Come back to me, Ramin. That's fine. All right. When you get it, let us know. But
yeah, I got it, Sean. Listen.
Back to you.
We're rolling today, Sean. But as far as the most basic principle when it comes to a support or resistance trade that I like to look for, again, I have to be naturally more patient than equity traders because there's spreads, there's theta decay. I mean, I get punished for holding, like I said, where you guys don't. So what I have to do is really focus on timing. So one of the best things that I do, one of the patterns, is what I like to call market maker cycles. And I'll show you just one ticker after this that has this. This happens on all time frames. And what the idea is like we talked about with that cat, is you get a fake out to the upside. This is known as a spring. And then that's typically the first bounce off of a support zone. So whenever you draw a support zone, you come down, market's in there. That's typically not the best buy all the time. It's often the quickest bounce, but it resolves in some pain almost every single time. So what I like to do is see a violation of that support zone, just slight violation, but still see that strength within that zone or around that zone. And then as it starts to come back up, that's when I start to get involved. So a lot of people, they have to rush their zones. And what I say to that is you can always take just some light size on that first bounce, but don't expect that to last very long unless if you see just a huge change in the expectations. But this is how I typically trade is, hey, there's a violation with that. One of the tickers that has probably one of the most beautiful examples of this on the daily time frame is GILD. This is just a biotech company, something like that. And you can see that this channel right here, you had the spring to the upside, you come down, you have that final climax of selling that liquidation. And now, given that it stays above that liquidation high, this is a bullish trade to at least above here. So that's just kind of how I do it. With day trading, it's the same principle as, hey, let's not rush that first bounce, maybe put little light size on, but cut that off when we get into profit and then expect that to continue down. That's just how I trade. Is always when I want to see a bottom, I need to see a climax to one side. But that's.
Yep, I got it. Kind of like a dead cat bounce.
you know what I mean.
I got you.
Well, and as the kids would say, but.
Yeah, as the kids would say, Interesting.
As the kids would say.
As the kids would say, those damn kids these days, Andrew? I mean,
Yeah,
what's
who
up
are
with
they?
those guys?
Hey, we never grow up, Sean. That's just how it is.
Tell me about it.
Yeah.
But no. All right. Look, thank you so much for covering a whole bunch of stuff there. I mean, we'll have you back on. We'll talk about the expiration next week. And thank you for sharing some of that technical analysis there. And you mentioned also that everyone can find you over there on YouTube. Is there anything specifically you'd like to mention about your channel? I guess they can find you on Instagram as well. I know I follow you.
Yeah, so last time I said I was in the streets of Wall Street, rolling around with the Beamer, big caddy, bumping Neil's mixtapes he hasn't leaked yet, but I have those on track.
That got repossessed, or what happened?
Yeah, right. Exactly. But yeah, we'll have to settle that in court, Neil. But all the royalties
We'll
to that
figure
will
it
work
out.
out. But we'll eventually release them. But as far as
I got
you guys
OJ's
can
legal
find me-
team, bro.
Yeah, literally. You guys can find me Instagram, whatever. Like I said, if you guys go to my YouTube videos, I have these funny intros to every one of my videos. So if you want to see me as a Hollywood actor, you can go laugh and make fun of me in those. But yep, that's where you can find me, guys. Or on here. Hey, watch Trader TV, and sometime
right. Exactly.
every other
That's right.
Thursday you can find Mr. Raider Trader at 2:20 p.m. So.
We like it. Thank you for the promo, and thank you so much for adding all of that. You definitely get a lot of love in the chat. So, Andrew Raider from Raider Trader, thank you so much. Raider Trader 101. Thank you, my friend. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
Take care. See you, buddy.
All right, bye, guys.
Ciao, ciao. All right. Always fun time.
I love the energy of the
always
old.
fun time.
You young people, yeah, you never feel old, eh? You never grow up. My sciatic nerve tends to disagree with that on a regular basis about not growing up. Let's be real for a second there. Look,
physically, you always grow up. I mean, I don't think there's any way of stopping that. Well, you could slow it down.
Yeah, 100%, man.
Healthier
Eat well,
eating.
be healthy,
Don't
work
be
out. Make sure you watch.
be a day
Make sure you watch
trader.
the podcast. That'll
Right.
keep you nice and fresh and young.
Something like that.
as well. What
Drink
did
matcha, maybe.
What did Ramin say? I missed that.
Botox, hair plugs.
And we're not going to
things
say
like that.
Botox. Clearly, I'm not. Look, I'm not using any hair. Look, I'm not using
I mean,
any hair plugs.
I'm pretty sure everybody knows.
I don't
that.
color
We're not-
my.
I'm not.
I know Botox. Maybe that's
Maybe I
not
wish I
right.
was a little more self.
No, I'll shave. I'll go bald before I do any of that stuff. I mean, like, I'll just cue ball it, man. Like that's.
You had cue balled before. Lots.
No,
of
but that was a
times.
COVID thing, right? Like, my barber was closed, and
Right,
then he
Closed.
opened.
Actually,
then he
talked about that on
then
the
he
next
opened
podcast.
back up.
Yeah.
In the
Episode 3
in the basement.
on the Freedom and Wealth, we talk actually about barbers and potentially being closed or not closed during COVID. Thank you to Andrew Raider.
you don't know. I'm not gonna rat him out or anything. You don't know who he is, but I mean, you had to do what you had to do, man. He had to, and he had.
everybody knows who my barber
He
is.
had mad side hustles too. My
the way, thanks
barber,
to Wayne.
million side hustles. Crypto
How did Wayne
trading,
drop us
all
these
that
candy,
stuff.
these Hershey's?
I was gonna wait till after the interview for. He dropped us these candies, cookies and
Cookies and cream, yeah.
Cookies and cream. Wayne has
Wayne.
some. Wayne on the bridge.
You see how we're set? So Ramin is really mad that she didn't get one, and now we're just quickly. See how fast we sold Wayne?
No,
out
you
there?
missed. She just
You
said,
see how
"Meet
fast-
me outside."
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Like,
See how
she
fast
wants to fight.
See how fast that was?
Wayne might be one of the nicest, most gentle people
Yeah,
you will
but
ever meet.
we just
and
literally
she's ready
said
to fight.
we just literally just said, okay, forget it. Who cares? Wayne did it. We didn't even think about. It was just like we're not crossing
It
Ramin.
was true.
Not bad. Actually, with a coffee, it's actually pretty good. My kids like the cookies and cream.
I love cookies. I love it.
I kind of like the dark chocolate is. I like dark chocolate maybe, but everything's pretty good.
As we make everybody hungry.
All right.
There we go.
What's AMD doing? All right, so we are long Nvidia. So Nvidia, look, right when I went and asked Andrew about his breakout or what his style was, I remember I was like, this one's probably gonna come out soon. And then basically as soon as I flipped over, it did. And look, the thing is that you have to get out of these trades when that happens, right? Because if you could see the 50 period, I mean, this is why we have all these outs here. And they were pretty good. I mean, they weren't the greatest outs. They were 85. I mean, they're the greatest outs I could get, but they're 85s, 80s. Down into here, we have some 60s. But again, we're only getting out of like 10, 15% every time. So when it comes back in and we're reloaded, we don't have this kind of a setup is not something. I even said that I didn't love this trade because we'd come up here too many times. And then again, Andrew also talked about false breaks and things like that on that little chart that he had there. So at the end of the day, we reload the position, right? And not a full position like we would have had over here, maybe on some of these first shorts. But at the end of the day, you wind up losing when it comes back. So that's ultimately the risk of, and I saw someone talk about it. I think it was Kyle. I don't know if he's still here or not, but it's like it was saying that you could scalp back and forth with larger shares and still make money. And then that's why I'm going over this, because if you hold it and it just keeps on going to the upside, if you don't get out, then what you're going to do is negate all of these profit taking. I was going to say wins, but I don't consider this winning. All of these profit taking, I don't consider any trade winning. I mean, you can win on a trade, that's fine. You can lose on a trade. It's just the trades will end up in a result that's unfavorable to you. It's like I'm still putting the same amount. It's like in a baseball game. It's like when you're playing with kids. It's like, oh, we're just here to have fun. you know, at the end of the day, I'm going to make a lot of trades. So I'm just trying to find the best opportunities. If they turn out to be awesome, then that's great, and we'll try to hold them as much as we can. But that's why you have to be disciplined enough to be able to punch out. And then I actually punched out, and now I'm trying to go long off of this level. So right now we're long Nvidia, and this is where I know sometimes we'll get a little bit ahead of ourselves because maybe this isn't the greatest long breakout. But again, playing off this 50-period moving average, we definitely have our risk set, and the risk is defined now on this trade. And the other thing why I took it too is just if you're going to look at the TQs, which maybe I should have taken this instead of Nvidia, I feel like you are trying to break right now. So this is a 1-minute chart on the futures, 19.6. Remember we told you guys that I was going to be playing short off of this level? Well, look what level came in again. That came within 20 cents of that level. So now, though, I'm thinking we're bouncing, keep on bouncing off this 50 period to eventually try one more test here. So once and then twice. The next time, hopefully, we're able to spring the trap and get back up to the upside right
Always
here.
spring the trap.
I mean, again, we talked about not shorting 19.6 and that we were giving it a little bit of more room. It turned out to be pretty accurate. But again, levels change as the day goes on. It's 251. But yeah.
Just quickly, there was a couple of things. GameStop highs of the day.
Is it? Oh my God.
Always. I saw in the chat someone's like, "Did you guys see a story? Did you guys see the story in GME?" I have not seen anything other than, you know, they're going to have the meeting tomorrow. Roaring Kitty tweeted about half an hour ago. That's all I know. Jaspreet was asking in the chat, why are the miners up if Bitcoin's down? I'm in Mara right now, and I don't necessarily see a big difference. This is IBIT, and this is a chart of Mara. I'm not seeing much of a difference in these two charts. But if there's something specifically, if there's a miner that's really bucking the trend, maybe it's got its own news, is all I would say. But as, I might be out of this one. I'm short 1994. Well, 94s and 95s are the two prices I've got. 94.3 is technically my average price. But if this breaks 20, I'm getting out of this thing. But GameStop, if there was something that also just happened, I don't know what it is. Roaring Kitty tweeted about here. It was, I think, the second bar here. So they said they're scheduling the meeting tomorrow. It started to go. He tweeted right after that. It was like a video of the movie Dune, or clips from the movie Dune, I think it was. And now you're just going higher and higher and higher because that's what happens on GameStop. So I wanted to buy a dip if it got to VWAP. 28 was the place to go. Look for some kind of a higher low next. So the next available dip, it does one of these. Couple reds, get a nice little green candle in there, take a higher low, and then play the trend into the afternoon. It's almost power hour, so I suppose a GameStop rip into 30 could be in the cards, as it seems to be almost every day, except for yesterday. Yesterday was the other direction into the close.
It fell back in yesterday.
Well, it looked like it was I mean, whatever.
I think some of those Bitcoin miners we had the story earlier, maybe Adara's sitting over there, she could figure it out, but I think it was Hut 8. Wasn't there some takeover talk in some of the miners today?
I know Bitfarm had takeover rumors, but then nothing, I didn't think anything came of that.
Yeah, but that's...
something had to happen with
People
Bitfarm.
try to front run. And basically right now...
it's up 16%, so something happened on Bitfarm.
Yeah, so that's probably what it is. So right there, $2 right now in the money on Apple off that posted level of 212. So there it is. I mean, we're buying this. Again, like we did really good to hold on to get these prices, man. These are both dollar clubs right there. We're just holding that. We only have 10% now of this trade, but I mean, it's still nice. Coming back up into VWAP again. This trade for Apple is a good one. It's kind of like a day saver for messing up rate. Not a day saver on Apple. Apple was the number one idea that we had on the sticky note. It's my number one stock. It's my number one P&L today. Everything is fine. But we gave some up rate here when it broke 214. And then we decided to do exactly what we try to do every day, and that is that eventually wait. So we did not, normally I'll get stopped out here and then we'll try to buy it back. It looks like it would have been a good decision to buy it back, but instead we waited for 212. Like that's the level that we'd put up on the sticky note, right? So I feel like it's just the more and more we wait. By the way, we just tweeted something on Affirm that's pretty hilarious. Look at Affirm. Congratulations, investors. It's been a real nice ride. Affirm now losing over $2.8 billion in total losses since going public. So thank you, public money, for that. And then if you go to the downside right now, there's 212. So we had wrote that, and we even talked about it on our note about that. We thought that there was going to be some dip buy opportunities into 212 today. I don't know where my exact sticky note was this morning. Here it is right here. 212 long, very heated, but whatever. Let's play price action. So what I meant by that is that it was heated in the morning because we were starting to go to the downside. So I wasn't sure if it was going to continue. Let's play the price action. The price action today and thanks for checking out the sticky note. The price action today was definitely this way. We tried the long, we hit it, we did well. It broke higher, we were fine. We're playing off VWAP, eventually breaks lower, then we decide, okay, now we have to wait. It's part of how we were able to get away from Tesla, because once Tesla, and we lost way more on Tesla than I was comfortable with. But at the end of the day, it came into our levels and we just traded off of them. You know, the market wasn't going crazy enough for me to be like, oh, this Tesla's in trouble, but it just kept on going to the downside. So Apple did hold bid. So right now, back up to VWAP. This is probably a good trade. Let's just ring the register on $2 and just fight demons here with Nvidia as we may or may not break higher. We just got some out at 35, but that's not a good trade.
Yeah, good trade there. And I was actually asked if I was still taking a 130 break on Nvidia. I mean, the answer, like, I might still take it, but the order that I would have had from this morning, like, I canceled that breakout. Like, I had a stop order to take the break pretty much the entirety of the morning. When it goes down to 127, I'm canceling that order a million times through when I was shorting it. So I might put it back in. It's at 129.30. It's not flying into that level. The market's not doing a heck of a lot. So I'd like to see how it responds to the high of the day, excuse me, before I get into it. But yeah, 130, that was a break that pretty much for the first hour in the day, I was resigned that I was going to take. And, you know, clearly it didn't happen, so we can move on. GameStop just did a bit of a dip. We said we'd look for the first available dip. It wasn't very deep. It pulled back in, tagged like 28.85, and then, you know, there's your little green candle holding 29. So I got long in here at 19s. I actually thought I was hitting 20s, but I got 19s. So if it gets to 30, I'm scalping it into the 30 level, and we'll see where it goes. Just a higher low play on this.
It's going to break 50s.
Rivian.
Nvidia's only 50 cents away, by the way.
Yeah, you know what? Let me get to. It was just a question. Thoughts on Rivian?
Oh yeah, you can take it.
I think the Rivian move already happened because it's just the $10 move rejected the 12. So you had the move into 12, and now it's rejecting it. So that's the range, and it's been the range for a while on Rivian. I don't think the level I'll have, when I was asked about it, is just back at 10. I think that's the level. 10's your support. If it goes into a downtrend, I'd probably be looking to buy at 10 because that was where I liked it before.
So I'm not getting out of this trade, but I just want to show everybody again, because remember when we had that unlimited seller at 129 earlier? I just got long 129.50, like on a 129.50 break. I got long at 48. So it's breaking on like a dark pool or something. And we talked about this on Tesla. And then I saw it again, I think on Nvidia before, or maybe it was AMD. So it's like there's a lot of liquidity here that are iceberged and holding up levels that are on like lit markets. And then our trigger is hitting on a dark pool flow through. So I'm fine with that. Like, honestly, it's not, to me, like, if I get stopped out on a trade, it's not going to be like, oh my God, it broke and then it just went down 10 cents and didn't break back. Like, I'm trying to play this for a little bit longer. So I'm still in it, but I just want to bring that to your attention. The triggers sometimes, if it's happening to you at real trading, I think it's because there's just a lot of dark pool action. So, all right, let's go back over to Adara.
Quite a lot here with regards to the Bitfarm saga. I've been sorting through this. I'm going to start this back on Monday, June 10th, so a couple days ago. Monday pre-market, Bitfarms announced that they're going to be putting in this shareholder rights plan or a poison pill, as it's known in the business world. Then that evening, they announced that the TSX, because Bitfarm is a Canadian company, that the Toronto Stock Exchange is deferring the consideration of its shareholder rights plan. Then yesterday morning, Riot comes out, because Riot has been trying to acquire Bitfarms. Bitfarms has not been interested. Riot comes out now and is saying that they are not a fan of Bitfarms' shareholder rights plan, calling it shareholder unfriendly poison pill. And then now this morning we have even more updates here from Bitfarm. Bitfarm having a business update here saying that they project 2025 guidance of over 35 exahash per second. Also saying that they're engaged in some expansion opportunities, and then also again issuing a statement with regards to Riot Platform's response to its shareholder rights plan. So basically, long story short, there's been an ongoing saga with regards to this shareholder rights plan for Bitfarms. Bitfarms trying not to get acquired here by Riot, and the company's going back and forth, and Bitfarms announcing an update, guys.
You know, the thing is, and I was just saying to Sean, like the next time one of these companies has like a rebound off of lows or a trend reversal, and then there's also a buyout rumor to go with said trend reversal on the daily chart, it's like, why don't you just go long the stock? Like Bitfarm's now at $2.80, and I remember when it was first announced and talked about, like, you know, looking at this thing, being able to pick up like 220s, 225 for scalp trades. People were speculating 230 could have been a deal price. Now it's at 280. It was already regaining 50 and 200 period moving average. It was already making. Remember, Andrew Rader was just talking about, oh, something does a wipeout bottom on the daily. Okay, well, there's your breaking of the white support, immediately grabbing back up above it. So super strong move for Bitfarm. One of these days. And the crazy thing about it is, like, anyone that knows been around real trading for a while, I trade buyouts on the side all the time. And I look at them when a deal, from the time a deal is rumored, you don't want to take them all because if a deal doesn't happen, it can tank. Look at Paramount. But if a stock is literally cratering and catches a bid and is just starting to go, and there's deal speculation, your risk to reward sometimes is just fantastic. Because if they get bought out, great, you just get that move. If the rumor if the rumor is just good enough to spike it, you get that move. You've got a stop level usually at a recent low, and then on top of that, maybe you even get a bidding war, something ridiculous or crazy. And if it's got a short float, I mean, throw that in there as well, because last I checked, Bitfarm had a 9% short float. Anyways, that's just me being mad at myself, because I remember that day, I was like, oh, that would be interesting. Maybe I should buy some shares in this thing. Didn't do it. GameStop did not hold 28.80, so let's buy the first available dip goes 0 for 1. Maybe the 28 level can come back into play here. I am in Mara, which it's just kind of going back and forth from $20 here. So 19, like this high here is like $19.99. It just got up to like $19.97 again. I'm going to bid some 80s and then just see what it can do. Longeveron has fallen asleep. So it bounced off VWAP, and it's bouncing off VWAP, and it's not going anywhere. Maybe it's got a second salvo in it. But it's running out of time to do something. I love the fact that, you know, this day 2 play is holding higher and done 175 million in volume. It'd be a heck of a lot nicer if that volume would continue. There's a good idea of more volume than yesterday at a higher price. That's good, but look at it in the second half of the day. Yesterday, when it was breaking out, the volume in the afternoon was at least reasonably close to what you saw at the open. Yeah, not so much. So I'm not going to be reloading this unless we get some real volume spikes here at Longeveron. No guarantee it happens.
Get down a little bit here. All right, so I just, I'm bidding now in front of 25s. So we got out of Nvidia for flat there because it was just, so we took a little bit on that break of 50, but then our average price was 35s. Because we took a 30 break right there, and then we were starting to get those out up there, and then all of a sudden we took the 50 break, and that last little break didn't work, and then I was talking about seeing sellers there at 50, and it was so clean down and so hard to go up. So I just flipped over to the short now. So I'm now short 37s against this Nvidia play. I'm gonna try to use that top. The best out I thought we got was 60. Best out we got was 60s. So I was gonna try to play off of something in and around that as being the high before I do wind up getting out of this. Because, and again, Andrew was just talking about it as well. And, we had written down Nvidia long. It's just Nvidia's already been here today a couple times, which is why we decided to go short into here. We had problems breaking here. So if you really want, if you don't want to scalp this out, that's fine. You could get a huge move down, or you're just standing in the way of this crazy trend, which looks more like what it is, because look at that 50 period that we already identified down here. If we had just gone long instead of short at this 50 period on a strong name today, which is what we're supposed to be doing, then you would still be, I still wouldn't be, because I'd be out. I'd probably only have that 10 or 20% left, but you would be long down here at like 128.60, 128.80, something like that. So as you're ripping up here, you're 50, 40, 50 cents in the money. So, yeah, Nvidia today. Yeah, we wanted it long. It's written on here for the long. It's going to be fine. We're not getting destroyed on this, but we're going to wait now to see about that 60 break higher, and then we'll get out. And I think we'll just wait for the close. It's now into the power hour, so Apple's carrying a little bit right now. It's $2.25 in the money. Debating again getting out. We just saw a high wick with volume there as well on the 1 minute chart. So sometimes, it's not necessarily hard to explain what we're doing, I don't think, to most of you. It's just sometimes the decisions are quick, right? So you gotta You got to watch out. All right, here comes Nvidia right back up. So we just take the last little bit of a short. So let's see if it holds now. See, it just gets a buy all of a sudden. It just rips up 30 cents. Like, I don't know. I guess it's just a lot stronger than maybe I thought. But this is where we'd had problems before. So let's see what happens up here at 60 again. Like, we're short at 45s. You know, I think it's worth the shot up. Okay, now it's going to go. I think it's worth the shot up here just because we saw the pattern. But again, to risk here 20 or 30 cents against an idea, I think it's worth it. So let's wait to see what happens with Nvidia.
I feel like I'm right back to where we were this morning where I'm going to put the order in. If it breaks at 130, we'll take it. Only because you mentioned Affirm. I pulled up the chart, and I remember it was breaking out big time off a huge downward channel, like the stock for like a year. Okay, for this year, it's actually a half a year this channel's held. It broke it out yesterday. It dipped today. You can't even make it up. The resistance level now turning support on this channel is $34. And where did it bounce today? At 34 bucks. Sometimes when a stock is in an upward or downward channel, you know, leave that trend line in there. Because even if it breaks it out on the pullback, if it holds, I think I want to look long. Now, obviously, we're at the end of the day today. On the daily chart, I care more about whether it holds that bouncing off it today and then green holding it again tomorrow. But if we're holding 34 tomorrow, I think I'd be looking for longs in Affirm until it breaks this trend back into the downside. And it's not to say you can't wick a trend line and then just completely reject it. I feel like AMD did that on the way back to the downside as well. So you just got to, I'm going to be paying attention to it pretty closely. We'll see what happens on Affirm. I think that's more of a tomorrow thing. If 130 breaks, I think I will take it. The market is gliding higher here. It's 130, it's fresh highs on Nvidia. Like, it's the kind of breakout trade that if in power hour I'm not taking that break, and it's not there yet, it's only at the $0.50 as Sean was mentioning. But if it does get there, I'll take that. I'm gonna cross up to like 21, so I'm gonna get an order in on Nvidia.
It's just so ironic that now it's holding 50 on the bid. Like, it's just so stupid.
There's icebergs, and like when I'm eyeballing it,
break.
The deep prints I'd say are like
Break.
70 to 80%, when usually I think it's about, probably on a stock like this, like 30 to 40% of the volume I think would be in the dark, maybe 30 to 50, but it feels like it's 70 to 75% or even more than that.
There we go. Here we go. Pay dirt. Come on. Let's go to the downside. Hopefully now. I don't know. Oh, it stops again. All right. Well, it's 10 cents, but we only got out of about 15% there because we got filled on the way down through. Now let's, it didn't go though. Oh man. All right. I thought maybe Nvidia had a chance to go there. So this is just game time now. It's all that's happening. Like 50 was on the offer. It was holding, was holding, was holding. Then it was on the bid and it was holding, it was holding, it was holding. And then it broke and it went 8 cents. I'm still of the thought that Nvidia, I'm not here tomorrow, but unless this breaks through 130, we could just sort of stand still until someone makes a decision on that 130 level. We have too many trades on this name tape. It's gonna be fine. We're gonna be good on it. Apple. Okay, what else you guys want to look at? Let's see what Tesla's doing because I'm not.
UNH
gonna drive myself crazy looking
move.
at that Nvidia.
Yeah, UNH doesn't normally move $9 in 20 minutes. Here, I don't have. Here.
Maybe Biden.
Maybe it's this something about Medicare star rankings revision. Blah blah. I'm just trying to read this story, and I don't know why that applies to. Yeah, I'm not sure. You know what? I'm not gonna. Yeah, this is the headline I'm seeing. That doesn't even mention UNH here, even though when I search UNH, that's what we got. But this isn't normal for UNH, obviously. You know, it's a $500 stock.
Up move.
Yeah, it just went up like $10 in here on decent volume and then carried through. It's already pulling back, but I saw someone in the chat pointing out that it was moving. CVS as well. So I'm going to assume there is a news story that is going to be related to healthcare somehow. But I don't have it as of yet, but you're seeing them move up in concert. I think there's a third name as well they were mentioning. So CVS to the upside. If we get the story, we'll let you guys know. UNH also going to go through. UNH is not much of a tradable stock. It's, in terms of spread, it's not that great. It'd be nice if it split. But CVS is not bad at all. If I knew what was going on, I might consider buying a dip in this, but I don't know what the story is here, guys.
All right, yeah, that's valid. So we'll just wait for it, but it's good to obviously point it out. UNH, a big Dow name and all of that. So, all right. Right here, 184, 183. I was just looking at Tesla here again because of this bottom that we put in at 182, 183. So again, like the market, we'll talk about that when we get back from Madera. What's up?
Basically, from what I'm seeing here, Wall Street Journal reporting that Medicare Star is looking to revise some of their rankings. So basically, they rank how well these different insurance plans performs. The result of this could actually have hundreds of millions of bonus payments for insurers, and this is now expected apparently as soon as today. Also worth noting here, they do include that another medical plan here. CMS is also planning to redo their quality ratings. So basically some rating changes, a bit of a nice sign here initially, at least for some of these insurers, guys.
Okay, there you go. That's not that, I mean, it's definitely good news. I don't know if it's going to be that big of a deal. Like if it comes back into like 60 and a half, I think that'd be pretty appealing on CVS. UNH, as I mentioned, probably not something that I would trade just given the spread and the way that it's going to end up moving. I do own this. It's UNH I actually own in my long-term account because it's been really good down and around the $450 level. I was mulling whether I should have taken profit when it was back above 500. I did not do so, but that's more of a buy and hold thing. I don't tend not to trade it too much there. Mara is starting, like it's just gliding around here. It's starting to slide back in, but nothing too crazy. Oh, Apple just lost VWAP. There. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, Apple tried to get through 214 and might be losing VWAP. We saw what happened in the afternoon yesterday in Apple, so I don't want to discount how weak it was going into the close. Now, I'm not saying it comes out with a sell imbalance, but it was a sell imbalance that grew on Apple, and I feel as if we've seen that 7 out of every 10 days in the last couple of weeks, there's been a sell imbalance on Apple, even when it's strong. So if that's going to be the case and it's failing VWAP, I might take a shot here. This local high is 214.20. So I think get in at evens, give it to the quarters kind of deal. And then if you happen to be in the money and the imbalance is hit, throw an order or trailing stop and balance comes your way and you happen to be short, you can get maybe a win. And if it comes out of buy, you just have a tight stop in there. So I'm trying to get 214 even on Apple.
All right, so we broke through 60 on Nvidia, so we wind up getting hit on that last piece. We were able to get something out, but look what I was talking about. Until we break 130, we're just going to leave that alone. So I have an offer. I have a program buy to go through. It's like a stop order. Like now, it's probably going to go down. Let me see if we can fight with AMD instead. 160 and change. So kind of not good right now, actually, on this name either. Look at the move down in the futures now.
Now Apple's like, okay,
and darn it. Apple's trying to pull back too. All right. I mean,
it always does this.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? We could try. I don't want to get too caught. We just went down to the 50-period moving average right there, right now. Apple just dumped off VWAP. We were still in a piece of this. We should have gotten out of that. We're looking at Nvidia too much. Okay, so that 50 period. We don't like when 50 periods break. This would probably have been my stop anyways. So let's just use this recent bottom in case this is a move down on Apple. My stop was below 212, so this is fine. 213. What is this price right here? 213.45. 213.51. Oops, the other way around. 213.39, let's just put it the other way, and we'll just get out of this in case that was something there. On a little bit of a move back, and again, if you just look at the futures, we went right up to that spot again that we had talked about earlier. So we're right here right now. That's the under, there it is right there. We went over a little bit, then just came back in. So let's see, it's gonna test now the 50-period moving average is what it's doing, and VWAP, so you could get a clean bounce. Hopefully we don't see that stop out on Apple. Right now, if we don't, then the break of the high of this 1420 could be a play back in for Apple. So that would be something there. Uber fell back in. Did it go back up though? What was the low of Uber? Because I remember people were like, hey, Uber's having a bad day. Yeah, so Uber's still down that 3% and goes into $70. If you thought some of that hype was overdone about the robo-taxi and what I thought was a little bit of a negative headline there for them with potentially more competition. I mean, I remember Elon flashed the app or whatever, some app that was designed by him or who knows. Or
it was basically just like a screen.
Yeah, like a sample or something like that, and then people got all like ooh about all that. So yeah, we'll have to see what winds up happening with Uber now. But hey, $70 is always a magnet. So even dollar levels, and then I think the bottom of that was 64 anyways. So you could take a 10% shot here in Uber. I don't think that's horrible.
So we might have missed a super chat there, and apologies to Eric Salazar for not getting to this a little bit faster. But Eric, we absolutely can go over Adobe for tonight, although Drew Lewis just said it's a long at 490. Okay, well, it's got some work to do to get to 490, no question about that. But yeah, stick around. We do have Adobe aftermarket along with Restoration Hardware, which apparently we're supposed to just call RH now.
Yep.
So Adair and I are going to be on the aftermarket show, joined by Danielle Shea. So stick around for that. Adobe is the big one. There's been some negative press around, essentially, who owns some of creators' content and what you're able to do, what they're able to do with it, which has some people up in arms, and it's been under pressure because of that. So however you feel about it, at the end of the day, and I said this in the midday when someone had asked me about this, the trend is very clean to the downside. When I say very clean, the biggest down move happened when it lost the 50 period back in February, middle of February, and then the second biggest one was when it lost it the second time. Actually, they're about the same. Well, this one's actually bigger, but when it lost the 50 period, and it's just been riding this. If this stock isn't holding above the 50 period moving average, I almost don't, I'm not even thinking about long in this thing unless it's to the upside. I think it can do it because it's been such a downward press that it shouldn't take much to be able to get it out of this. But yeah, the 50 is going to be the biggest, probably the most important indicator for me on Adobe. It was just said 490 is a breakout. I mean, if you look at lines on charts and resistance on charts, you could say 500. But that 50 period, you probably just have to break 480 and close above 480 after holding. Hold the 50 period after earnings, and I think it's looking a little bit better. It's got the hammer bottom, like that wipeout low just happened, but it's still trying to find a higher low in some kind of a bid that we need to see next on Adobe. They are after the bell, I believe. I'd have to double check the time. Darius made the notes. But it's not right away at 4 o'clock.
You said 05.
Yeah, 4:05. Yeah, so it's just slightly after the bell. The expected move is only 8%. Last time it did.
What?
It did 14% last time.
Okay.
The expected move's only 8. I tend to think, given the volatility it's had in this downward trend, if they surprise, you'd like to think it would go more than that. But all eyes on Adobe tonight for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one as they get hit by AI and stuff. So we'll see what happens there with Adobe. They'll come up with some products. I think that might be a buy right there. So again, we talked about not shorting this thing or not playing this thing until it got to 130. But honestly, with the move down and then we sort of zoomed back out and we saw that level on the futures, I wouldn't be able to go through the weekend. No, this is not true. Knowing that I didn't at least try this one more time. So we'll see. There's the move down in. We're already 30 cents plus here. If it goes down lower, we've been seeing a 50 period rejection over and over and over again. So this is a good level to get some out. I thought I just did. Didn't I have a 33? Oh, I did. I got filled. So, all right. Now let's put something. I'm at 21s now. Let's just do something about 27s. Just trying to keep this one as, like relaxed as possible. I want to be able to get some out. So we're out of right now 40% of this as it just retraces back into the 50 period. But again, let's see if we can break. Let's see if we can break. So there's been a lot of reserved orders on this name. This has done I'm going to get another piece here as I talk myself out of this a little bit. This has done 200 million shares today. So there's some, we just got some 33s there, by the way.
Which is insane.
Which is insane. 200 million shares on a $130 name. I mean, another $130 name roughly. Like, what is their friend doing?
Apple's more expensive stock. It's a $213 stock. It's done 70 million shares.
Well, that's a lot for them.
No, it is, but like
AMD 37.
compared to Nvidia.
Hold on a second. Tesla might be done. Yeah, Tesla's about to cross the 100
What just happened
million.
on Tesla?
Well, the market, this is what I'm saying. I think there's some weakness.
I'm short Apple.
I don't know. The market broke, but not
12
really.
cents in the money, and you're telling me Tesla just dropped a... Okay.
I'm not, I don't. Tesla went down to 182 into day's low again, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
I just think, maybe the market, again, like we called it. We said that it was going to go red, and it went red again there. Now, I don't know if it will hold here or not, but we just bounced off view up. So that little scare to the downside was bought up real fast. This is just a 1 minute chart. So there's the scare. We've already bought back half of, or not half of it, I guess a third of it. Let's see. Okay. Here's a little bit of a push down here on the futures. So let's see. But again, just a 50 period broke, so I'm pretty okay trying to go short. Would not like to see like a retracement back in a take of this level, 19,605. That's going to sort of confirm that this was just a bunch of garbage. Like, look at this. There it is right there. Look what happens. We take this level, start to shoot up, and then all of a sudden, that's the new support. And then you just keep going higher. So right now, it's kind of trying to tell us that maybe some of these levels into here, that's the new support level. So look out for breaks long. So if you're trading the futures, That's the pattern to me is kind of looking long off of a bottom of 19,580 or so. Yeah, so Nvidia's back to flat there, so that was good to take some profits.
Yeah, nasty for Tesla. Remember, they have the shareholder vote tonight, but look, the meeting's it's like 4:30. So by the time you actually even get results, you'll stick around. You'll have to probably find that out on Twitter or wherever you get it. How big of a deal is it going to be? We're just here to trade the price action tomorrow, but it is getting pretty heavy. If it takes out the low of the day today, don't forget yesterday's top was that 180 level. So there's room to 180 if it does make a move to the downside. Here, Matt Carnes, did we miss something on Hewlett-Packard? Maybe. You know what? Like I've had my earpiece in to get news, but during the middle of the day, I know there's a couple of points a day where I was not listening to the news service, so it's always possible you miss a story. I haven't called it up, but I would wager to suggest that something happened at 105 on HPE. I just got back into Apple, but give me a second. I'll look it up and see if we missed something on HPE. I just got to type the symbol in there and see. But you guys saw that chart. Let's be real. If nothing happened, that doesn't actually make any sense. I don't see anything on the. Actually, you know what? I don't see anything. I see something about some options action, but that's at 202, and that move that you saw was starting at noon. So, there was some elevated options action reported at 12. So I can't really tell you. HP, maybe it's a technical thing. There was a story this morning. That's a pretty delayed reaction to move at 12 o'clock off a story this morning. Where it's just a collaboration between them and Y-Pro and HPE. There was that story this morning, but that was like 8:30 in the morning. If they're going to move at 12 o'clock on an 8:30 story, a bit strange, I would say.
Yeah, there was another story there that was.
Was it?
No. I know it was another company. I couldn't remember what it was, and it was like, oh, but this story was it was Boeing. I flipped over to Boeing, and there was something about how they were investigating some. Quality control issues, and then I was like, oh my god, I got to punch short. But then they said, oh, but that story was from earlier. So it looks like there we got a nice move down right off the open there at 10 o'clock, or roughly around there. We got a huge flush down $5 on that exact report, and then I had read or heard about it into here, and then all of a sudden it was a psych. That was earlier.
Algos must have a field day with Boeing,
321.
like, just playing off of the news the last
Oracle.
little bit. Because when you just said, oh, it's the story from earlier, you could probably just throw a dart at a day and find a quality control issue story for Boeing at this point. So it's not like, and then the algos win with that early move because they just have the news piped right into the feed. So they just get it digitally and then execute the trade, and then you have to find an entry point after that. Sometimes we can, sometimes you're just way too late. So the only thing I'm in is Apple. Nvidia is not doing much. I want to see Tesla.
Nvidia is the worst.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not doing anything. I could have traded anything else right now, and I'm just focused on this.
That Tesla breakdown was probably the right place to go. So, I mean, the first available pop is quite literally right here in a downtrend, 183.25. So if this is actually moving, then I think this is the place to be. You got the catalyst of the vote tonight. You've already got a breakdown. You've got volume. It's weak when the market is strong. You've got a lot going on for this level. So it's the same principle as when buying dips. First available pop, it consolidates here. Kind of give it in, like you happen to have like a previous support level kind of at 183.5. So I think you just give it to the 183.5. If it makes a fresh low, that's 182. If it breaks 182, lots of really bad things have happened. Can it drop 3? It can drop $1, that's for sure. I don't think it can drop all the way to that 180 level from yesterday. I'd be surprised if you might see that in the aftermarket. I don't think you'll see that here before the close.
All right, Nvidia is trying to get now into the 30s, which it's there now. So we're 20 cents in the money, but whatevs. We'll see if it goes a little lower than that right now. Amazon. So what I wanted to go over here today was we did have one short idea on the sticky note today because we were like, what if there is a short? So we said Amazon. So Amazon today on that short, we marked down 188. Like it's right 188 short Amazon. So oh yeah, come on, bring it on down. Nice move there for Nvidia. But Amazon, yeah, that was. The Stream Deck maybe is down. Oh no, there it is. Okay, it's coming there. Just hitting it too many times. There's the short on Amazon. And here it goes all the way to the downside. And then we covered, it must have broke the 50 period at that time at 184.50. That's $3. But then once we covered it, I guess I'm assuming that this 50 period wasn't there. Obviously, it would have been a little bit tighter at that time, but then look what happens. All the way down into the downside and it's kept going. So we lost out on about $1.50 of that move and we're right back into this level. So I thought that was a good one. And next time, just like when you have the longs, we had the long in Apple at 194, it went to 205, and we were able to still have a piece on. We'll probably, again, you got to get out because I don't know when it's reversing. But that was a good one, could have been even bigger. So we'll always try to hold on to a little piece there if that does go through. All right, so that was Amazon, AMD, and Apple. So I just have the big names today. I don't have much else. All right, so Coinbase right now, I talked about from one big name to another. We found out, wait a minute, did we find out that Coinbase was being added? Was it?
No.
S&P 500
It was speculation.
Proud.
It's speculation.
GoDaddy
and
something
KKR.
else. The one that we don't know. Yeah, KKR. Okay.
It was,
yeah.
it was a viewer, or was someone watching the show was like, oh, Coinbase. They said there was a rumor that Coinbase could be one of the next ones.
And I think it's true.
It makes sense to me. I can't, I haven't seen an article that says that, but it makes it makes a lot of logical sense, to be sure. But the ones that are getting added next week, like we said,
those
KKR,
big ones.
Proud is going to be a big one. That's the one I would hold out hope for a big closing trade. GoDaddy, I'm not excited about at all because I believe GoDaddy is just going from one index to another. It's not like a pure addition. You want something which is not in and then going in. You don't want to go in from like the 600 to the 500 just from a trading basis because you don't get the same kind of oomph. It's like the same like the Russell. Like if it goes from the small to mid, like it's just not a big deal. Not as big of a deal. I was asked, am I still holding long Chevron? Yes, I'm not adding to it. Nothing's happening in the stock. I'm long at 303. It's at 315 and not going anywhere. I'm offering near the local high at 335. And if it breaks $3, I'll just get out. But this stock is barcoding for the last hour or so. And just, like I said, it's not doing anything. Tesla's starting to roll back in. The futures aren't doing much. Tesla's trying to break 182, 182.75. If it gets to low of the day, want to get out 182s. I don't think it has the juice to get to 180, but it's also already 330. That's the other part of this. I didn't realize how late it was. That's what happens. You have some fun. We get Raider in there, and next thing you know, we do a rundown, all that stuff, and next thing you know, it's already 330. So I'll be out at the low of the day on Tesla, seeking the next trade, and Mara is now pulling right back in to that 20 level. I'll take it one more time in the 90s and just see if it plays this range. One more time here, maybe even twice if it has the time. It's basically just going from $20 into like 19.8, 19.7. But we're running out of time for scalp trades and ranges when I don't want to be in this, necessarily past 330, depending on what these imbalances look like early. Oh, Apple just broke 214. So I'm out of that one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Apple, I made a mistake on that one. So I was just giving props to Zion Lala there for talking about this Nvidia trade. I mean, we just got filled at 16s. So thumbs up on that one. Thumbs down on this Apple. Look where I got stopped out. I mean, we were long at 211.75. We got stopped out there on that 50 break. We talked about that, breaking through the 50-period moving average. So, womp womp. I just wasn't... Well, whatever. So I had 10%, or not even 10% of that trade left. We have still 50% of this trade left. Let me get another piece out here at 18 if we're able to do that right now. So we're making back everything, absolutely everything right now. And that's what we talked about with scalping. You want to be able to hold. This is what I'm trying to do better. Did we just not get that 18 there? No, we did not. All right, I'm going to see. So this is what you got to do as a scalper. We just talked about it. All right, now I'm going to cancel my 18s and then wait for lower now because you can't get out too much. So again, as it comes back down in, you still have to watch these stocks because we just made back on Nvidia everything that we had lost, just trying to screw around with it right here. So trying to scalp out, you got to take some out at the 50 period, but then be able to hold for a little bit more. But then if you don't get out of enough of it, then it comes back up and it kind of negates the trade. So we have 40% left, and I want to hold this because I do think, and again, it's just that same level. I'm not going to just keep beating a dead horse about it, but we're not breaking through here. So we've already we were wrong if you take that exact level right there. We talked about that. It was these levels up here. So again, trying to give this some room into the close. So let's wait to see. And remember I said if I don't take this, I'd be upset with myself. So I'm glad that we did. So now we're not upset with ourselves. All right, what's up, Piper? I don't know enough about Samsung.
No dead horses were actually beaten in the making of it.
No, we don't do that.
It's a weird saying.
It is, isn't it?
It's a very
beat a dead horse. Yeah, it's like a dead cat bounce.
Like that one doesn't make it. The dead cat bounce is like that's even more weird to me.
Yeah.
Because like
I was just thinking they make wigs out of horsehair, and we already had that little wig talk there before. Don't they?
We talked about wigs.
No, we talked about, remember, Ramin said
Oh
Botox
no, we're talking
and all
about
that
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
All right, so that's that. What else? Oh, tonight, Samsung. What was that question? Do I have a view on Samsung? So here we go right here. What is the chart for Samsung? Because isn't it, because there's an ADR, right? Is that what you're talking about? Last 3 weeks, looks like they're short. All right, well, we'll look at it. Let me know what the symbol is. I can just look it up, but I don't, for some reason, Samsung's been on the watch list before. I should know what the symbol is for that.
Oh, now it moves.
What are you looking at? Tesla,
no,
maybe. I'm still waiting to see.
Yeah,
someone
long
to tell me
Jevron
what the symbol is.
Well, I said I was offering 335. Well, it spiked to 335 and it's pulled back. So I'm out of long Jevron. That story is done for the day. Maybe it holds 3
Is it
tomorrow.
raining outside?
I'd love for it to hold $3 again tomorrow, but the volume was nothing, so I just got out at 335. And it was asked, Tisha was asking in the chat today, like, why a few more? Like, I was probably more active in small caps this morning than usual. It was because of the whipsaw action and everything else. Like, this was one of the only cleaner things trending off VWAP earlier, so that's why I was involved in it. I just saw a little more clean action, but not much happening in the afternoon. We did just take it out there. Mara, we reloaded Mara at 1997s. It just came right back into the 80s, so that $20 level continues to hold. 70 has been the low, so it's scalp into the 70. Tesla's about 68 cents in the money. I'm on the bid at 182. If it prints 182, I'm getting out of that. The early look imbalances have probably just started to come in.
I didn't even think about imbalances. You scared me there.
No, early look.
Yeah, I heard the early look part at the end.
Yeah, if it was 350 already, that would be crazy. GM 1.2, CNQ 2.5 million to sell, GM 1.2 million to sell, SU. Yeah, so nothing really that stands out, so we get to wait till 350 and see what happens. Yesterday, there were notable sell imbalances in Nvidia, Apple, Amazon, and I think one more of the big cap tech names. Nvidia paired off right away. Apple's actually ended up getting bigger as the stock tanked. So we'll watch out for some of that. Maybe you see a bit of a repeat at the close here on those specific big cap tech names.
Okay, yeah, I was agreeing with all you. The Adobe bottom is 433. So with an 8%,
what's a
come on, Nvidia. There it is right there, 433, 434 is this 52-week low.
8%.
So I just want to show you, like, that's it right there coming back in. So 8% on 450, you know, you lose 10%, that's $45, and then you're down into here $400 again. So in and around all right. Whatever, where's this stupid thing? Page 1, where's the weed thing? All right, just do this. I was gonna go weed Batman. Do you have weed Batman? I was gonna say yeah, that's one of them. Where's the weed Batman?
I
have it.
Where is it? Oh, there it is.
I'm only gonna say that because I was gonna say maybe this 420 level, and I'll just like, okay, it's right here. So let's do that, low hanging fruit. So that would be about that, 6 to 8%, and then if you lose that a little bit, then you get into 400 again, where there's clearly something here, but you can't just say I'm going to buy 400 and then say there's something down here at 320. I mean, that's 20% of a hit to hold it all the way down to there. So I don't know if getting into Adobe pre-earnings is a good call or not. Like, it's under the 50-period moving average. Trend is definitely here. The 200's way away, is at 540. CRM, although CRM is a little bit of a different beast, but still, sales, software as sales, and things like that haven't been received well. And I know Adobe's a subscription model. The only subscription model I like right now, I mean, obviously there's Spotify, but come at the king, and that's the subscription I'm talking about with Apple. So we'll wait to see.
Spotify raising their prices.
Spotify's.
Isn't that what we just heard the story last week?
Yeah, we did, but I mean, they didn't go down on that, did they? They're probably down today. Yeah, down 2%, but Spotify went to 330. Like, I don't know. This stock looks really good to me, but all right. Nvidia just bounces off 129, but we got some out there. We'll cover that when we get back from Madeira.
PayPal just putting in its largest volume candle of the day here, and it is to the downside. This report from The Verge circling around here. Apparently, Apple is looking to introduce Apple Pay on non-Safari desktop browsers, as reported by Mac Rumors as well. So The Verge and Mac Rumors reporting that Apple Pay could now be available soon on Chrome, Firefox, and even Windows PC. So basically, broader availability for Apple Pay, sending PYPL to the downside here, guys.
Ever since that Apple event, let me just go over Tesla, because we got out of Tesla on a trail. It bounced off. Remember I said if it bounced off 182, we're gonna get out. This is Tesla here bouncing off 182.13. So I trailed out of it. A big thank you to everybody in the chat that was like, hey, Tesla's moving, not the other things that you're looking at, Neil. You were 100% right. Tesla was barcoding. We wrote it off. It broke down. First available consolidation was right here at the 183 area, so we did get it out. Mara is continuing to go, but it's now stalling at 19.8, so I'm not going to reload this a fourth time, I don't think. You're getting a little bit late in the day. But as far as PayPal goes, if you shorted it at the exact moment during that Apple event when they announced this to begin with. Okay, so that was like you would have shorted the algos would have shorted it here, but let's just say you shorted the close that day. That was at $67. It then went 67 the next open and dumped all the way to 64. Tried to gap up, dumped again to 63. Tried to go up again and gap up again, and then dumped all day long. Suffice to say, when a company has bad news and they sell it off, and then they try to gap it higher the next day, and then they sell it off again, at some point, that's just a pattern worth trading. So I'm slapping the fail on myself, because Sean and I talked about this several times that this was bad for PayPal. We don't show, this doesn't show our past trades like it used to, but believe me, I haven't shorted PayPal once in the last week. And it is absolutely insane. Look how good these shorts have been.
We should get that feature back.
I don't know what the deal is. So if you've been watching it for a while, the same way, like if I pull up, I'm just in Mara right now.
Anything.
I'm in Mara right now. And I'm pretty sure, I know I've traded Mara multiple times in the last week, so it's showing the trades I've made today off 20, but it used to actually show our execution from days before, which I actually liked, because sometimes go over your trades without having to tracked it or go back into a trade list. I could just look at my chart and be evaluating my trades right here in real time that you might have done a week before. How did I trade around this price level? You'd see all the executions before. Let's go over to the green screen with Adara.
I'm talking about some of these names making larger moves that we haven't maybe discussed or as discussed as in depth, including Warner Brothers Discovery here, WBD down more than 4% here. Apparently Liberty Group announcing intentions to acquire Formula One from Warner Brothers. So WBD to the downside and potential acquisition of its Formula One streaming rights. We also have here CMG, Chipotle, definitely on watch ahead of its split later this month, getting some positive analyst notes from Goldman Sachs and TD Cowen. And last but not least, Arista Networks, ANET, this one up almost 6% today. Morgan Stanley yesterday, reiterating an overweight rating and raising its price target for the stock. So quite a few names to talk about here, guys.
I wanted to show this is my daughter. This is a couple years ago at Halloween.
Pull it back. We're trying to see the picture.
Wow, Ramin, you're trying to. Wow, Ramin. Yeah, put on that one. Yeah, that worked out well. Hold on a second. Quiet, I'm done. All right, so I also wanted to say that we got note today that we just got a whole bunch of views, and I want to thank everybody for the Freedom and Wealth podcast. As we're up to now 1.18K subscribers right now, so we're starting to rock and roll. Go find all these little tidbits of all the past episodes that we've had. Compound interest, we talked about that if you're interested in that. Best kept secret, who knows what that is? I'm not even sure I know. And then as we go forward, many more things. Breaking free. Okay, interesting. Most valuable trait as a trader. I think Brendan said it was resilience. So we can talk about that. We can talk about that on the show. We could do that right now.
That's what Brendan said, but then you had your ideas as well. So
so
go check that out. But he did say resilience.
Go check it out as we'll just keep on. Adaptability is obviously a big one there as well, and being able to have sort of that confidence and stuff like that. We talk about it all the time. Go find it on the Freedom and Wealth podcast. Nvidia is not going down. So we already covered some there, and we are out. Now we only have a third left. We did cover some more down here at 129. I was really happy with this 50 period break because you could see we hadn't broke it since 1 o'clock. And I thought that, okay, I was already sort of wondering about that 130 level coming through, because again, that's a level that we wrote onto here. We wrote 128s long, 130s, both of those really cashed in so far, but the 130, we're waiting for the break. I wasn't thinking a short off of it, but now I am, so we're gonna see if we can get a little bit more downside push into VWAP into the close. And Neil already mentioned it about the imbalances and how important they were yesterday. It's going to be risky to hold something against these imbalances. And Raider Trader brought up the fact that next week is the rebalancing, but people often get ahead of everything.
Yeah, they were all sells, man.
Yeah, so...
which direction do they have to reweight big cap tech? Just ask yourself that question.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So for the NASDAQ's at all-time highs, and Nvidia's just ripping, and Apple's ripping, and everything like that. So there could be a possibility that there could be some overweight in people's portfolios, in different ETFs and hedge funds and all of that. So we'll see if the sell continues. I thought it was something billion yesterday as an ad.
2.2. No. It was overall, the SPY was 2.2 billion.
We
get them separated.
It was
now.
a sell.
Yeah, we get them separated now. So we get a number for the NASDAQ and a number for the SPY. It was 2.2 million sell yesterday on the SPY.
Yeah,
we didn't get the NASDAQ yesterday, I don't think, as a total.
No, we did not. So yeah, what's up? Someone just there. I want to say, what's up, Nelson Tribe Gaming? What's your favorite game? What's your favorite game, bro? My kid right now is, I forget what, he was Fortnite, now he's off Fortnite, and there's something else going on. You said, is Nvidia worth getting back into, or should you get, I'm not, because I'm already in it, so that would be the first thing. I think if it comes back up to 70s, like where we're short, then I feel like that's fine, because then your out is going to be 130. Because we've already taken out 2/3 of this, if it goes to 130, we'll wind up losing net on the trade, because then that would be a 40-cent hit when we're only in the money 30 cents, so that would be bad. And I just don't think it's worth it right now, because that 50 period, although right now we're underneath and we could be heading to the downside. You see this little number right there, up 3% into the close, the name can keep going. So a lot of traders will buy strength. We heard actually Raider Trader talk about that, buying strength in names and looking at the different sectors, what's been going up, what's been going down, and then playing off of those names in particular. So if you're going to play weakness, the PayPal chart we just showed you, Apple's relatively weak today, so maybe that one for a sell potentially into the close, but maybe not Nvidia, not up 3%. Or if you want to go Nvidia, maybe just go AMD. But
AMD's been a different story. So only because someone just asked about Roblox, I'm going to draw a channel on Roblox, and I'm only putting it in right now. Like if Roblox, it's a dump bottom. Since it was a brick wall at $48, so it never ran through that. So the last test of 48, then the high right before the dump. If this breaks out at $38, this looks pretty spicy. But like we always talk about, for a stock which is in a slight downward trend, I'd rather be involved in a bounce I'd rather be involved in a bounce where I'm getting confirmation that I like, as opposed to catching a falling knife for a trade. If I'm talking about a value invest and a stock I want to hold forever, then it's not that big of a deal. I'll just kind of buy it either at a key level or something that I like. Oh, in my head I was going to long Jeveron there. I'm not reloading MAR. If it breaks 20, I'm out. It was LGVN I was going to get at. When a stock that does 200 million in volume, that's up 50%, at one point up 100% on the day, and holding VWAP like this, if it can't break resistance, you got to watch out for the profit takers on a day two like this. Because anybody that's long this from yesterday is long, they could be long at $1, like in here $1.40. Even if you bought this at the close, you're long at $1.70. Like when it gets to 340, that's a double up for that person, and the volume's not even there. So when it breaks this, I think it's just a technical break. The more important thing is to not have wanted to reload it, I think, on long Jeveron. Double checking GameStop. It's still at $28.90. Last I looked at it, it was at $28.90. It did go all the way down to 28, then back to $29.20. It's still right here, just kind of chilling out at the highs. Tomorrow is going to be the event, so we have to wait around for that. Big event tonight, of course, is going to be Adobe earnings, and then the Tesla vote at 4:30. If you're into restoration hardware, then they report as well.
And if you're actually into restoration hardware, make sure you bring your checkbook. It's a little bit of an expensive place there, but Williams-Sonoma as well. We've seen a resurgence in some of those names. Okay, come on, NVIDIA. You do that damn thing and get a little bit lower. I am bidding 11s. I mean, again, we know this name can be violent, so let's see if we can get in. Then we're bidding O's as well. Downside push there in NVIDIA. Hopefully we'll continue to hold out for that. A lot of people like Adobe, man. We talk to our guys around here, Fabian and Ramin, both. Every time on the recap show, we talk about Adobe. They do favor it. So I know the product's strong, so we'll watch out for that. All right, we haven't talked about GameStop in a minute, maybe. All right, bouncing around 28 bucks. Let's have a quick look here to see into the close. And it just looks really strong. I mean, we tested VWAP, we tested. As long as we're above the 200 period, generally speaking, a 50 period moving average would be like a trend change. But right now, all that this is showing is up, and it's really kind of respecting it. We did get one dump down, but to go from 29 to 28, 20, I guess that's decent enough, but I'm not sure you would have got stopped out because, again, the 200 periods here at 28, and there's also great, actually, this looks pretty good here at 28. So there's 28, didn't work, boom, down $3 or $2. Then all of a sudden 28 does work and you go from 28 up to 29.20 or 29 and change that, and then it comes back in, retests and then hold and then up another $1 from there. So I think this is a great level for GameStop. And if you're going to be taking a long right now at 29, you're going to give yourself about $1.20 worth of risk to get that after hour bump. I mean, we've already seen where this stock can go. So tomorrow, we've already highlighted it, right? It's tomorrow at not 4 o'clock. Yeah, tomorrow at 4 o'clock, where we're supposed to get the announcement.
Oh, is it? I just assumed it would be the same as today.
No, remember, that's what we were talking about. It's not during the
okay.
day. So I don't know
Well,
I don't know how people are going to react to that.
That's kind of less fun.
That's what I mean. It's less fun for us, but I feel like for the stock, it might be more fun because after 4 o'clock,
Oh yeah, for most of
there's
actually
no stopping the moves.
a couple of traders were just saying GameStop's probably going to run after 4 o'clock today. I was like, yeah, that's less fun for a day trader for two reasons. One, you can't trade it, and then two, if it runs after market and gaps too high, you get caught up in a situation where it's trading at prices that you don't even like the long. The last time it did this, it was really no fun. For anybody, if you were a day trader. I want to go back to, it's this chart. When it did the huge run and then you had that monster gap up, it was just sell, 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 unless you had one long at the open. That's one little candle in here. So the worst case scenario is that this gaps through all of this resistance, and then you're trading already at like 38. Like, I don't want this thing trading at $36, $37 tomorrow because you're right in front of resistance, and I don't want to be punching longs if it's gapping up that high in front of resistance. So with 3:45, 4 minutes to go, I'll get to the desk in about 10 minutes. I'm not really seeing, unless this starts going like now and breaking the highs, I don't see any trade in GameStop. It would have to start taking out these highs and pressuring the 30 level in the next couple of seconds. That said, if at 350 we get a sell imbalance on a couple of these big cap tech names, there might be a smidgen of a trade there. Tesla did bounce, and it did get right back into 183. I'm going to wait this till the imbalance is. If it happens to come a sell as well, I think that could be maybe a quick little punch to the short if you're fast enough there on TSLA. Qualcomm, is noted by a few people in the chat, has been very strong this afternoon. So there you go, up 1%. It's always good on a day like today to find like that relative strength and relative weakness. So Qualcomm, double bottom off VWAP, going to close up 1%. It had a good day. I'd like to say that ARM, in a lot of ways, had a very good day in that it's up, holding 1%, actually holding VWAP as well. I thought this was going to be a short, not just today. I thought it was going to break down 150 tomorrow, and then we take another leg down tomorrow. Clearly not the case. Double bottom at 151. We love 151. And in complete hindsight, if I was bullish enough, look at the break yesterday. So at noon, this broke a double top or triple top at 151. Today, it bounces off a double bottom at 151. Resistance to support. I was biased to the short side on the stock and therefore unwilling to reverse into what might have been an obvious long on ARM. And hopefully someone got it there. And congratulations if you did. It's bouncing off VWAP and up 1%. It's probably the most underrated stock the last couple of months, I would say, is ARM. Like, it's one of the more quiet near double ups after getting smoked. They had a 3-day rally down $45, and the stock is now up 70 since then.
Actually, that is a good call.
It's not bad, but I feel like I don't think I've been long much in this. I had a couple of winning shorts on this move, but I don't think I've actually had a big long day on ARM. Maybe a couple of good scalp trades here and there, which is kind of embarrassing when the stock goes 85 to 160.
Yeah, there was, and that's the other thing about buying up, the right companies on bad earnings. I mean, it wasn't even that bad, but it's just as opposed to buying an Adobe or a CRM or something like that.
Well, CRM. Where is it now?
Bad. It's still down there. It kind of came back.
I'm glad I didn't buy this one then.
It's not all the way down again, but all right. We just took a piece out of Nvidia again down here at 129 and change. So we'll see if that wants to hold. We just took it out at actually 20s. Sorry. We still do have that 11 bid, and then IM. Okay, we just got the 11 bid. All right, there we go. So now we have someone try. Oops, just got eaten up. You see, I was just like, oh, there we go. Now we have 60,000. Did you see how fast 60,000 shares just got taken out right there? Like, I mean, the math, we could probably do this, but 60,000 times 130, 7 million, almost $8 million right there just got taken out as if it didn't even exist on Nvidia. I was just going to bring it to your attention, and boom, it just got taken out. I don't know if you guys saw that or not, but yeah, so no matter how many shares anybody is trading, we've always had on this show people say like, oh, you know, these guys are trading GameStop or whatever, they're holding up the market. Like, BS. Like, the guy just sat there with 60,000 shares and then just got filled immediately. Like, that guy's not holding up any kind of market, and then it just went against him, and not even, as if it didn't even happen. So that's...
Day traders don't hold up the market.
Not just day, I don't think anybody these days do, unless you have a serious, like, we showed you guys Nvidia, and it was printing, I feel like, hundreds of thousands of shares at whatever that level was, 129. Then it broke it, and it didn't even really react. So I don't know. But yeah, anyways, that was just, I just wanted to say that because that got eaten up fast. But we got that fill down there anyway. So there's that 11 fill. So that was good. That order must have drove it down. I'm kind of just delaying here until we get
20 seconds,
these.
yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to get these imbalances, and you're going to see here when they come through. We're expecting to see again. Expecting to see something. I don't know which way they're going to go. We are getting lighter and lighter on this. I am bidding below 128, 129 right now. But now that I see we're only a couple seconds away, let's put another bid like at 129 flat, and then hopefully we'll get a break. And if it's a bid higher, then we can punch out. There's Nvidia. Look at that. What a surprise.
2.6.
The day I'm
Other
long,
way.
the day I'm short, I mean it goes long. So
That's
all right.
pretty much what it was to the sell side yesterday. This 2.6.
Yeah, so we'll get a little bit out there at 34s.
The only thing here.
It doesn't seem like it's ripping too much. We got to get rid of this broker.
Apple's a small buy, 600,000 to buy on Apple.
All right, so what is it doing to the market? The market's
Tesla's
not
a
doing
sell
it.
though of 500,000, but that's not 500,000 is not that big on Tesla. I'm just gonna punch out of Mara maybe because most of that's to the buy side, so we'll just get out Tesla. That's all I see. It's Nvidia, Apple, and Tesla, and Tesla's only 500,000. That's not even a big deal. So watch out for that potentially to pair. Yesterday was a sell imbalance that paired off really fast. So I guess the buyers came in on Nvidia and they've stuck around here. So let's see what happens in the last.
Oh yeah, I've got to fix my stop. All right, so I'm now just going to stop where we're in. We only have like now about 20, maybe less than 25% left of this trade. I've just been getting out, so I'm just going to. I can tell you in a second how much exactly. All right, so there, the stop is now in, and we should be okay. So we just, again, like just before it came out, right, we got that 20 fill. We already told you we had 30% before, so we get that 20 fill, we get that 11 fill, and then we get another 34 fill. So looking over right now, I would say we have about 15% left of that total trade, and Nvidia is still 2.5 million to buy, but look at that. It was at one point over 12 million because you add the paired up, right? And so at 355, I'm expecting this name to probably flip around to a sell because there has been a lot of interest. So more interest will come in, and you can see Nvidia is actually going lower right now. I'm still keeping my bid there at O's. So hopefully we'll get a fill, and if we do, that'll be good. And if we don't, that would also be fine because we'll just be able to punch out at some point. It doesn't look like we're too scared yet of this trade. Here it comes. So again, we took a little piece out there at 34, not trying to play too hard with the imbalances. So far so good here, and we'll just wait to see what happens. GameStop, let's just check that out. We said that there could be some dip buys if it got into 28. It did not. And GameStop right now kind of just holding out for that. Tomorrow's Friday, so you're going to get options expirations again on weeklies. Obviously, there's daily options expirations as well. GameStop doesn't seem to care too much about daily because it's just hovering around, so it doesn't seem to be too much action there on GameStop. I would say tomorrow is the day for that.
It's tried to break the high
like
like 3 times. GameStop here. It just can't seem to go. Remember I said it really just had to happen soon for there to be any trade that we would try to make here. So it feels like it's going to be an aftermarket fun time for everybody. Like if it moves, we'll definitely bring it up in the aftermarket show if it makes a move. But it's not just any level it's trying to break. Like remember when this dumped yesterday, it was right here at $29.50. And this is exactly the level it can't break through. This would be a pretty significant breakout through this high. It's actually $29.70. So I could really see this. I could see it flying if it breaks $29.70. But as I speak, it's pulling right back in. So no fun at all for that name. Oh my, Tesla did just break. Yeah, Tesla just broke the 182. It's continuing to flush. Maybe it does want 180. In the aftermarket today. That imbalance was only 500,000 on Tesla. It wasn't much at all. I don't even see it any. Oh, there it is. 400, it's still there, 477,000. My guess is that'll easily pair off in a couple of minutes. That is not big at all for Tesla. They can Anybody can pair that pretty quickly. Nvidia is starting to get smaller. It was just 2.1, now back to 2.4. But it's 1 minute that you expect to see those big pairs come off there. So it's really just Apple at 900,000 now. That's getting smaller. Nvidia and Tesla. Tesla under a lot of pressure going into the vote, where Elon says he's got the numbers.
The vote tonight.
He says he's got the numbers. We're going to find out. You know, you're all confident. Do you actually have the juice? I'm guessing
Forgot about the
he
vote.
knows. No, he knows. Like, at the end of the day, you probably wouldn't, like, you wouldn't come out and say that unless you're pretty sure. Right? Like, it's like politicians. Like, they know whether a bill's passing or not before they get that vote. Like, that's how it works.
No, I just meant to trade it into the close.
Yeah.
Oh, well. All right. Yeah, it's something. It doesn't matter. I know you were on it, so I think you got a winner there at the end, right? So it doesn't, at the end of the day, you can't trade everything. All right, so just there it is. I don't know if you guys were watching or not. Neil just talked about some of those imbalances and was going over them.
It's bigger.
No, but so something happened. We got filled at 129.06.
It's now 3.2 to buy.
Yeah, so I mean, right now we're going to flip it in a second, so let's just wait to see what happens at 355. I'm just here to tell you we have less than 10% left because we did get that O's filled down there. So here we go. Let's see what happens. The stop now is breakthrough 70 where we're long, where we're short, sorry. So let's see. So it doesn't flip, so it just stays 1.4 million shares. So it looks like it'll probably just take it out. But whatever, we can get out of a piece if we want to. All right, we'll get out of 53s then. Let's just see. Hopefully it falls back down in. We have such a small piece, but it's been a good show so far. So hopefully you guys have all enjoyed it. Visa, is Visa doing anything on a buy and balance? I'm just trying to go over some different names here. Visa today up 0.4. There it is. So the buy and balance definitely helping that out. We're still watching out Nvidia. Nvidia is still at 1245. Space, we heard about that one. Reverse split today. 20-1 they announced. So this stock will be pretty soon, probably 10 or so cents, but it will reverse split. So 20-1. So it will be up to, that'll be $14, $15. Oh, hell yeah. That's a good short when that happens. HPQ Siri, Microsoft, I just saw in here as well. There's Amazon. This one is going to be a short, I think, at some point. We shorted it today for sure. Amazon back down in. So, all right, you're out. So.
I'm going to mosey on over to the desk. We got Adobe after the bell. We've got myself and Adair, and we've got Danielle Shea coming through.
That's a good one.
The Tesla vote will probably be, you're not going to find out until after we're already done. But that'll be spicy. Tesla tanking into the close. Good luck on the close.
Yes, thanks.
And we'll see you guys at the desk in a couple of minutes.
All right, thanks, Neil. Go get over there. Good earnings coming through today. We've talked about it already with Adobe. That's going to be definitely a big one to watch out for. Then possible GameStop earnings dancing around, Restoration Hardware as well. And then don't forget to give a lot of love to Miss Danielle Shea because she was talking all about Broadcom, and we had set up some options plays for that and everything. So good call on that. And AVGO into the close right now, still down on the day, as in if you're looking at it from the open. Get rid of those. Those imbalances don't mean too much anymore. So it was up to 17 and change, back down to 1680. Ask her where these dip buy opportunities are. They're only, I think this move was about 8% or so. So a nice move higher there, 12, 13, 8% expected on that. Look, I don't know if there's going to be a dramatic move down here or not. We now have less than 10% left on this trade. So if it does go 5 more pennies, we're out of this. We're now back to a flat position. But this is why we scalp it out and why we try to explain it the best we can on the show. So it's 3:57 right now. Let's just flip over to Tesla to have a quick look. I did forget that there was a vote tonight. We remembered it here. Obviously, it was one of the bigger stories in the morning, but we could have touched on it a little bit more. This fade, I don't know why it was up so much on that, other than we had talked about that, hey, you make Elon happy, that's probably better for Tesla. And he had talked about if he had, 26% or 25% of the company, he would investigate more AI opportunities for Tesla or put in the AI or whatever that sort of threat was there. So maybe the pay package does help him get to that level. So we'll see. That could be a turnaround story there for Tesla if they accept that. I would say if there's a problem with this package tonight or some sort of a wrench gets thrown into the deal of something there, I would short this tomorrow because that euphoria today is worn off big time. You know, we haven't heard nothing about the pay package and the stock is down 5%. You know, because you're up more than that. I thought you were up 8 or 9% at the top. So now you're only up 3. So not the greatest there. Anything moving around here in the close? Let's just check out on the biggest ones before we go. Apple right now, nice move, man, up to 215. I mean, man, did we ever nail that one? We rode that bull today on Apple. That was a good little. We wrote down 212. Big dump in actually for Apple. Remember we talked about it being relatively weak into the market? Well, now look, right? Market 0.6, Apple 0.8 right now. So Apple's stronger than the market. We had noted before it was weaker. You know, you fight with these guys, you're always going to lose, man. Look at Nvidia. Now Nvidia is going to do this. We're out, and we're so happy that we're able to get out of Nvidia at that bottom there. And again, just remains true. You don't break VWAP, you're not going anywhere. All right, so here we go. Nvidia. It'll be funny because it's going to break this 1300 or 130 in the after hours, and that's going to happen very, very soon. And that's going to be brand new all-time highs right now on Nvidia. So you just witnessed it. There it is, brand new all-time highs on Nvidia for today. So I'm going to go back over to page 1 here and get this countdown ready with only 15 seconds left. I would say it breaks it almost right at the bell. Let's see what happens there. There's a nice little pullback here for Nvidia. There it is. The countdown is now on with only 10 seconds left in the day. We'll watch out for Nvidia. We got a Dara on the countdown. So 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And there we go. So Nvidia closes at 1250. Apple closes at 214.50, Tesla, and again, I guess this is a vote, right? So you're not going to get like an instant reaction right now to anything with Tesla. NASDAQ up today, 0.5, PPI better than expected. Market goes up, market comes back down at the end of the day. We have a good day to start with tomorrow. So Friday, NASDAQ's really been ripping up here. Let's see if we can hold on a Friday. Thank you so much for another exciting week. I'm back on Monday. Obi's in this chair tomorrow, so get ready for a lot of excitement on that one. We are now ready. We got the thumbs up. Let's not delay. Earnings coming at 4:05, and perhaps now, watch GameStop, watch Tesla. Have a great weekend, everybody. I'll see you soon.
I feel like you're ready. I'm like, I'm muted, and you guys said absolutely nothing. Let's get the party started. Adobe's going to be after the bell today. We're here with Adara, who makes fantastic notes about what to go over, because I'll tell you right now, the NASDAQ leading the way to the upside on this fantastic and fun Thursday. The S&P 500 kind of doing okay as well, but it was all about Nvidia. Tesla making some moves. We're going to have at 4:30 is when that vote will come in for Tesla. We'll probably be out of here, and you're not going to know the results until a little bit later there. But PPI came in below expectations, giving an early boost to the markets. You had a nice little V-shaped recovery and then some selling in there at the end. I do see Adobe's making early moves, but believe me, it's not out just yet. GameStop was supposed to have their investor event. Whatever they had, whether it was a denial service, they said they had the servers overwhelmed. It will be tomorrow at 4 o'clock. So I guess we'll have some action there in the aftermarket show talking about some GameStop, which should be fun. Who knows what's going to come from that, Adara. We do expect it to be a little bit fun there. Broadcom actually held out pretty well after their big earnings beat and the split that we're all excited about. So as we await Adobe just ticked 463. So it's up about $3 in the last couple of minutes going into this close. Earnings aren't out just yet here, Dara, but what an unbelievable day it has been.
Yeah, I mean, if you were looking for small caps, you had them in the form of that BTRX, Long Chevron. If you wanted a meme stock, you had GME. Sharif was trading AMC. If you wanted, buy Fabian, if you wanted mega caps, you had those in spades as well. I think it was really a day where there was something for everyone. You just had to find the opportunities that worked for you.
Exactly. And speaking of the opportunities that worked, I can tell you the SMH, it's the chips, and more chips. My best trade was a short in ARM, and then ARM was a rocket ship to the upside. We saw Qualcomm with a strong move at the end of the day. Of course, Broadcom with a big move and looking strong. Micron was unusually strong as well on the bounce. Nvidia can't seem to hold back, so the SMH definitely leading things. The Q's at 0.5% that we talked about. Notably to the downside here, looking at the sectors, TAN didn't do very well. We talked a little bit about KRE with Raider Trader a little bit earlier. By the way, check out the podcast as well. One of the things, I think one of the traits of a good trait of a trader is diligence. And diligence, that's why we go over what the different sectors did. Regardless if you trade them or not, you want to know what's going on in the overall market because it might give you an idea. It might give you some kind of hey, this was strong. in a relatively weak market. Maybe I want to look for longs there tomorrow in an individual name. UNG was down today. If you watched my trade of the week, it came and it went, and this is why I said yesterday, had I actually had that Tellurium, which is a natural gas play, in my personal account, I 100% would have taken this sucker out. There is no question about it. Let me put up a 15-minute chart to give you an idea. So it did make the move, 60 cents all the way to 95. It double topped at 90, 92 was the other high, so 95, 92. I said it was a play from the 60s into that dollar level. It bounced off the dollar level. Late day rally in it, but so, I mean, I guess if you actually took it a second time off of that 60 support, congratulations, it went back to 80. For me, the move was earlier on in the week when it did it the first time. But natural gas down 3.5%. GDX down 2.5 points as well. So there was a lot of weakness in this market today. Sometimes we sit there and look at the cues, get excited about that blowout report from Broadcom. You're excited about Nvidia holding out some of those highs, all-time highs over there, and many names making some fresh 52-week or all-time highs. But really, there wasn't a lot of breadth to this market today, which can be a point of weakness. So it's not quite 405 just yet. I don't think we have Adobe.
We don't. I have it ready. When it comes out, I will see it, and I will be like, so.
This is why
it just came out.
It just came out. It had to, because now it's at $487. That was a $30. Just as we're saying it's not out, $495. It's pressing that 500. Somebody in the chat today said it's a long through 490. Well, if you put a stop order through 490, it just broke and you made $17. 507, the current high on Adobe, just tagged 509. So that is a 10% move.
Yeah.
9.92% as a matter of fact, but that's on a pullback. So big move up here for Adobe. What are the numbers? They got to be good.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're fantastic. For Q2, adjusted net income, 2.02 billion versus the estimate of 2.02 billion versus the estimate of 1.99 billion. That's going to be a beat. Now we also have here revenue, 5.31 billion versus the estimate of 5.292 billion. That's also going to be a beat. Every number here I'm seeing is a beat across the board here. What was the adjusted EPS? That was going to be a beat here too. I'm not seeing any misses across the board. Adjusted operating income also a beat. 2.44 billion versus the estimate of 2.41 billion. So not seeing any misses there. Guidance that seems like the market's responding well to as well.
Yes, sir, Adobe. Show them how funky strong is your fight. Just beat it. And the most important thing is the expected move was only 7.8%. So you're up double digits here. This is what you're finally trying to see. Like, as good as some of the earnings have been, we haven't had too many of the big names blow out past expectations. So a nice hold above 500 here, a nice hold above that 8% expected, now up 11 points. So we talk about stocks needing to get into breakouts out of a downward trend. Well, if it holds on to any part of this move, that is exactly what it looks like for Adobe. So beats across the board. Hey, that's 2 nights in a row. We got the main name doing their duty to try to keep these markets going higher, because that's what we ultimately want to see. So good look on Adobe. Just checking it back in on the price action. Yeah, we still holding up here. This is just like, I feel like this is very similar to Broadcom. A lot of times you get that whipsaw and you'll get an immediate pullback. It's holding these highs in the short term here. So you're not really getting a lot of dumping. On the 1 minute, it's pulled back maybe $2 on a $50 move. So that's a lot of strength coming in here. Sometimes when you break those downward trends, you get all this pressure built up. Boom, powder keg, and this is exactly what you can see here. I don't know if we'll be day trading this one tomorrow because, $500 stock, but wow, that's got to be a fun one here for anybody. Good luck to anyone out there that's got it. And, we have that Tesla not till 4:30 for anyone that's waiting around for Tesla. That shareholder event, we're not going to know until we're off the air. Oh, Matt Carnes, good luck out there. Said you got 550 calls. If it holds tomorrow morning, you're paying. So far, so good. Good luck to you on that trade. Clearly, the long ain't wrong right now for Adobe. Wow, I always love to see it. Let's see what happens here with Adobe. But before we get into, I know we're going to have Danielle Shea on for a quick second. Every time I'm on with you, we get the earnings, we get excited about it. But I wanted to ask you just specifically about your trading. We had that split on Nvidia, which makes it more tradable. Usually you're in NVDL.
Yeah.
How has your experience been trading something after the split?
Yeah, I mean, it's been really great. I was trading Nvidia basically until it became too expensive for me to afford. So when we were at like 900s, I was trading that live. It's only when it crossed 1,000 that I could not. So that's why I switched to NVDL. But being back in NVDA was great. This is my I was great on it the last 2 days. Today, slightly red on it, but nothing too crazy. I think it was a pretty solid trade. It moved. It's interesting. You realize the tape moves similarly, so you kind of have to think of it. It's still going to be Nvidia. It's still going to give you those crazy moves. Just have your risk management set, and you're good to go. GME was actually my big winner today. I was saying to someone in the chat, I was red on the day, but GME was my only positive stock, and it's the first time I've been positive on GME. Thanks again for getting me those shorts. I was kind of basically playing it both ways off of certain levels, so I was able to be profitable on the long and short side.
Well, I don't want people to get the wrong idea about when we get the shorts. Like if Adara or Sharif will turn over to Sean or I and say, hey, can you go into Metro, which is just the back office portal here at Real Trading, and can you get some pay for shorts? It takes less than 20 or 30 seconds to do. On GameStop, I can tell you right now, you get 100 shares, you pay 12 cents. Yeah. Like it's super cheap. It's just a day trade, obviously. But GameStop, for what it's worth, it never did break out. I mean, we ended the show talking about if it took out 29.70, it could fly. Well, it never took out that 29.70. I just mean that top from yesterday when all you-know-what broke loose at the end of the day on GameStop, all that call selling. There was apparently a lot of selling in that same June 21st 20 strike. A lot of volume to the sell side, which maybe means Roaring Kitty was getting out of some more. That's what caused this move down. If he was doing the same thing today, it didn't have the same effect as the stock was trending to the upside and actually closing near some of those highs. Adobe, by the way, can't stop, won't stop. Touched 520, back into 516, and still going higher. They like some Adobe. Let's go. I absolutely love to see this. We're always happy to see when people are making some money out there. I know a couple of people in the chat are pretty excited for this one. But Tesla, I know a lot of people are waiting for it. As I said, we're going to have to wait till after 4:30. Is it that big of a deal? Whether he gets the votes or not, that's up to your discretion. But a lot of people have said a happy Elon and a focused Elon is going to be good for the company. In the aftermarket, it did make a sizable bounce. This was tanking into the close all the way down to 181. Sizable bounce to be now at $183. So that's a 1% move in the aftermarket back up here for Tesla. What do you think? You actually think it matters? I mean, they can move to Texas, incorporation. Does he get the pay package? It's already accounted for. It's not going to affect the stock price, whether he gets it or not, but it might affect Elon.
Well, I think I was talking to you about this morning. I think that even if they do vote to ratify this pay package, that doesn't mean the pay package goes through. I was seeing a bit of chatter about this in the chat as well. Basically, even if we do have the pay package, that doesn't mean that there's not going to be another shareholder filing a suit, another judge somewhere being like, no, we can't have this, right? Like, I do think it is worth noting that just because it's ratified doesn't mean it immediately goes through. That being said, the Tesla bulls on Twitter are very excited. They're very down for Elon. So, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I have no opinions other than we'll have to see how the cookie crumbles.
And speaking of how the cookie crumbles, I know one person who knows a little bit about Tesla. And certainly, whether or not she's still a Tesla bull, I think that remains to be seen. But we've got our Trader Talk. Hello, Danielle. So I don't know if you could hear, we were just talking about Tesla. So first things first, welcome. Glad to have you here. And in 20 minutes, I guess we'll have the start of the meeting where we find out whether the man's going to get paid.
I think he's going to get paid. I mean, you can see the way that the stock has been trading today. And I mean, for me personally, here's the thing is I've been waiting on this news and on this event because like we talked about last week, this stock has been in consolidation and it was sitting on a critical ledge, right? All it needed was some bad news to break below it or some good news to break above it. And today we got that good news. So we've now broken up above 185. Really, I think we need to get above 190 and especially above 200. And then the stock could resume its uptrend. And I think that this is the news that could make that happen.
Yeah, we were talking about that today on the show as well. Like it was almost, the other thing that happened in this move is it made a false break of that 50 period, which in some ways, I always like if shorts get trapped. It feels like you could have had some shorts almost engage, starting to think it was going to break down maybe into that 150 level, and then you get that hammer reversal. Now, a little bit of pressure going into the end of the day today, but really just back into a key 180 level that ends up holding overall. So I'm kind of hoping some shorts are trapped here. I don't know that I'm completely convinced this is going to be the turnaround myself. I'd like it to actually, hold a close above 190 would feel pretty good here. I'm feeling much better about it. I'm kind of in the camp that I just don't see it as big of a deal whether he gets his pay package or not. I feel like Tesla is his baby, and he might be a bit bitter about it, but I don't know. It doesn't really matter what you think at the end of the day. We're just here to follow that price action, right?
Exactly. And I completely agree with you where we need to see the stock close up above 190. So we need to see it above that resistance. It's got to break out and continue onwards and upwards with that uptrend. And I mean, yes, there's absolutely a lot of short sellers in this stock. I myself was looking at the possibility of shorting this if it broke the 50 simple. So, for me, I do think that the news is pretty important. And also, I think the next earnings report is going to be really important. Now, we know that Tesla has been weak over the last 2 years or so over earnings. So I'm not suggesting that the earnings report itself is going to be amazing, but we do typically see at least a rally going into the earnings report, either through short covering or people that are just cautiously optimistic buying the stock before a potentially good report.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's going to be so key. And we had the last couple of days we've had, today Adobe, yesterday Broadcom with, you can't point to anything. Like the report was pristine. They pretty much beat across the board. They finally gave the split that everybody was looking for, pretty much everything you would have wanted. That's all-time highs that it was able to break out from. Now, Adobe wouldn't necessarily be coming from that today. Adobe's been in a bit of a downtrend, but you've had these kernels of strength in this market where you're getting these outsized moves. Now, particularly something you say a lot, which is look at the expected move and then look at what the stock is doing. And that's why I'm bringing up Adobe here, not to put you on the spot, but Adobe is now 14% to the upside when we had an expected move of 7.8%. What are your thoughts here? It's now at $527. Like, this just went from good to great quick. It's almost twice the expected move, and it's more than the last move. Like, last quarter was of 14% to the upside.
All right, let me check this one out. So let's see. Expected move I have in the options chain of about $40. So it looks like that's pretty close to what you're seeing, right? And then let's see, let me get my overnight data on this one. The main thing about it is, it just goes back to breaking through those resistance zones. So I have it trading up at 527. If I go back to my daily chart and just see, where those resistance zones are, the 50 simple is key and pivotal. The 50 simple came in at 476. So we're far beyond that at this point. And then after that, you just want to look at, okay, where was this previous gap? Is that something that we can look at for a potential fill on a continuation move? And I think it is, because if we could actually hold up above that 527 level, you can see that the top part of this gap right here is at 523. So if we look at and we say, okay, we've already kind of retraced that gap up into 523. If we can stay above that resistance zone, can we trade it all the way back up into 575? I don't see why not, because at this point, that's a major trend reversal. But as you mentioned earlier, the key is that it has to hold the next day, right? It doesn't matter if it's up overnight and by the morning, it gives it all back, right? So it needs to hold, more than, I would say, at least 1.5 times. So I'd say about $60 to the upside. If it's $80 to the upside overnight, that would be the signal for me that it's twice the expected move. And you could probably trade it up into 575.
All right, we'll be excited for that one tomorrow. Speaking of needing to hold the gap, GameStop made a bit of a breakout, and anybody that watched the gap when Roaring Kitty posted that he, his positions and whatnot, and that he was going to be doing a live stream, that was a ridiculous gap that did not hold. It's important. It's not enough that you move in the aftermarket. The buyers have to actually be there the next day when the market opens up. It's too important not to say it every single time here, Danielle. But not the only thing that happened. Apple's been going, I want to talk about Apple at least a little bit here. We're post-Fed, and Apple typically doesn't move like this, and we know it hasn't been moving like this, but when it broke that $200 level, the last couple of days have been very violent for this stock relative to what it normally does. The event gave everybody what they wanted. Everyone's talking super cycle, and it's in the midst of a pretty big breakout here. What's your look? It's like we call it like a blue sky setup. Like you're through those highs. You had one pullback so far, a little bit of weakness at the close yesterday, and a little bit of weakness here today. But what are your thoughts after this massive run?
Well, first of all, I'll point out that it looks relatively similar to Adobe. Obviously, Adobe's down a little bit more, but I mean, you can see the way that this stock was in a downtrend, and then suddenly you had an earnings report. That earnings report caused a major gap up on high volume, and you can see how it just keeps going, right? And so that's why I'm looking at Adobe and saying, if the gap holds on high volume, we can still trade it to the upside. As far as Apple is concerned, this reversal has been amazing. It's been key and pivotal for the continuation in the NASDAQ. But I mean, it's already made all of my price targets. I had a price target at 190. That was met. Had a price target at 200. That was met. You can see this wide range expansion candle here. A lot of buying on high volume on that break of 200, which is because people are targeting 200, and once it gets through it, it's like, oh my gosh, now it can really keep going. So the next target after that was 220. That one's been met too. So at this point, I would have a pretty hard time trying to get in here because I feel like it needs to pull back first. Obviously, it's not pulling back yet. But I would prefer it to pull back into about 200, 205 before I tried to trade it to the upside again, just because it's a little bit too extended for me for an entry.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be a popular. I know I've been kind of hoping that we see that 200 in there again. I feel like that could really get defended, to be sure. And it's been a trickier trade the last couple of days because it's in that no man's land for a day trader. You know a stock is in a tricky spot when something which is usually profitable to the long side isn't very clear in direction. It's strong at the open, and they just dump it off because you're in the middle of that 215 to 210 range is not a very good place to play it. But like Daniel, just AVGO and Broadcom on a split. This is one of the more. It was a very popular stock. It's been a great runner. People have been begging for a split for like a couple of years now. It's a highly weighted name in the indexes, like all the things that you want. But most traders are like, come on, we can't touch it, or we don't touch it very often because we're not going to get the split. Now you're getting exactly what you want. So we're going to have a split in the next month or so. Do you have any thoughts going into this? Oftentimes we've seen that rally into a split and then a little bit of a sell the news event. We do have some time for it to happen, and the chips have been strong. What are your thoughts with Broadcom?
I love Broadcom. I think it's a great stock, great company, great long-term investment, and I'm very excited about the split news. Broadcom has been pretty challenging to trade in the options market because it is such a high-priced name, which just means that there's a lot of options contracts and the volume's spread out, so there's not really good enough volume on the majority of the strikes, which means the spreads are too wide, and so it's just a really challenging product to trade in the options market. So especially for that reason, I'm very excited about the split. But the other reason why I'm excited is because the stock has been on a complete tear. And if you look at the other companies that have split this year, even Walmart, you've got Walmart, Chipotle, and then of course, Nvidia. We do see these rallies going into the split, especially after you have a 2x move after the earnings report. Broadcom was only pricing in the market makers were only pricing in about $100 expected move over this earnings report, and it gapped up over $200 overnight. So just with that alone, that's a good reason to look for post-earnings momentum, and then you get the split on top of it. So, admittedly, it is very extended, right? It's not like I'm saying, hey, this is a great entry point, guys, after it has been down at the 50 simple. It was at 1330. But, I get a little aggressive with trades sometimes. And I can see that $1,800 price point, Ooh. Nice key psychological value going into that split. So I think I'm still going to trade it to the upside.
Yeah, to say it's strong is understand. But I'm glad you pointed out. I mean, Walmart's at fresh highs. Chipotle is at its highs as well. Maybe two names that we don't talk about enough. And Chipotle goes into that same category of everybody's wanted to split since forever. And I'm glad you bring it up that, fundamentally, we all know splits don't change anything, right? Like the stock is still, the value is still the value, but it is very real that it makes it easier for there to be more options action and trades involved, which is both good for options traders like yourself, but it also creates just a little bit more action for us as day traders trading the equity. So everybody gets a win, and that's why it matters, and you get that fuel, especially in something bullish, and we can see a rally in. So there is a logical reason why this happens, even if there's no fundamental change in the company. And as traders, that's what we care about ultimately.
Oh, absolutely. And Chipotle, that was a stock that 2015, 2016, 2017, I used to trade it all the time. I mean, for the most part, it was in a pretty good trend. You could just sell, put credit spreads on it. But the same thing happened as what happened with Nvidia and Broadcom, which is just that when it's such a high price name, the spreads on the options, they're just way too wide. And so you can't get in unless you're just simply buying a long call, which is going to be cost prohibitive for pretty much, the majority of retail traders. I hate saying that, but especially, a lot of the traders in our trading rooms, they're coming in, they're saying, hey, how can I grow a small account? Like I'm trading maybe $50,000 or I'm trading $5,000. Like they're not going to be able to come in and buy a long call on Chipotle. And so the only thing that you have left to do is to buy a spread. But the problem is when you have your at the money call going for a difference between $98 and $107, the spread is so wide, you're not going to have any kind of edge. So I'm extremely excited about Chipotle splitting because this stock has been in a great trend, and this stock can be a great stock for traders to trade because there's also a lot of traders out there that say, you know what? I don't want to trade Nvidia. It's too wild for me. I don't want to trade GameStop. Can you just please give me something where I can ride the trend? And that's where you have Walmart. That's where you have Chipotle. No, it's not, fireworks, but you can make just much easier money by following the trend on a more boring stock.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, one of the stocks that actually performed the best, maybe not in recently, but certainly over the last year. I remember no one would even talk about Abercrombie, and ANF was one of the most simplistic upward trending stocks that you were ever going to find, and it would just ride the wave. And I don't know too many people that were involved in it, but you're dead on. There are other things other than Nvidia, and it's always great when we have exposure to them. I even feel like that Cava stock was only going up the way it was post-IPO because people weren't buying, they're like, I can't buy Chipotle, let's just buy this thing because maybe it's the next Chipotle and its valuation's ridiculous, but at the end of the day, people just wanted to get in. As always, thank you for so much knowledge. I feel like we could always talk to you for another half an hour or so. We do have the Tesla Volts that's going to be coming in just a few minutes or at the start of the meeting. But before we get you out of here, Danielle, tell everybody where they can find you and where they can find your awesome merch. I don't know if you're wearing one of the merch sweaters today because I can't tell.
I know, I got to change my camera lens again because you don't have the full view. But it says celebrating life, liberty, and the pursuit of assets. So I'll post a picture later. But this is my YouTube channel. You can check it out right here at Trader Danielle. I'm always posting new videos, new trades, trade review, and more. And I'm going to be posting some videos coming up of the merch that I have. So check it out.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Danielle Shea, our options expert here. And thank you for coming on. I know we'll be talking to you next week. We'll get to talk to you, hopefully, about a continued move up, maybe in Adobe, maybe in Broadcom. We'll see what happens. No one knows. And maybe Elon will have gotten paid, and we can talk about that as well. So big thank you from myself and everybody watching. We appreciate having you on.
Thanks for having me.
Always fun to have Danielle,
Indeed.
and it's fantastic. Check out her merch. I love I know you love that fun for sure on the sweater. Just before we get on to some things, I wanted to mention Adobe still chilling out here at $525. I say chilling out, up 14%, up $65, and it is just hanging higher. There was a move. Remember we talked about GameStop. Yeah, so GameStop did make that break because, of course, like, why do what day traders want to do, which is make a break when we can trade it? No, it breaks that 29.70, gets almost to $31, pulls right back in. Like, look at that double top, pulls right back into that support, now back above the $30 level. So some action here in GME. It's continuing to go. We're going to have that move. We'll see what happens. I'm not going to pretend that, obviously, the event tomorrow there's going to be a move, but it is at 4 o'clock. So that event will be on when we're doing the market recap show live at there. That should be exciting.
Oh, I'm so excited for that. Already ready to trade GameStop in whatever direction it gives us. That, like I said, this is my favorite name to trade today. It's just, today at least, it held technicals pretty well. We'll have to see what happens tomorrow. But yeah, it's just about finding opportunities where they exist. And I mean, GameStop has been giving you so many opportunities. And I think tomorrow should be so much fun. I'm happy we get to bring it here with everybody on the aftermarket.
And as we pointed out, there was in both the last couple of days, I don't know if it's official or anything, I've seen people talking about it, but Roaring Kitty, maybe he has sold a bunch of those calls. I don't know. But there was a ton of volume both yesterday in that June 21st 20 strike, and then again today, although it didn't have the same effect. Maybe he's out, maybe he hasn't. Maybe he was generating enough cash so that he could exercise the rest. I don't know, that he could easily be the case. But you know what time it is.
I do.
Right? It is Adobe is amazing time, but it is also time to do our roll call. You know what up, and I'm going to start it the same way I always do. First things first, I'm going to shout out Adara for the notes that she gave me. I mean, I get notes handed to me when I come to the desk of like what to talk about, what's expected, all that great stuff. Fantastic trading in GameStop. It is tricky to do.
Thank
you. So good on you. Positive spirit regardless of how your day is going. So I want to shout out to you. I also want to shout out Bears versus Bulls like we always do. The best moderator out there. And the entire team. I want to shout out Fabian and Ramin because I always forget to do that. We can't be here and we can't look and sound good without them behind us and the entire team here at Trader TV Live. But let's get to some brass tacks. Dan McIsaac, he's holding no calls, showing 9 million shares. So I haven't seen, I'm not on Twitter right now. I don't even have my phone with me. I left it at the desk. So maybe he has exercised. So he's showing 9 million shares. That would suggest to me that this would be true. I don't know if that's true, so thank you guys for bringing that up. So now the guy owns 9 million shares. So it would make some sense. He sold some yesterday so that he could exercise an amount and have the cash to then have the shares. So good luck for him, or good luck for him, I should say. Jaspreet, he posted his YOLO. Darwin letting us know as well. So shout out to you guys. Lava, Thomas, Neo Roberts. I love it. I love it. I love it. You can't. So many times I hear people say Neo, and I think they're talking to me during a trading show. Sometimes it's frustrating, but it's always fun. Lava, Thomas Briganti. We got Mahesh. We've got Chase Bandits. We've got Charlie Taft. We've got Kyle W. We got Easy Trader, I think I saw in there. Frosty, Mark M. Danielle, thank you for being on here. Thank you for jumping in the chat and being so gracious to thank all the great viewers. Finch Jane, Jared Tweedle, Mr. Westermeyer, D. Westermeyer in the house. We got Shahu72. We got Sebastian. We got Jaspreet. Good luck. Thank you. So he's holding 9 million shares at 23.41. Good luck, Roaring Kitty. French Toast 999. I could go for some French toast right now. A little cinnamon on top, real maple syrup, not that Aunt Jemima stuff. I'm all about that real maple syrup. Go Canada. Zion Lala as well. We got the Piper. We got Kyle Burdett. What up? With the Neil Ledge. What's the Neil?
Oh, someone was saying that instead of knowledge, they were like, because we have the confidence. This was a super chat today. What about the Neil Ledge? Like knowledge and kneelage.
I'll take it. I also heard someone said that I'm like the day trading Don Cheadle, which I'll take that all day long. I don't think I look like
That's a really good, I love Don Cheadle. That's actually a good comparison.
He's one of my favorite actors, so I'll take it.
He's amazing.
He's done so many great roles, but
he's awesome.
Yeah, maybe I'll try to work that into Halloween somehow. Be like one of the characters he pulled off. That would be fun. Who else we got in here? Cher E, Punjab, Stud Farm, Broken Finance. Let's try to get a few more in here. Benny SoCal, Reza Jafari. We've got Parabolic FOMO Dip Rip. Parabolic FOMO Dip Rip. Here we go. Tomorrow is going to be epic, and that is an epic name as well. Janik Patel. We got Lasmel Melendez. I already said Finn Shane. We got Tilsterville, Mohan, and Cool Hands Luke. Fingers crossed, Tesla and Benny SoCal. Shout out to all of you, everybody. Obviously, Tesla, the event is starting now. We got to get out of here. I got to get to my daughter's strawberry social at school. I get ice cream and
Enjoy.
strawberries. Hopefully the weather is going to be nice. They just get excited. Anytime it's like all the parents go in there, they show off their classrooms and stuff. You know, when you're in grade 1, these are the things that you get really excited about. So I can't wait because I get to eat ice cream. And then my daughter has a smile on her face while I'm doing it. And before we get out of here, everybody, do not forget, you don't have to wait until 10 a.m. to check out the podcast. You can go through the videos that are already out, episodes 1 and 2. You can check out the clips that are on YouTube, those shorts, if you want to consume it that way. But the new episode 3 is out. Not tomorrow, Saturday morning at 10 a.m. Scan that QR code. Make sure you hit the subscribe so you're notified when it is dropped. It's a fun one. It's a great one. Brendan and Sean kicking butt with that. So with that, thank you very much, Adara. Thank you very much, Adobe. Thank you very much, Daniel Shea. Thank you to all the viewers. We appreciate you, and we get to do it again tomorrow. It'll be fun.
See ya.